helmet lies in dry grass, its rim dusted with August light. A granary lock hangs open on an empty door. An anchor scars a Carthaginian wharf. A brass signal horn waits above a trampled plain. A silver chest clicks, then shuts. A cedar box of insignia closes for the last time. These objects will guide our steps through Rome's worst days. We are not counting the longest sieges or the noisiest battles. We are tracing the sharpest breaks, when a system slipped and could not catch itself. Loss of lives and bread. Loss of land and taxes. A field army that could not reform. A wound to civic pride that did not heal. A turn that proved irreversible. Each criterion sets the bar for what worst must mean. Our route is clear and spare. In 378 at Adrianople, an emperor fell and a field force broke. In 410 Rome starved, then opened, and the symbol cracked. In 439 Carthage was taken, and the western treasury lost its lung. In 451 and 452 a Confederate line held once, then Italy felt hooves by its rivers. In 455 treasure and hostages left on tall ships while courtyards echoed. In 476 a youth surrendered a title, and the insignia sailed east. The Eastern Empire endured, the Western map thinned and scattered. The telling will be simple. Short scenes, clean lines, a few measured sounds. Footsteps on stone, wind at a harbour, a seal softening under heat. Dialogue will be rare, a thin thread when a human voice is needed. Sign here, or close it. Send it. No grand speeches, only what mattered in the room. Hold the objects in mind as markers on the path. A metal rim catching sun outside Adrianople, a dry measuring modius in a Roman storehouse, a ship's anchor biting Carthage timber, a horn on the Catalonian grass, a ransacked chest on a marble floor, a small box of golden enamel ready to travel. When you are ready, we begin where heat and dust make eyes sting. The field is wide, the formations tight, and the air tastes of fear. Do not drop the helmet. The sky still rains arrows. Someone mutters, "The day will end with a crown in the dirt," and a precedent set. A bronze helmet rests in brittle grass. Its cheek guard is dented, the strap frayed. Heat pushes on the metal until it warms a palm. Dust clings to the crest, pale as flour. A thumb wipes the rim and leaves a bright arc. It is late summer. The light on the rim is steady and hard. Today this helmet will be raised, lowered, abandoned, and found again by someone who does not know its owner's name. The day will fit every measure of a worse day. Lives lost without record. A field force broken under sun. A ruler fallen, and with him a habit of thinking that the object is small, almost ordinary. It keeps the scale honest. 2 years before this heat, a great movement pressed on the Danube. People fled toward the river, away from riders they could not stop. They petitioned to enter Roman land. The border opened, but not with care. Local men with seals and stores saw a chance. Food was sold unfairly. Children were bartered for scraps. The river became a line of debt and anger. In the camps, hunger did not end. Horses died in harness and were cut apart. The promise of allotments and rations shrank to a rumour. Patrols that came to count heads found spears stacked in corners. A bad choice ripened into violence, and the hills began to burn at night. In the east, the Emperor Valens waited on a different frontier. He had been arming for Persia and watching the passes beyond the Euphrates. In the west, Gratian struggled against Alemanni crossings and could promise only delay. Neither half could spare what both needed. Letters carried through relay stations spoke of a plan to join forces near the Balkans. The words were neat, the wax seals clean. The roads were not. Raids ran ahead of the news. Grain pools vanished into wagons. Men vanished into the hills. The Danube frontier felt porous to the touch. By the next year, the force around Valens had shifted south and west. The army that assembled in Thrace was not the one he had trained for Eastern War. Units had been raided for detachments. Some officers were new to their ranks. The staff maps were still polished, but the notes in the margins grew thick with guesses. There were reports that the Goths had parked their wagons in a ring, and that their heavy horse had ridden out to forage. Scouts brought in numbers that looked smaller than fear. The men wanted a march and an end to marching. The Emperor wanted a clear field. He wanted it before Gratian arrived and claimed part of the laurel. This morning, near a town the Greeks called Hadrian's, heat lifted from the plain and lay on the shoulders. The line moved through dust that smelled of trampled sage. The helmets sweated in the sun. Shield rims rubbed at knuckles. Thirst made tongues heavy. The wagons of the Goths stood like a fence on a low rise. It looked containable. The Emperor's staff thought so, then echoed the thought to others. Some officers urged pause, water, and a camp to shape the ground. The scouts were sent again and came back with the same small numbers. Advance, the Emperor said. The word crisp in the air because words can be crisp when the earth is not. The left cavalry pushed forward first, though some say no order had reached them. Their horses pounded the dry crust, throwing up a curtain of dust. The right cavalry answered, as if a hinge had swung. The infantry centre tried to dress ranks while sucking heat through their throats. The wagons ahead were quiet, but the gaps between them were not. Something was moving there that the dust would not show. The first arrows whispered. They always do before they thud. A horn called once from the low ring, then another horn called behind the Roman left, answered by hooves from the far wheat stubble. The Gothic riders were not gone. They had been out on the land and now returned by the lines of breath and habit. They moved fast and with cohesion. The Roman horse saw them too late, turned too quickly, and showed flanks. The left caved outward. The right tried to hold and felt the same shove a breath later. The centre was now naked to movement and noise. The infantry locked shields and tried to keep a clean edge. Short swords waited behind layered wood and iron. Arrows found the gaps at necks and hips. Javelins struck shields at angles that broke wrists. The heat did its slow work on breath and vision. Men trained to move by signal felt the signals vanish into dust. Officers shouted and pointed with swords that felt too heavy at the wrist. The fine art of dressing the line failed in a shallow dip in the ground. Files had to step sideways to escape a hump of earth and never closed again. The standard poles hung with heavy cloth began to drift. A cohort tried a push, moved 10 paces, met a wall of shield and wagon, and settled into a bind that numbs arms and thought. The time of the day grew ugly and thick. When a line cannot breathe, it cannot decide. The Emperor had ridden forward to see and be seen. He wore armour that had fit him better when morning was cooler. His guard tried to keep a shape around him. Messages came and went, lost and found again in the same hour. When riders from the left reached his group, they were not his riders. The guard raised shields and backed toward a fold in the ground that looked like help. At some point in that boil, a spear found him. Some say a second one did too. There is no certain mark on a page to prove the last minutes. We have, instead, the silence that followed and the way the centre thickened, and then thinned. Around that centre, decisions hardened into habit. Men who had trained in mail now fought more naked than they wanted. There had been a fashion for lighter gear. Not all had kept helmets tight and cuirasses fastened. Later, a writer would say that armour had grown scarce in practice, because men resented weight when drills grew lazy. Whatever the cause, exposed shoulders took cuts that armour once turned. Bows loved these gaps. The wagons did not move, but everything else did. When a formation loses its hinges, it becomes a door blown inward. The unit on the right held longer than expected. The ground there tilted just enough to shade their ankles. Their centurion had a scar through his lip, and it made his mouth hard to read. He pushed his men forward to a rough line of stones and jammed the base of his standard between them. "Hold here," he said, voice flat, almost bored, the right tone for fear. The Gothic horse swirled, then veered to look for softer ground. 10 minutes in a fight like this is long enough to live, and too short to be called time. The left broke, and the break crept toward the middle. Standards began to tilt and then to fall. A bearer tried to lift one with both hands and took an arrow through the bicep. He pinned the shaft under his arm and still tried to raise the cloth. Men around him closed ranks because that is what training does, even when training has not been perfect. A horn tried to call a retreat line, and its note stalled in the throat of the man blowing it. He tried again, found a longer breath, and sent a call that meant step back in order. Few heard it right. Fewer obeyed it. The air in a lost battle is too crowded for meaning. By late afternoon, the crush near the wagons became a heap. Bodies pushed bodies underfoot. Sandal straps snapped and left feet bare on gravel. Horsehooves carved arcs through dust that was now also blood. The men who could still think looked for small proofs of edge and shade. A patch of ground near a scrub oak held a little cooler. 24 men found it and made a bowl for breath. A rider saw the coolness too and plunged his horse toward it, then fell when a spearhead glanced up under his rib. The horse stood alone and looked huge in the haze. A soldier took the reins and used the animal as a wall for 10 heartbeats. It helped, then did not. Somewhere behind the press, a staff officer tried to count the survivors of the first line. His tablet was slick, the wax soft, the stylus made blurred grooves. He marked numbers that ran into each other and ceased to console. A runner asked if the Emperor wished to send for Gratian. The officer looked up, then down, and did not know what to answer. "Go," he said, sober and late. The runner did not go far. The sun tilted lower, and the field tilted with it. The Roman centre folded in two, then in three, then into pieces that could not hear each other. What had been the strongest single body of regulars in the region became pockets of men holding faith in drill and in rhythm. Those two graces stayed for a time, then left. The wagons still did not move. You could hate them for that. You could also respect the simplicity of wood-locked wheel to wheel. A cheap thing can win by standing still while all else slips. When the light began to thin, a pause came in the noise, thin as a stitch. It felt like the held breath before a cup tips and spills. Then the ride along the back of the Roman line began again, and whatever hope had been hidden in that pause leaked out down the slope. Small groups tried to work toward the city walls in the distance. The gates were open to their sight, but not to their feet. The field between was long and full of new riders. The helmets that had kept faces human now made them anonymous. A man stooped, picked up a fallen helmet with no crest, and pressed it to his head because habit is strong. It was too big for him, so he stuffed a scrap of cloth under the brow. He took 2 steps and stopped, listening. "Water," someone said near his knee. The voice so dry the word broke in two. He looked down, saw the mouth move again, and past his skin. The thirsty man tried to drink, could not, and smiled with cracked lips to say it did not matter. It did. These small things always do when large things are already decided. The Emperor did not leave the field alive. The exact hour and place blur in every telling, and that blur is part of what broke. With him went a centre of promise that had been drawn too tight. The army he had led was not a garrison. It had been the field arm that made lines feel real on a map. Its loss opened the countryside like a door on a hot day. Patrols no longer stopped fires from joining. The cities watched the smoke from their walls and knew the gates must remain shut. That evening, the grass held heat like a low ember. The wagons finally opened for their people. Women and children went out to look for bread among the fallen. The field was full of things that can be carried, and bodies that could not. The bronze helmet in the grass began as an officer's mark. It ended as a bowl for water or a bucket for grain. Someone lifted it, rinsed it as skin, and used it to wet the lips of a boy. That is how an object can move through a worse day and still keep its shape. News carried fast because bad news is lighter than grain. The names spoken by couriers were not the names expected the day before. The seal rings tapped each other in corridors, then were still. In the west, the young man who should have shared the day's weight learned that there was no laurel to divide. He also learned that part of the loss was his, and that distance does not erase duty. In the east, men who had written neat letters wrote shorter ones. They asked for calm that could not yet be bought at any price that remained on hand. In the farms beyond the towns, people counted stores and made hard choices. Seed grain is not for eating if the next year matters, but empty bellies are not rhetorical. Smoke at the horizon pushed those choices into corners. The men who had cut the wheat last month were many of the same men who lay on the field today. Hands turned to different work. Fences got mended higher. Small iron bits that should have gone to ploughshares went to heads of nails and points of stakes. These are the ways a battle touches houses that stand a day's walk away. Not all that broke could be seen in the dust. Pride is a tool and a sealant. It fills weak spots and keeps a system from rattling itself apart. When an emperor falls in the open, and his regulars cannot pull him free, a veil lifts. The veil had kept certain ideas in the right order. Now younger men looked at older men and saw only age. Laws still read clean on papyrus, but the hand that enforced them was tired and nicked. Tax collectors who once leaned on the army's edge now leaned on words alone. The words did not bite as deep. In far districts, the garrison spared from the field heard the news and felt suddenly alone, like lanterns in rain. Yet cities did what cities do. They shut, they rationed, they counted. Firepots were set ready along the walls. Repairs were made by lamplight. Priests said the proper words because proper words can keep a line straight a little longer. Within those walls, there was money still. Gold does not burn in fields, it travels or hides. Men began to calculate, as men must, about gifts to be offered to those now in strength outside. The sums made in cool rooms would grow by season's end. With each gift, a precedent hardens. Precious metal runs out of the state faster than it runs back. When morning came, crows traced simple lines across the sky. A few wolves padded the margins of the field and then worked inward. After a day or two, the heavy work of the living resumed. Groups moved down the roads with what they had taken from the plain. New settlements shifted like shadow along the river bends. The Roman maps were still fine pieces of craft. The world beneath them had slipped a little under the ink. A helmet is not a frontier. It cannot hold a line alone. This is why this day stays among the worst. An army is a way of saying yes to the future. Losing one like this says the opposite out loud. It says that the next season will be smaller, the road less safe, the seal weaker on the grain store, and the horses dear. It says that the men who come asking for a treaty will not feel compelled to bow first. It says that a wagon ring can stop a tradition at the edge of a town, and that not all errors can be corrected by the arrival of a friend a week late. Toward dusk, a boy who had never been near a battle before found that bronze helmet again. He liked its weight and the way sound changed under it. He set it on his head and heard the world go hollow and close. He laughed, because that is what boys do when a thing is absurd. His mother took it from him, not unkindly, and turned it in her hands. She saw her face bent in it and put it down. "We will need a bucket," she said, her voice small, very clear. The helmet was a bucket now. That is another definition of defeat. Beyond the plain, in halls with polished floors, men gathered around tables drawn with lines of rivers and roads. They pushed counters and spoke in soft voices about names for the next commander. They spoke, too, of men who rode and negotiated as well as they fought. A new sort of strength would be needed, one that could speak to those beyond the wagons without promising what could not be kept. The numbers for such plans came from granaries and treasuries, not only from barracks. Someone mentioned a city by the sea that loaded ships with wheat and oil, a place whose tax brought breath to the west. The room grew thoughtful and then quiet. Out in the countryside, the harvest stubble caught a late spark and ran a narrow line of fire along a ditch. It went out by itself at a small bend where the ditch deepened. The market left looked like a painted stripe. From a hill, a rider watched it and then turned his horse toward the road south. His saddle creaked softly. The horse blew through its nose and shook sweat out of its mane. The rider touched his heel to its side and settled into a pace that could be held through night. The helmet in the house became what the mother had said. Grain poured into it and out again. Water carried in it felt cooler than from the skin. It is not the job the maker had in mind, but work is work. The worst days force objects and people into new duties. They also mark the road ahead with needs that were not pressing yesterday. Food in, coin out, words measured. In a city far away, an anchor dips in a harbour where ships arrive and leave with the day's light. We will stand by that anchor soon and see what a single harbour can do to a map when it is lost. A helmet hangs by its torn strap on a nail inside a gate. The bronze shows a smear of ash where a hand tried to clean it. A fly worries the seam at the cheek. The guard beneath it shifts and watches the road. Heat glows on stone and then dims, as if the day is thinking. The object waits without a face to own it. That, too, is part of the day. On the road beyond, men who left the field at noon arrive at dusk. Some lean on spears that do not belong to them. Some carry nothing but a belt and a story. The gate warders look long and count in their heads. They have orders to admit the broken and shut after them. The order saves lives and sharpens fear. The hinges groan, a deep iron breath, then rest. Inside, water is set in shallow basins near the wall. Bread is cut thin and passed without talk. A boy with a ladle sways on his feet. A centurion takes the ladle, steadies the boy, and tips water into a stranger's mouth. The man sputters and nods as if to thank a god he forgot to name. Slow, the centurion says, quiet and flat. The word carries better than pity here. On the far side of the plain, the wagon circle stands like a low fort. Fires spark in a pattern that makes sense to its owners. A horse tears at dry grass, then raises its head to listen. The night does not become safe because darkness comes. It becomes different. Arrows do not fly at the same angle. Voices travel farther. Men who have learned to hide in sunlight move in closer. The dead grow heavy and the living walk around them, not over them. At dawn the field looks like a map without names. Standards lie where hands let them go. Bronze glints in places where no one wants to walk. Crows come in lines that look like writing. From the wagons, a group moves out with skins and baskets. They step around shields as if around stones in a stream. A woman picks up a short sword and tests its weight. She sets it down again and chooses a cloak instead. Cloth keeps a body alive longer than iron. In the nearest town, bells call the hour by habit. The market opens, then closes on a nod from the watch. Stools are folded into doorways. A baker scrapes flour from the board and makes a last batch with a stiff jaw. He ties the bread with string and locks the box with a key that feels too small. The priest in the basilica knows exactly what pages to read. He reads them without lifting his eyes. Words help the city stand very straight for a few hours. Riders reach the capital with saddles creaking from sweat that has dried white. Mud climbs their boots above the ankle, a ladder of fatigue. They pass the column where men usually stop to look. No one stops. They push through a door where wax tablets stack in neat piles. A seal breaks with a sound like a small bone. The message inside is not long. The scribe who reads it loud keeps his voice calm, then does not remember the last syllable afterward. A garrison along the lower river hears the news on the third day. The officer there walks the length of the wall and touches each merlin as if counting a rosary. He calls his sergeant and orders rations cut by one measure, then orders the lanterns trimmed. Night will grow, he says, and the sergeant nods. In the yard below, a recruit scrapes the rust from an old mail shirt. He hums to make the scraping less loud in his head. Beyond this garrison, a village makes decisions it had pushed away since spring. Seed grain stays in the buried jars if next year is real, but the jars are not holy. A child with a narrow wrist fits better into the jar's mouth. The mother watches the wrist go in and worries it will not come out. She pulls gently, then pulls harder. The wrist comes free, dusted with flour like a baker's hand. They laugh a little because fear needs to borrow breath from wherever it can. The men around the wagon ring climb a low ridge and look at walls. They know gates, and they know hunger. They do not know the names of the men inside. Our names are less heavy than loaves. They know that their horses must eat. They know that soil gives in to the blade if the blade is patient. They know that the open land cares little who owns it this season. The ridge smells of time crushed under sandals and the slow anger of cattle left untended. Inside a council room, officers set pebbles on a waxed board to stand for units. Some pebbles are brushed aside with 2 fingers. Some are pressed down hard until they sink. A clerk writes numbers that do not add the way they once did. Watchwords are set, and they taste old in the mouth. The word for the night is a god's name, chosen because it is short and clear in the throat. Men on distant posts whisper it and feel no god come closer. Letters go out along 3 roads. One rides toward the western court with polite urgency. One rides north to call garrisons inward. One rides down the spine of the peninsula toward ports with good harbours. The letter to the west is careful with what it claims. It asks for counsel and time, which is a way of asking for men and grain. The letter north uses verbs that close. The letter south uses verbs that open. The sea, if kept friendly, speaks in open verbs. In the basilica, volunteers pile blankets next to baskets of onions and salt pork. A woman binds a soldier's ankle with cloth pulled from a dowry chest. She does it willingly and without haste. Keep the laces loose, the old healer says, sharp as a hook. He must still feel his toes. The healer presses her own thumb into the skin until it pales, then lets go and watches the colour return like a tide. The soldier grits his teeth and nods as if a test has been passed. From the countryside comes a second wave of the living. They lead oxen that never learn to hurry. They carry infants like bundles of arrows, tight and precious. A man drags a door on a rope because the door has iron in it, and iron has value in any language. The watch at the gate counts again and turns some away. The wall can hold only so many inside before it becomes a trap. The turned away do not curse. They look at the ground where their feet stand and begin to make shelter from what the road offers. News goes farther than men, as it always does. A merchant in a town that had not expected to matter opens a chest and removes a ring with a square face. He turns it in his fingers and sets it back. He then lifts a small bag and weighs it in his palm. The bag does not lie. It promises fewer journeys this year. It promises nights in rooms that do not smell of cardamom but of smoke and sheep. The merchant folds his hands and prays in a way that does not call for witnesses. When a ruler falls, a habit falls with him. The habit is belief about tomorrow's order. It is a pair of scales watched by people who have never held a sword. It is a market day scheduled months ahead because the road will be passable then. It is the rhythm of tax and relief, levy and exemption, writ and seal. In this week, the scales swing and do not settle. Markets set new days by the moon rather than the calendar because the moon still keeps its own council. The army that broke was not only men and standards, it was also lists and mules, drivers and smiths, the men who count nails into sacks and then count them out again. The lists burned or were lost. The mules that survived were taken by those who could use them. The smiths wandered looking for walls to stand behind. The men with nails put them into planks for doors that were carried away on ropes, a network shattered in ways that the neat record never fully describes. On the fourth morning after the battle, a line of smoke rises east of the city. It is a slow, thick column that does not flicker much. A storehouse burns the way a decision burns. It is done, but its heat lingers on the skin. Men on the wall watch and say nothing. They shift their weight on boards that belong to the city and not to them. The boards creak the same way for everyone. A child behind the parapet asks a question and is hushed with a hand and a piece of dried fig. Downriver, a ferry pole slides through water that glints like beaten tin. On board, there are crates of dried peas, 2 goats, and a coffer that holds coins without a clink. The ferryman keeps his eye on the current, which has its own ideas. He has made this crossing since he grew tall enough to push. He knows where the bottom rises, and where the current pretends to be weak and then grabs. He speaks to the pole the way a man speaks to a mule. The pole does not answer and does not need to. On a hill beyond that river, a rough stone is raised at the edge of a grove. It is waist-high and leans a little. There is a notch on its top where a strap could loop. No name is cut on it. Wax is too soft for a field like this, and chisels take time no one owns now. A strip of red cloth is tied around the stone and flutters twice, then settles. A woman puts her hand on the stone and leaves the warmth of it there. She does not stay long. The grove keeps its own silence for her. The men in the wagon circle make a choice that will matter for years. They steer not for the capital, but for the fields where wheat still stands. They cut what they can. They force the men who know the earth to show them where the good soil is. They take hostage not with chains, but with bread. It is a hard bargain and a sane one. Winter always wins. The point is to enter it with less certainty of loss. In the capital, the court tries to have 2 minds at once. One mind wants a new army raised quickly, a gesture that proves the story is not over. The other mind knows that men do not rise from earth like reeds. They come from farms that need them, and from towns that would rather keep them within walls. Pay must be found, and not by stripping silver from shrines forever. Letters cross in the air and argue without speaking. A messenger from the Western Court brings a name. He delivers it with ceremony and also with relief. The name belongs to a man who knows both maps and swords, and whose home is far from the capital's marble. He is not yet here. He rides through lands where his own language sounds different in local mouths. He will need food for horses and men, and promises to tie men from different rivers to the same rope. He will need time. Time is thin across the next weeks, a blanket that barely covers the feet. On the walls, archers practice at dusk. The targets are wicker baskets stuffed with cress, set at odd angles to teach the hand to judge. Arrows find their marks and stick with a soft noise that pleases the ear. The captain calls a halt when the light just begins to lie. "Save the arrows," he says. "Save your shoulders." The men coil bowstrings and store them in leather. They do it carefully, the way old men fold letters from women. Merchants in the port city tighten lines on ships without orders. They do it because ships prefer readiness. They whisper about insurance with faces that look like shutters in a storm. Sailors mend a torn square of sail by lamplight. The needle goes in, then up, then in again. The cloth is heavy in the lap. A boy sits on a bollard and counts the stitches out loud until a hand covers his mouth in play. The boy swallows a laugh and keeps counting inside his head. In a quiet lane, a teacher closes a school with 3 claps of his hands. He tells the boys they will meet again when the moon is half full. One boy raises a hand and asks if the moon will keep the appointment. The teacher smiles the way men do when an answer is simple and hurts. "The moon will be there," he says. "So we will, too." He gathers tablets left on benches and stacks them like tiles. He has never had to do this before. He does it now with a care that shames his fear into silence. The next caravan from the interior arrives missing 2 carts and a joke it used to tell. The camels groan at the gate with low thunder. The driver lifts a skin of water and pours it into his own hat, then drinks from the brim. The guard at the gate notes the missing carts without surprise. He writes a line in a book and then dries the wet line with sand. The book keeps its own courage under dust and binding. Men lean on such things even when they pretend not to. On the 5th night, a quiet goes out like a breath across the plain. It is not peace. It is the after-sound, and it lets new noises be heard. A woman in a courtyard hears a finch scratch at a fig leaf. A baker hears the crack as an oven brick cools to its rest. A soldier hears his own heart and wishes it would be quieter. He touches the helmet on the nail and feels how the metal keeps the day's warmth longer than the stone. There is comfort in a thing that behaves as it always has. Riders from the hills come into the city carrying small bundles tied in brown cloth. They leave them at a doorway and do not knock. Inside the bundles lie spoons, buckles, a child's bronze ring, 2 coins with a worn head, a tile scratched with a dog. These are offerings to the rumour that says the walls will hold best if the city remembers what it protects. Rumours need feeding, like men. The bundles will be sorted and measured, then set where a priest can bless them with words that do not turn poor things into gold but make them feel heavier. Taxmen meet with the men who still own big houses. They bring tablets and a tone that was once firm and is now respectful. They do not speak of arrears. They speak of gifts to the state as if they had been the plan all along. The house owners ask for notes that promise something later. The taxmen nod, and their styluses scratch like mice in a wall. The numbers resolve into a sum that looks impressive on a page. The coin itself will move in dribbles, not in streams. That's how streams begin. Taxmen tell themselves, with dribbles. In a barrack near the forum, a smith sets a broken cheek guard on a bench. He heats the iron and the bronze until both begin to think better of themselves. He hammers the seam gently and then firmly. His hammer makes a sound that is music to men who want to fix what can be fixed. The guard still shows a line where the seam lives, even after polishing. The line is not shame. It is a memory kept where eyes can see it. Across the sea, in cities the army had once fed, men calculate what a grain ship is worth when the buyer is desperate. The numbers are not round, and they have teeth. The captain says he will risk one voyage into a harbour where he does not trust the law if the price sings. Prices sing louder during famines than during feasts. They sing in a pitch that a hungry city will hear whether it wants to or not. Messengers carry the name chosen by the court down roads that are safe until they are not. They pass milestones that still stand because stone is stubborn. They sleep in stables and then on floors and then in a ditch with a clear view of the stars. They wake to fleas and the sound of geese on a pond. They keep moving because the name they carry must attach to a body and a horse and an army. A name alone cannot march. Under the gate, the helmet on the nail watches men pass toward the plain. Some go to check ditches and set lines of wicker for traps. Some go to cut firewood nearer than prudence allows. Some go to speak with the men beyond the ridge, because speaking is cheaper than bleeding and sometimes buys more. The helmet understands none of this and shines in a narrow band where a torch licks its rim. A rat skitters, and the guard lifts his foot without looking, so the rat can pass. On the ridge, the wagons have been moved 3 spans to the south. It is a small change with a large meaning. It shows an eye turned to the field, a sense of how to unpin a tent without admitting retreat. The men on the ridge watch the walls and the fields both. They watch the sky for signs of a storm that would wash clay into ruts. They watch the road for dust that would mean a body of horse from somewhere else. They watch the river because rivers are the oldest lines on any map, and because men who control a river can wait longer before deciding. In a house near the river, an old man opens a chest and removes a small box of soot and oil. He takes a reed pen and writes a line on a shard of pottery. He writes slowly, because the shard is rough, and his hand shakes as if music plays. The line says, in a tight hand, that he has seen days like this in stories, and that stories mislead as much as they console. He sets the shard back in the chest on top of letters written by a son who went north and stopped writing 4 winters ago. The worst of the day does not end when the noise ends. It travels into rooms where people still think in the old tents. It sits on benches beside men who once had 1 job and now have 3. It follows the boy who counted stitches and asked him to count birds instead, for omens. He counts to 9 and stops because 9 feels wrong tonight. He does not know why. He is 9. Toward evening, the horse at last with the right dust on its legs reaches a fort near a crossroads. The rider swings down and calls a name twice to men who did not expect to hear it so soon. The name is taken like bread in both hands. It is set on a table and looked at from 2 sides. He will come, a senior officer says, as much to himself as to anyone. He will need men who can still march in line. Outside, a file of recruits tries to keep a straight step along a street that slopes. Their feet slap stone with irregular hope. The helmet at the gate is taken down and carried to the smith. He sets it on its crown and taps the strap holes clean. He threads new leather through and ties it with a knot that will hold even when it is wet. He rubs the brow with oil and watches the metal take a softer light. He sets it on a shelf with 6 others, each with its own story. A sergeant will come at dawn and choose for a boy whose head is still soft in the bones. The sergeant will pat the boy's shoulder in a way that says both welcome and beware. Wind from the south carries the smell of a far harbour. It smells of tar and rope and fruit going sweet in heat. The smell reaches men on walls and makes them think of ships, and of wheat piled in a hold high as a man's chest. The thought does not bring sleep. It brings calculation. It brings a list of questions that begin with how many and how soon and at what price. It brings the outline of a face many have not yet met. A man whose hand will be steady over seals and swords. The stone in the grove holds its ribbon through a gust and then through a lull. A bird lands on it and leaves a mark that will wash away in the next rain. The woman who tied the ribbon dreams without the comfort of images. When she wakes, her hand goes to the place on the blanket where a shoulder should be. She lies still a long time before she rises. She walks to the stream and splashes water on her face as if to baptize a new way of standing upright. The city does not fall. This is victory of a kind, and it costs. The fields beyond become a school where wrong lessons are learned well. Men find that a ring of wagons can hold its ground against a force that once broke nations. Men find that walls are loyal to those who build them, and not to those who ride in from far capitals. Men find that armories can be counted more quickly than they can be filled. These findings will be footnotes later. They are food now. Night lays a cool hand on tile and timber. Torches gutter and are pinched. The gate is checked and checked again. The watch settle their helmets over eyes trained to the dark small lies. A captain rubs the rim of a bronze piece with his thumb and feels the smoothness where once a face stood proud. He pockets it and looks east, where the road is a ribbon that fades into scrub and then into talk. He waits for hoofbeats that will sound like a promise kept. The hoofbeats come at last, not loud but certain. A name rides with them, wrapped in dust and need. Men straighten on benches before they know why. The helmet on the shelf is chosen for a head that has not yet learned where fear sits. The strap is drawn through the holes, tested with a tug, oiled to keep from cracking. The metal smells faintly of smoke and sweat, like a room where decisions have been made without wine. Outside, the field is still littered with truths no one wanted. Standards lie in grass where ants make use of them. A shoe points toward the city as if the foot insisted on going home. On the ridge, the ring of wagons has shifted again, an inch of patience that reads as intent. The new general's letter is read in a room where the doors stay open. He asks for men and grain and horses that are not in use. He asks for time when time has already been spent. We will pay, the clerk says, and the word scrapes like a pot on stone. Bells mark a noon that no one honours. The city's eyes are turned outward, to the roads and the river and the smoke that writes slow lines. Orders go to the nearest districts, gather packs, lift crops, move into the shade of walls. Some obey. Some pretend to not hear and turn their faces into the wind as if it could drown commands. On the walls, the watch shifts more often than the hourglass suggests. Salted meat is cut thin, not for taste, but for counting. The boy with the new helmet learns how to carry it, not wear it. He walks the parapet with it tucked under his arm like a loaf. He stops at each slit and looks through. The world beyond is large and indifferent. His breath fogs the metal when he finally lifts it to his face and settles it down. The rim sits just above his eyebrows. He tightens the strap and feels the pull at his ears. He does not yet know how to breathe with the extra weight of care. Men push pikes into earth at distances a man can run between. Ditches are deepened and given a quiet name. Ropes are stretched where the ground lies smooth, to catch horses that do not look down. The work is steady and clean. It gives hands a break from trembling. A cart brings baskets of lime and shovels that have not had their handles split by anger. Keep the line straight, the captain says, and for a moment straightness feels like safety. In the hills, the bands that broke the field remake themselves without ceremony. They count men who can still mount. They tighten girths. They rub sores under saddles with grease that smells of rancid fat and medicine. Fires are lit in patterns that send small messages over distances that have no posts. The men have no need to shout. They are alive and they have learned that this is enough to negotiate. The letter that names the new commander goes farther, braided to other messages. To the west, it asks for respect and the loan of authority. To the north, It orders stubborn garrisons to loosen and draw inward. To the south, it requests ships even before the sea is consulted. Replies come back with edges. Yes, but soon, if, we will, when. The words sit like stones on a roof, heavy enough to press down, not heavy enough to seal. Along the long river, villages make peace with a plan they did not choose. Men bury seed deeper than usual, against theft and flood. Women stack pots in the order they will need them if they must leave. Children learn which bundles to lift if a shout comes at night. A man moves a stone to mark a grave, then moves it again, because the first place felt wrong. The ribbon tied to that stone turns in a wind that learns no names. The new commander arrives by stages, first as rumour, then as silhouette, then as a face that looks less tired than it should. He meets the council standing. He speaks of losses like a mason speaks of a wall that cracked. He does not curse, which earns him patience. He asks for men who can still march in line and for the names of those who can teach them. The city lifts old soldiers out of their chairs with both hands, and some of them smile as if a habit had returned. He cuts the army into pieces that can heal. He sends small, fast groups to cut forage and chase news. He keeps a core within sight of the walls, a spine the city can lean on. He orders lists made and then checks the numbers with his own finger. He visits the smiths and nods at the hammer rhythm. He sanctions the melting of a small altar candlestick into arrowheads, and the priest does not object. This is also an offering, the priest says, and both men accept it as true. In the basilica, a prayer lingers for men who died without absolution, and for men who will die with orders in their sleeves. Outside, a boy carries a basin from tent to tent, offering water with a nod rather than words. Men dip their hands and still a little at the cool. One wipes his face the way a mother wipes a child after a meal. He is too old to be someone's child and too young to be someone's memory. From the east, Theodosius steps into the sentence that history wrote for him. He inherits a field with the emperor's blood fresh on it, and a capital whose walls know their job. He inherits a list of enemies and friends that share a meal. He is a soldier who understands how to buy time with gifts, and he uses metal the way other men use words. He calls men who wear fur and teaches them to stand in lines that make sense to him. He gives them titles that mean they belong, and bread that means they will return tomorrow. Recruitment fails in places that used to answer first. Villages have sent sons to wars since before they kept records on wax. Now they close doors at dusk and pretend that no one is home. The road feels unsafe even in daylight. Theodosius does not take what is not offered, because he will need the goodwill later. Instead, he points to men with the long hair and short patience and names them allies. The legion's old men purse their lips and then hold them shut. The army is changing shape before their eyes. On the lower Danube, camps grow in the crook of the river where floods come late. There are fence plots between longhouses. There are smoke holes and the smell of stewed meat with too much cabbage. There are women who do not understand the language of the taxman, and taxmen who learn quickly to count with fingers instead of words. The Goths who stand guard at dusk do so with one eye on the water and one on the new rules. They are inside now, they are not of. This is the lesson that will last. The city's markets return in a shallow way. A man sells onions by weight and news by the handful. He has learned that people will pay for the right rumour if the coin is small enough. A woman with a bundle of iron rings sits where she always sat. The rings used to be for keys. Now they are for funeral cloths and siege ladders and binding nerves. She makes more money than before because fear needs fastening. Statues of the emperor stand with faces that did not change when he died. On one corner, someone threw a rope around a bronze neck and pulled. The statue did not fall, but a hand broke at the wrist and landed in the dust like a quiet joke. Men laughed and then looked around to see who had heard them. Theodosius orders new bronzes melted for coin and chains rather than for faces. He pays with these chains and coins, and the army answers with motion rather than applause. A levy for war money goes out with ink that refuses to dry. In one city, men tear at a statue base with a fury that shames the storm. They throw pieces into a fountain until the water runs brown with aged dirt. In another, they carry the emperor's bust through the streets and set it gently on the steps of the basilica, as if to ask for a second life. Theodosius reduces the next demand to a number that will not break the floor when it hits. He needs obedience more than revenue this year. Gothic leaders argue under trees about whether they have traded one kind of hunger for another. Some think about land and wheat and the right to rest. Some think about the day they might march under their own banner inside a Roman line. Some think about a man named Alaric whose anger has not yet found the shape it will take. The Roman scribes write none of this down. Later, men will pretend a treaty existed, neat and legal. What exists now is the river and the need not to be killed between meals. The army relearns how to build a camp with ditches that keep water running away. The stitch of canvas is checked in rows. The nails for tent pegs are counted and then spread across a cloak to gleam like fish. The habit returns to the hands faster than to the hearts. Officers walk the lines and correct spacing with 2 fingers. They are gentle and precise. They know that men who feel competent are less likely to break. Roads south carry carts with flour dust rising in little clouds. The flour finds every crease on faces and settles there, making boys look like old men and old men look like ghosts. The carts rattle with sacks that do not clink because the coin has already moved. The drivers talk to their animals in tones they reserve for wives and gods. The city's mills take the flour and give it back as bread that tastes like effort. A modius is set on a table beside the door. Hands learn how much it holds when filled bravely. Walls along the frontier are patched with stones lighter than the ones that fell. A tower is rebuilt with wood because wood can go up in a week and stone takes a season. The men who stand in those towers count the days since the last horn. They mark on a board when the men below rotate through their posts without argument. The board fills with neat lines. It is satisfying in a way that will not make a song. Ammianus, who once wrote about the army's pride, would have noticed how men carry themselves now. Shoulders are not lower. Exactly. They're set differently, like men who carry a ladder. The helmet returns to heads that do not forget their necks. The light on bronze at dusk still pleases the eye. It is not glory. It is function made beautiful by use. In the capital, a new religion's music and an old one's incense braid in the air. Bishops speak with hands that hold both blessing and advice. Theodosius listens. He issues words that set belief where once a pantheon set mood. He does this while also ordering rations and routes, proving that faith and logistics can sit at the same table. In the countryside, men shrug at debates they cannot afford and drink from streams that do not care. Letters to prefects and dukes use verbs chosen like tools. Gather, hold, rebuild, admit, refuse, spare, burn. These words cross mountains and arrive late and still do their work. A post rider loses his way and then finds it by following a flock of birds to a riverbend he recognises from childhood. He sleeps with his head on the bag and dreams of nothing, which is better than dreaming of loss. The worst day does not leave a clean edge. It frays into weeks of hunger, fear, and practice. It hardens into a line in a chronicle and a habit in a city. Men are told to remember that the walls held. They are not told to forget that the field did not. The Empire's head learns to nod to men it once dismissed. The Empire's hand learns to sign gifts to men it cannot dismiss yet. The Goths within the line receive rations and respect measured carefully. Some take Roman wives. Some enter Roman churches and stand at the back, curious about words that hang like food. Some keep to their own fires and chew meat the long way, as if time was something to be swallowed. A Roman officer looks at them over a cup and sees both allies and mirrors. He decides to sleep rather than decide which. Over the next winter, the roads rut and then freeze. Wagons break axles and the men who fix them keep a list of who owes favours. Theodosius walks a hall with a floor of stone that keeps the nights chill. He speaks with men who know where the Danube bends like a bow and where it runs straight like a spear. He marks on a map with a charcoal stub, then smears the line with his thumb and makes it thicker. Thick lines feel like safety to the hand. In the spring, the army that broke at Adrianople does not return as it was. It returns as a set of pieces trained to fit together under a new logic. The city notes the difference in the sound of marching. It is not as crisp as in better years. It is steadier than it was last fall. The men carry their helmets without swagger and with care. They do not touch the metal for luck. They touch it as if it were part of their faces. A stone in a grove gathers moss that softens the edge where a hand once rested. The ribbon fades from red to something like earth. A child picks up a pebble and places it on the stone without being told. The mother nods and does not correct the placement. The act is more important than the symmetry. The dead do not complain about corners. The countryside beyond the rebuilt lines looks like a piece of cloth darned and worn. Fields that burned carry new shoots. Roads that saw armies see merchants again, fewer and more careful. Taxmen who once demanded now suggest and then list the suggestion as compliance. The state has learned to bend around reasons. It will pay for this skill later. For now, it helps bread reach mouths. Men in later years will say the battle taught wrong lessons. They will say walls can save without armies. They will say foreign hands can guard what they did not build. They will say leaders can buy peace with metal and words. Some of that will be true enough to keep them comfortable. Some of it will be true enough to keep them alive. Comfort lasts longer in stories than in towns. On a damp morning, Theodosius stands on a rise and looks east. He thinks of a river that has learned a new language. He thinks of a city that prayed and did not fall. He thinks of an emperor's body left under other bodies, and he does not flinch. He sends a message to the West asking for patience with decisions that will sound weak and are in fact possible. The message arrives to men who know the price of patience and set it high. In a barrack near the Forum, the smith hangs a helmet by its strap to dry after oiling. He counts 6 on the wall and knows where each will go. He names them in his head by the size of the boys who will wear them. He blows on one to free a speck of dust and then laughs at himself for tenderness. He is part of an army that now includes men who once broke its lines. He does not like this knowledge, but he eats because of it. At the gate, the Modius sits on a table near a ledger. Each scoop poured fits the wooden rim. Each line written sits short and sharp. A woman hands over a coin and receives flour enough for 2 days. She presses her lips together and nods once. The guard watches the exchange and thinks about a future where the measure is empty by noon. He presses his palm flat on the table as if to feel the wood promise solidity. In the distance, a road heads toward a port city where ships shiver at moorings. Grain waits in holds that smell of rope and tar. Prices shift with every rumour of riders. Men who own ships whisper to men who own swords. Deals are made in shade and written with wax that warms under thumbs. The city inland hears about these deals days later and feels its own stomach answer. The helmet on the boy's head grows less heavy as his neck grows strong. He learns to remove it without flinging sweat into his eyes. He learns to set it down gently, face up, as if honouring a friend. He learns to listen for the tone of a horn that means form line, not flee. He learns that walls matter and men matter, and that the space between them is where a city decides what it is. The worst day did not end in a single night. It ends by turning into a way of living. It pulls new roads through old maps and sets new names beside old gods. It teaches an empire to breathe through cloth. The line that broke at Adrianople will show again, in other places, under other suns. The habit it left will feed other fires. When evening comes, a captain counts his squad with a finger. He touches the rim of his own helmet and hears, far off, the quiet thrum of hooves on a road that leads to a city of marsh and palaces. There, other choices wait, with other prices. The captain thinks of a measure on a table, a wooden ring that will, one day, sit empty under a watchman's hand. The padlock gives a dry click and the granary breathes dust. The room is cool, the bins are warm, and the space between is empty. A watchman lifts a wooden Modius, turns it once, and hears only air. He sets it down on the table like a judge sets a sentence. Outside, bells argue softly with crows on the roof. In the alley, a baker unwraps a cloth and finds a fist of flour. He shakes the cloth as if a handful might fall out. Nothing moves. He folds the cloth again and hides it under his shirt. He knows the weight of hope, and it is lighter than grain. On the steps of a portico, a senator holds a ring in his palm. It is heavy, the way old promises are heavy. He closes his fist and studies the street. Men are not running. They are walking with the purpose of men who do not want to draw notice. The news has already arrived without messengers. To the north, a circle of wagons stands at patient angles. Fires burn low. Horses eat rope ends when no one looks. A man named Alaric reads a list, not for pleasure, but for balance. He tests each demand in his mouth like bread. He will ask for grain and gold and a chair that says yes. He will not kneel to men who have sent him letters without bread. Within the walls, the measure sits in the open, a simple tool. Men respect it because it refuses to lie. They pour lentils and count with eyes that still know roundness. They scrape the rim with 2 fingers and level the top. They breathe on the surface as if their breath could add weight. The Modius makes no sound of pity. A clerk draws a line in wax and names a new rule. 1 measure per family today, half a measure per family tomorrow, a quarter. The next time the bell rings twice. He scratches without drama. His hand does not tremble. Trembling makes letters ugly. The gates look outward as if that were a choice. Guards change often, not because orders require it, but because the mind grows tired of staring. They lean on spears when no one is watching. They do not speak to one another about fear. Fear speaks fine on its own. The first rumours reach the river markets before the city believes them. Riders do not come close to the walls. They break the road by using it too well. They move like water around a stone. They do not shout. They simply exist. And existence is pressure when food runs thin. At dusk, a woman brings a cup to a priest who has fasted too often. He lifts it, drinks little, and thanks her with a hand on the rim. The cup is clay, chipped, faithful. It has done this work since before she was born. She nods and steps back into the line that coils around the door. Alaric asks for a meeting and receives a speech instead. The words carry pride the way a mule carries wine. They are steady and going in one direction only. He listens until the wind shifts, then turns away and looks at the dark fields. He's not insulted often. He's hungry always. Hunger is the only teacher that stays. Night settles on the city with a softness that fools no one. In a courtyard, a father explains numbers to a child with beans. He sets 12 in a neat row, then takes 2 with a pinch. He names the 2 as a tax against tomorrow. The child does not argue. The child has learned what silence buys. At the barracks, men eat standing up and count the mouthfuls. Each swallow is a promise to keep walking on the wall. A captain lays a modius on the table and taps the rim with a knuckle. The sound is thin. It travels farther than his voice would at this hour. Letters go out to Ravenna with a weight of unasked questions. Will help come? Will money come? Will the man who signs his name in marshland ever see the city he rules? The couriers ride through wet ground and curse reeds that lean like lazy guards. They ride anyway. They are paid to move, not to hope. The first week makes the city polite. Men who used to shove now step aside. Politeness is cheap, and it saves bruises. The second week makes the city honest. People say no when asked for charity. Honesty is expensive, and it saves nothing. The third week makes the city quiet. Quiet is a blanket that hides the shape of fear. At the gates, a handful of slaves gather at night with bundles. They do not whisper about loyalty. They read the air and choose a wind. The guard looks away at the crucial moment and remembers a prayer that always worked for his mother. He does not think about the word return. That word belongs to onus and poets. Alaric's scouts bring back news that tastes like salt. The river bends, the stores thin, the city only pretends. A captain shows him a handful of grain and laughs without sound. Alaric weighs the handful in his palm and nods. He does not enjoy pain, but he understands its grammar. It convinces faster than petitions. A senator stands in the curia and speaks of dignity. He uses the word like a key that should open any door. It opens none. He tries again with memory. He lists old victories as if they were coins that could be spent twice. Men around him gaze at the floor. They are not unmoved. They are hungry. Another bell marks a burial without names. The graveyard is not yet full, but it is spoken for. Women walk home with skirts held up from mud. They walk past the modius at the distribution table and glance at its emptiness as if it were an old friend who failed. No one scolds an old friend. A letter arrives from beyond the lines, offering terms. Food for recognition. Respect for the right to feed. It is written with words that have learned patience. The answer is sent back with pride sharpened like a knife. The reply cuts, as it was meant to. It cuts the messenger as well as the man who reads it. A child asks his mother whether the wolf on the standard is hungry. She says the wolf eats the enemies of Rome. He asks where those enemies are. She points at the horizon and says far. He looks at the measure on the table and thinks far is a lie told to children. In a warehouse by the river, a lock breaks without ceremony. Men lift sacks that do not groan. The floor shows white scars where bags used to sit. A modius lies on its side, the rim nicked, the interior clean. A labourer picks it up and wipes it with a sleeve. He carries it home like a trophy and a warning. Alaric comes closer, not as a storm, but as a season. He waits for the trees to shed what he needs. He tells his men to waste little and shout less. Men who shout are trying to convince themselves. Men who are sure save their breath for work. He wants the city to hear quiet footsteps. Quiet makes the heart louder. In the basilica, candles burn shorter. The wax is pinched into little boats for children to float in bowls. A hymn rises and falls the way a tired chest rises and falls. A voice near the back says, "Give us this day," and does not finish. The pause is the whole prayer. A group of senators decide to count wealth rather than speeches. They send servants to fetch strong boxes and scales. The servants return empty-handed and pale. Strong boxes open themselves when no one watched. Scales learn to lie when the coins learn to walk. The senators look at one another and realize that dignity is not collateral. Slaves keep leaving. Some take nothing but the clothes they wear. Some take keys because keys open more than doors. Some bring news to Alaric, not for money, but for belonging. He listens carefully. He does not promise freedom. He promises bread. Bread is a language everyone speaks. A rider from Ravenna arrives with a seal that shines. He reads a letter that says endure. He expects applause and receives breathing. He adds details not written in the letter because details are sugar. He says relief will come soon. He does not define soon. He does not stay the night. At dawn, the distribution table draws a line that stings eyes. The Modius sits empty and upright, like a judge who refuses cases. A guard touches the rim with a thumb and whispers a number he hates. The number is not 0. The number is a fraction that teaches children new words. Alaric tests the roads to the sea and finds them obedient. He does not need to hold a port yet. He needs the city to think about it. Thinking takes energy that might have ground flour. He rides along the riverbank and counts the days between cries. The cries are closer now. Within the walls, men break furniture to feed ovens. The smell of varnish fills rooms that used to smell like bread. A cook coughs until tears come and then keeps working. He has soldiers to feed. Soldiers with empty stomachs have loud opinions. Loud opinions near walls become cracks. In a courtyard shaded by vines, a teacher lifts a clay tablet. He draws a circle and divides it with a straight line. Half, he says, is when you still hope. He makes another line and says quarter. Quarter is when you begin to forget how your body once felt. The students listen without mischief. Their bodies already know. A group of women grind whatever can be ground. Acorns! Old peas! A spice that belonged to a festival no one can afford now. The stones sing a rough song. One woman laughs for no reason, and then apologizes to no one. Laughter is a spill. It makes a mess that feels worth cleaning. The city tries to buy time with jewellery and the memory of honour. Alaric accepts the jewellery and returns the memory unmarked. He says the memory can help them sleep. He says he will send bread for the ransom they offer, if the insult is withdrawn. The insult sits in the curia like a cat that refuses to leave a chair. A man who once owned 3 brickyards now owns decisions. He opens a warehouse that used to feed his workers. He invites the quarter to share what is left. He spends the day measuring. The Modius moves from hand to hand with a dignity no man possesses. At dusk, he locks the door and leans his head on the wood. He has never been this tired. The first bodies lie where shade takes longer to leave. Children learn to step around without looking down. The city does not speak of plague. The city speaks of heat and luck and what the gods permit in a year of testing. The words do not feed anyone. They do make the air warmer. A senator sends a note to a bishop asking for counsel. The bishop sends back a loaf cut in 2. The note under it is short. It says share. The senator laughs, then stops, then shares. He does not tell anyone. He is tired of telling and being told. Night patrols grow longer, not in distance, but in feeling. The street stones seem to tilt toward the low gate. The low gate leads to the world. The world is not kind, but it is not a room that is running out. A guard hums to himself and pretends the tune is in order. Alaric calls his men to a ridge and points with an open hand. He does not need to gesture widely. The city draws the eyes the way a fire draws hands. He tells them what he will ask for at dawn. He tells them he will ask for less than he deserves. He tells them he will take less than they want. He does not explain why. He does not explain that hunger is a partner no man can replace. At dawn, the bells ring a note that does not belong to worship. It is a practical note, low and long. The markets open without goods. The priests open their doors without food. The army opens stores without a plan. The city opens its hands and closes them again. A meeting is held in a hall that smells of wax and dust. Alaric makes his case through men who know both languages. He wants grain and respect, and the right to be seen as more than a rumour with a sword. The answer is a recitation of titles and a little heat. The heat is not light. The heat does not cook anything. Children sit on thresholds and count carts that do not pass. A mother wipes a child's face with a cloth that used to polish silver. She tells a story about a wolf that loved a city and watched over it. The child listens and bites his lip. He has begun to dislike stories that end well. A courier from the field brings a small sack as proof of mercy. Inside are grains that look like seeds of metal. A senator pours them into Ammonius and watches them cover half the bottom. He sends the sack back with thanks and shame. The messenger carries the thanks and drops the shame without meaning to. The first ransom is gathered with the speed of fear. It is not enough, but it shines. Men bring rings that meant marriages and oaths. Women bring necklaces that meant grandmothers. Priests bring vessels that meant feasts. The pile looks like victory until you try to eat it. Alaric takes the ransom because he respects the gesture. He does not lift the siege because gestures do not stand guard at night. He says he will consider stepping back if the insult steps down first. The city debates what an insult looks like in daylight. It has many shapes and a single face. Bakers begin to bake air into bread with cunning hands. The loaves rise and fool the eye. The mouth discovers the trick, and the stomach keeps quiet rather than embarrass anyone. A soldier buys one for a coin that would have bought 10 last year. Last year is an animal that does not answer when called. Ravenna writes again. A letter as calm as a pond. It asks the city to be brave a little longer. It promises moves on a board no one else can see. The letter arrives with an escort of silence. Men read it in rooms that have run out of echoes. Alaric hears that the city's mouth is learning to be small. He nods and sends word to men near the river. Watch the boats. Count the sails. Do not stop anything yet. He does not want to win by fire. Fire ruins food. Fire ruins the story he intends to tell about himself. A senator stands in his atrium and counts lamps. He decides to darken 3 rooms and live in 2. He tells his household to eat in one place so the smell does not wander. He tells them to sleep in turn so nightmares do not overlap. He does not tell them that the city is shorter at night. He has no way to prove it. At the gate, a guard leans on his spear and speaks without looking. If he asks again, give him bread, he says. Bread is cheaper than pride this week. His partner nods and watches a cat step through the shadows like a small, patient king. On the ridge, Alaric studies clouds and men the same way. He trusts the part of the sky that moves slow. He trusts the part of a man that belongs to hunger. He will press there. He will wait there. He has waited in worse places for less. The Modius sits on the table into evening, a circle that defines enough. A boy reaches out and traces the rim with a finger. He whispers the numbers his father taught him. Half, quarter, spare, none. He stops before none and looks toward the door, as if the word might come in without knocking. Footsteps pass the threshold and pause. A neighbour brings a small bag and sets it beside the measure. He does not speak and does not wait. The boy lifts the bag and feels the shape of hope again. It is still lighter than grain. He sets the Modius upright and looks toward the river, where other shapes are gathering in the night. The Modius sits where the river wind reaches it first at dawn, clean because nothing has touched it for too many mornings. The dock clerk lifts the measure with both hands and tests its honest weight, listening to rope strain on empty bollards as if ropes could count. Counting nothing is still work when a city pays you in fear. So he sets the vessel down and watches gulls argue over a splinter that used to serve bread. He thinks today will be a day for speeches, not for bread, and breathes through his teeth like a man trying to taste patience. Beyond the moles, riders trace the curve of the sand with patient hooves and do not shout, because quiet holds men longer than iron ever does. One dismounts, kneels, and presses his palm into damp grit, reading the depth like a letter from the ground. He stands and points toward warehouses that keep their mouths shut, where boats rock at anchor with the long boredom of seized goods. Hunger begins at the water where promises dock and die, and the tide pulls away as if embarrassed by its regularity. In a hall with high windows, senators practice being unafraid together, moving their eyes more than their hands. They pass a Modius between them like a riddle seeking its own question, its rim nicked from years of levelling other people's expectations. A steward pours lentils to demonstrate figures that have lost their legs because numbers cannot walk to fields or ride to ports. Numbers only stand in lines until men turn them into orders, and an elder clears his throat as if a new word for patience might arrive on breath alone. Messengers go north through reeds that pretend to be walls for emperors, their boots inked with marsh water and the smell of soft rot. Ravenna receives them with wings of birds and voices of scribes. who record pleas like rainfall on a ledger of drought. The court answers with sentences that prefer mirrors to windows, promising that steady hands will move heaven and the sea will remember duty. They send letters that weigh less than breath, and the messengers ride back under a sky that looks full only because it is empty. At the river gate, a woman waits with her child and a jar, brought because jars know how to return full when men behave. The guard points to the measure and shrugs with his whole body, because he is no judge, and the circle has given its final opinion. The woman strokes the clay lip as if soothing a fever, whispering a number that does not include today or tomorrow. The child listens and learns how to subtract without crying, counting his breaths until numbers feel like stone in his mouth. Alaric sits on a folded cloak and watches geese cross the sky in a straight, unbothered sentence. He eats slowly because he owns time the way others own titles, tasting each bite like a decision. The captain unfolds a map that smells of oil and hard truth, showing river, port, the road to the market, and the gentle choke that binds them. Alaric asks for news of men, not walls, because men decide. He hears about slaves who left and still call themselves Roman, and nods once, like a man checking the set of a trap. The first meeting breaks on a rock everyone pretends not to see. Words line up correctly, but faces refuse to do their part. A request for grain meets an answer-wearing ceremony, but no bread. He asks for a name that opens doors without knocking. The response offers memory of favours in calmer days. A senator assures that generosity will be remembered. Alaric replies that men who starve learn to forget very quickly. No insult is spoken, but an old one sits between the chairs and stares at both sides without blinking. At dusk, rumour carries sacks it cannot put down anywhere safe. Men say grain boats will arrive with the next full moon. Women answer that the river has forgotten how to deliver. Children whisper that the measure has feelings and only likes certain hands. The Modius does not listen, it only tells the truth aloud. A baker turns his sieve upside down and taps it like a drum, producing a hollow sound that passes for comfort when flour will not. In that sound, the alley swallows one more soft promise. The port learns new rules that obey no stamp or schedule. Carts stop farther from the gate, ashamed of rolling. Ropes hiss through calloused fingers that know when to be gentle and when to bite. Watchmen share dried fruit with men whose badges used to matter, and the Modius travels from stall to stall like a relic without miracles. A boy offers a pebble to make the bottom look covered. His mother removes the small, round lie and pockets it for another day. They walk home slower than usual, because speed suggests hope. Ravenna sends a general who has done more winters than wars, a man wrapped in orders and silence. He tours the walls and learns the taste of smoke from damp wood, listening to the murmurs that collect in arrow slits. He asks about pay and receives a handful of quiet replies. He asks about grain and receives a small hill of empty sacks. He looks at the measure and understands why men talk about fate. Here, fate looks exactly like arithmetic and no one can force to change. A chalk figure that refuses the hand. The city tightens its belt and feels the last notch bite skin. Bakers stretch dough with air and then with stories and then with hope, thinning crusts until they sound like paper that remembers being bark. A captain weighs rations with the Modius and a conscience that blinks, while a clerk writes names that grow thinner with each morning's light. The poor learn shortcuts across courtyards where ivy is given up. The rich learn the price of being recognised by hungry crowds. Locked doors become suggestions at night, and suggestions learn to open. Another meeting tries to grow in the shade of wounded pride. Envoys speak of balance, as if hunger were a matter of posture. Alaric asks again for respect that includes something men can swallow. They offer respect the way a city street offers shadows at noon, and he listens until patience scratches the floor like a restless dog. He sets a date he does not intend to honour with waiting, and stands, teaching the tent what leaving without anger sounds like. Outside, the wind lifts the edge of a banner and then forgets it. At the river, an old sailor revisits ropes with hands that remember storms better than names. He spits, not in disgust, but to mark a small decision if a gate opens. He will not be the last to pass. If the gate stays shut, he will teach his legs another trade. He touches the Modius on a barrel and taps the inner ring. It rings like a shallow bell that calls no one to prayer. He gives a small laugh because small laughter costs less than bread, then resumes the careful work of doing nothing loudly. The Senate breaks and reassembles like furniture moved too often, scuffing the same floor with the same legs. A young man proposes sending hostages to prove resolve. An older man asks who among them deserves to be believed. They talk about honour as if it could be melted and poured. They talk about laws as if they could ferment and become wine. They talk until throats are sore and stomachs make points more persuasive than rhetoric. The Modius waits on a table and tries not to be noticed, a quiet witness with a perfect mouth. By moonlight, the port grows a second life with different prices. Coins pass like secrets, and secrets pass like little boats, never docking where they begin. A measured scoop of grain buys 3 measured days without news. A soldier pays and looks embarrassed by his own survival. He carries the bundle like a baby and walks without a song, while in a doorway a woman counts footfalls that do not belong here. She closes her eyes and remembers a summer with figs and noise, then opens them to the arithmetic of now. A runner arrives from the north with dust for a tongue, reporting movements that sound like a hand closing quietly. He cannot name the pattern but fears its shape. The general listens and orders wood for signal fires. Signals cannot feed men, but they keep despair from crawling everywhere. Sometimes light is a meal for the eyes when the stomach refuses hope. He stands by the measure and rubs the rim with his thumb, imagining it full and feeling a childish shame he cannot hide. Shame is a luxury, did he think, but some luxuries are honest. Some citizens leave by legal gates and call it pilgrimage or business. Others leave by smaller ways and call it listening to the gods. They climb into wagons that smell of a rope and careful lies, carrying keys because keys make sense even when maps don't. Behind them, markets shrink with the stealth of a closing hand. Ahead, fields offer food that belongs to other people. Most will return with nothing to say except the truth. Very softly, like men who have learned to speak only when ground answers back. A priest writes a homily that uses the word mercy like dew on hard leaves. He deletes a paragraph about blame because blame has many fathers, and none of them brings bread. He keeps sentences that mention bread without naming any cupboard, and preaches to a room smelling of wet wool and patience. A child falls asleep against a column and dreams of yellow hills. The dream is not false, only located where bread still lives. Outside, the Modius leans against a wall and collects moonlight quietly. A silver coin that buys nothing. Alaric moves along the canal that feeds the port its habits, touching water with a stick and thinking about the word hinge. He does not want a ruin. He wants an answer men understand, one that can be eaten or carried without ceremony. He sends word that gates and pride are not the same thing, and offers to trade distance for food and titles for peace. The reply returns with titles that shine and promises that do not. He eats his supper and tells no one he is disappointed. Disappointment keeps better when salted and stored in silence. Within the walls, guard rotations begin to taste like punishment. Men who never learned to hate the dark now practice hatred nightly, counting torches like beads on a string of stubborn prayers. They mark time by the sound of buckets and a particular cough that travels stairs like a messenger. Voices drop because sound carries farther when food is scarce. One leans toward another and shares a thought without moving lips. Keys. He breathes. Move faster than orders when nights grow long. The other nods as if a key had just knocked. A boy in the port learns to copy letters with a twig, drawing words on dust that remembers steps better than ink. He writes the word bread until it stops meaning anything at all, then traces the rim of the Modius and writes circle very carefully. His father watches and says nothing because words bankrupt him quickly. They wait for oars that never come and sails that refuse the wind. Rats explore new ideas under the planks, and the boy sleeps on sacks that remember grain like old men remember horses, without needing proof. A small riot begins and ends without earning a proper name. A rumour said a horde lay behind a door near the forum. Men found the door and also found the doorkeeper's terrified breath. The door opened, revealing what they already knew: shelves do not sprout food because a crowd asks correctly. They left the room tidier than they found it, ashamed by hunger that could not lie. Outside, the Modius waited, and no one had the heart to lift it, as if touching truth might hurt more than emptiness. Ravenna writes again, rain-spotted lines insisting on the word later with a confidence only distance affords. Later will bring troops. Later will bring a sea that remembers duty. Later will be kind to men who stood without shaking. The courier watches the city read and folds his hands politely. A man who has seen later become never and never become habit. He chooses not to say this where echoes might learn it, and departs by the gate that smiles because it still opens. Behind him, the smile thins. A senator's daughter trades bracelets for wheat measured with practiced pity. Her wrists lighter, her posture newly deliberate. She does not cry, because tears are a poor currency in daylight. She thanks the man and asks him to measure once more. He reminds her the measure is fairer than both of them, and she nods, carrying the sack like a message to her house. The bracelet seller pockets the memory and looks at his hands. Once rich with luxury, now competent at selling the absence of shame. Competence, too, is a kind of hunger. The port's masters count anchors rather than cargo, because anchors stay when cargo invents excuses. They oil chains not for ships but to keep their hands busy, and a boy asks what the wind says when it touches empty masts. An old man answers that the wind counts hearts, not hulls, tonight, and both look at the measure before looking away out of kindness. Small kindness is the only kind they can afford this week, the kind that spends silence carefully. Even gulls speak softer, as if grieving a friend who cannot swim. Alaric sends a last note that does not wear a helmet. It asks for bread first and respect second. Like a sane prayer, it offers space and time where Rome can remain Rome without pretending. The answer arrives with wax that smells of ceremony and delay, asking him to move back while the city finds its courage. He considers the request and the river and the men under him, then closes his hand around a pebble and keeps it for remembering. Pebbles travel well in pockets that know decisions. Days fold like cloaks tossed on a bench that has opinions. Markets open later and close earlier, protecting absence with diligence. Priests bless empty baskets with a tenderness that looks like apology. Mothers braid hair so children feel held when bread cannot. Fathers sharpen knives because steel is a promise that fits the hand. No one speaks about tomorrow without checking the sky for permission, and the Modius waits where hands can find it without asking directions. Waiting is the only craft still hiring. A whisper skims courtyards and settles on windowsills like dust that remembers names. Some say the river will be cut, others say a gate will sigh. Men practice walking like shadows through rooms that used to laugh. Keys click in pockets that learned the shape of betrayal slowly, the way water learns stone. The measure watches everything, mute and circular, a public secret on a table. It remembers seed more than bread, hunger more than festivals. It teaches patience in a language even children speak correctly. In the Curia, a speech rises and falls with trained elegance, calling Rome a mother and her hunger a noble trial. It promises sons will not let their mother eat shame, and the chamber nods as if vows could be eaten. Men listening think of daughters who traded bracelets yesterday afternoon. They think of sailors who counted anchors because cargo became myth. They think of gates that learn people's names when nights grow long. They clap with hands trained to do less and mean more, palms striking like small, careful oaths. On the ridge outside, Alaric rests his chin on his fist and looks past fires to where water keeps simple agreements. He asks a captain to list the city's truths learned this month. The captain says men are polite, then honest, then quiet. He adds that keys change pockets the way birds change branches at dusk, and a measure can rule a city better than any general. Alaric nods and sends for men who know locks by feeling. Craftsmen whose ears can hear metal think. The order leaves the tent like a low flame. Evening opens like a letter sealed with trembling wax. The port glows faintly. A necklace with too many stones removed. A last cart creaks across the yard with a weight that shames it. The driver pauses near the measure and tips his cap to no one, then continues toward a door that will pretend not to recognise him. Up on the wall, two guards exchange a glance that finishes a conversation begun yesterday. The city holds its breath the way a diver holds it underwater, timing hope against need. A widow kindles fire with receipts that never met their purchases, warming water, then letting it cool, then warming it again. Her son asks if tonight is better than last night for miracles. She says miracles sleep during sieges and wake when bells are honest. He nods and carries the pot past the measure without touching it, learning not to make promises with his hands anymore. He opens the door and feels the outside notice him in silence. A draft that reads faces like letters. Somewhere near the river, a hinge rehearses a sound very quietly. Keys converse in a pocket with the intimacy of thieves and saints, while feet adjust to stones that remember every name they ever learned. The wind prefers whispers to shouts and obliges, and a cotton cord breaks where a stronger rope would have asked for attention. The Modius remains on the table, and still bright, undecided, a circle unbroken by mercy or theft. The city features a pause that might become one thing or another, and the knight leans down to listen. The hinge finally speaks, not loudly, just enough to teach the knight a new syllable. Keys answer with a soft quarrel in a pocket that has practiced betrayal for weeks. A draft threads the alley and finds the table where the Modius waits. Cool metal catching a single star. The measure knows what a full mouth sounds like. What comes through the opening is not sound. It is decision with boots. The first feet cross like shadows that have learned discipline. No shouting. No drums. Only the breath of men whose work tonight is a matter of order. Not rage. A door learns to accept a shoulder. A bar lifts and remembers its weight too late. Somewhere, a dog chooses to love silence more than loyalty. The street receives new owners as if it always expected different footsteps. And the city, long trained to be awake, pretends to sleep for one more minute. A soldier touches the modius with 2 fingers as he passes. He does not steal it. He respects instruments that tell the truth without pity. His eyes move once across the room, storing exits the way a careful mind stores prayers. Behind him, another leaves a mark on a doorframe with the quiet of a measured scribe. The night does not break. It spreads, steady and slow, like ink finding its way across a page that suddenly matters. Some houses resist loudly and earn attention. Others open and trade dignity for time, because time still feeds children when bread will not. A woman holds a jar and keeps her voice where bargaining still works. She points at the modius as if a scale could persuade men with swords. The answer she receives is not cruel. It is precise. Not grain, a voice says. Gold. Her hands lower, learning a final lesson about what counts when gates misbehave. Orders travel with the same quiet confidence as the boots. Sanctuaries stand in their own air and carry names that even hungry men recognize. Lamps gather there like small, brave fish. A door opens to let fear become prayer, and bodies press together the way numbers do when a clerk needs courage. A captain wipes rain from his cheek that is not rain, looks at painted walls that speak a different kind of authority, and moves his men along. Mercy tonight has boundaries drawn by a leader who understands symbols. In other streets, merchants learn the price of being known. Rings leave fingers that learned command in lighter times. Chests open to a new arithmetic, where coin has a volume, not a history. A senator tries a speech and loses to a glance. He offers a name. He offers a favour. He receives a nod that means we have learned to live without your promises. He watches a statue of his grandfather turn into an object instead of an ancestor. And he finally understands why the wind sounded impatient all month. By dawn, the city wears a new map under the one it prefers. Posts now speak 2 languages, Latin on the wood, necessity in the air. Smoke rises from rooms that learned the lesson late. A grey handwriting that records refusal in strokes anyone can read. At the river, the tide looks innocent while carrying secrets. Barges rock as if they had opinions. The modius sits on a ledger and keeps a stack of papers in place. A paperweight for a story that lost patience with margins. News travels, shouting without voices. 3 days is the phrase people use, as if time agreed to be counted fairly even now. 3 days to empty storerooms everyone knew by heart. 3 days to teach a city what its skin keeps inside. 3 days to prove that invincibility is a habit, not a property. Someone says the first day belongs to shock, the second to work, the third to memory. No one argues. Even arguments prefer to be on the winning side. A line of prisoners forms that is not called a line. They carry themselves as if their hands still know how to sign decrees. One speaks to another in a whisper suited for a garden. It will be brief, he says, and the answer comes thin. Everything has become brief. They pass a courtyard and stare at a tree that kept its leaves longer than most. The tree ignores them and listens to the river. Trees are loyal to seasons, not to cities. Inside a basilica, the air trembles with 1,000 careful breaths. The floor has never learned so many prayers at once. Women murmur numbers to keep themselves from breaking into salt. A priest lifts a hand and tries to make it steady, the way a sea tries to hold still for a painter. Someone begins a chant that fits exactly into the room and nowhere else. Outside, a squad halts, glances, and chooses another street. Lines exist tonight that maps cannot show. Saints painted on plaster look down on faces that would rather not be seen. A child touches the hem of a robe and finds confidence living there, quiet as a cat. An old man holds his key out of habit, then laughs at himself and tucks it away. Keys are a language that stopped making sense last night. He closes his eyes and sees wheat in places where wheat still believes in people. He opens them again and counts the breaths until he reaches a safe number. In the market, the modius changes professions again. It becomes a bell when a hand impatient with silence strikes it. The sound rings clean, almost cheerful, a treason nobody prosecutes. A sack spills coin where grain once lived. The circle holds the same emptiness it held yesterday, proving that shapes survive their contents better than reputations do. A boy picks up a coin and tries to weigh it in the measure. The coin rattles and clinks its apology. The boy pockets the apology for later. Alaric rides where walls teach lessons best. He looks at towers that believed in sentences like never and forever, and he thinks about how rarely those words pay rent. He asks for reports that name not only streets, but the kinds of fear each street manufactures. The answers are competent. Resistance here, compliance there, confusion everywhere, gifts opportunities. He instructs a messenger to quiet soldiers whose eyes shine too brightly. Discipline makes loot last longer. Reputation lasts longest when power remembers its manners. On a hill, a house catches fire with the care of a man folding a cloak. Flames move from sentence to sentence without adjectives. Someone cries out a list of reasons why this building matters, and the flames prove unpersuaded. A statue widens its eyes the way stone always does when it agrees to survive as rubble. A stoa blinks and collapses, curiously polite in defeat. The smoke learns the city's oldest streets and chooses the same shortcuts citizens use when they have nothing left to carry home. Scribes begin their emergency craft. One pins a sheet and writes dates that prefer to be wrong in hard times. Another drafts a ladder toward the coast, each line a narrow bridge over water that has no interest in bridge building. A third lifts a reluctant pen and starts a thought he cannot finish tonight, about two cities that live inside one heart. He does not know if anyone will want to hear it when food returns. He writes anyway, because some arguments grow best during hunger. The second day arrives with less shouting than the first. Work settles into wrists and shoulders. Men who came for gold take tools because tools know where gold hides. They move with practiced care through rooms that admitted wealth more easily than strangers. In a courtyard, a fountain forgets its purpose and becomes a bowl for ash. A coin spins on the rim and chooses a side no one enjoys. The Modius sits beneath a fig that forgot fruit this year, catching leaves that lost their grip. Somewhere near the gates, a trumpet tries a note and finds its courage. Troops march in with Saxon intent, then march out lighter in spirit and heavier in fact. A slave points at a cupboard and is thanked for a truth anyone could have found. He accepts the thanks because good manners spend nothing and might one day pay something unexpected. He watches the men pass, then takes his own small gift from a corner and tucks it beneath a stone. Survival tonight prefers pockets that pretend innocence. In the forum, a speech meets an empty hour. A man used to applause gathers his toga like a shield and offers Rome to itself. He pronounces virtues as if syllables could patrol streets. A soldier listens for a moment and smiles the way a mason smiles at marble that wants to be a staircase during a fire. The soldier moves on. The orator sits down and counts his breaths. Counting is the last public service he can perform without permission. The third day begins before anyone has forgiven the second. Rain visits without deciding to help. It dampens two fires and offends a third. Smoke drops low and tugs at tunics that were not made for ash. A funeral passes that refuses to be named. A bundle that weighs more than wood and less than a king. No one asks whose feet accompany it. No one watches long enough to learn the route. The city looks away from itself in 100 little acts of kindness and fatigue. On the Tiber, boats act like rumours numerous, contradictory, useful to no one who did not already know the truth. Some carry spoils toward camps that learn to smile without laughing. Others take people whose names used to unlock doors. One holds a crate of manuscripts that complain about the damp in elegant voices. A sailor pats the lid and says a quiet apology to men who never thought their words would travel like this. The river delivers everything without judgment, the way rivers always do. In a side street, two soldiers argue about whether this is victory or repair. One says victory makes a noise he did not hear. The other says repair makes the same noise in different mouths. They fall silent when a bell from a sanctuary claims the afternoon for mercy. Bells tonight do not judge. They only mark. A grandmother lights a lamp and sets it where it remembers last winter's place. She smiles at the lamp as if the room could copy the gesture. Toward evening, discipline touches the city again. Orders pass that sound like cooling iron sufficient, decisive, unromantic. Lines form where wagons will gather. Guards reappear at corners that forgot them yesterday. A door that never closed learns how to do it again. Someone returns the Modius to the table where it belongs, wiping its rim with a cloth that started life as a fine garment. The cloth does not complain. Everything in this room has learned that complaints are a currency out of fashion. Alaric stands where he can see water and stone in one glance. He measures distance with his eye the way he measured patience with weeks. He understands that fame has just changed addresses, moving from marble to men who broke a pattern older than memory. He gives a last instruction about what to take and what to leave. The list favours portable certainty over heavy pride. The captain nods and does not smile. He knows lists matter most when desire has dirt on its hands. At the Basilica, a rumour finds the crowd and drops its burden. Some places will not be touched. Some names still carry limits even when limits become unfashionable. A mother hears and lets her shoulders drop an inch. The child at her side, who has mastered subtraction without numbers, presses his forehead to a column. The stone is warm from bodies and belief. He will remember this warmth longer than he will remember any face today, and he will not know why. When departure begins, it sounds like someone unrolling a map. Canvas folds, metal rubs against wood. Voices trade single words that complete jobs. Wagons lean into harness like beasts that understand purpose. The river watches and pretends indifference. At the edge of the square, a harp speaks one careful chord to itself and decides silence will do. On the table, the Modius waits for hands that will not return. It reflects a piece of sky that did not witness the past 3 days. Citizens step into streets that now catalogue absence. They tally what remains and teach themselves to be impressed. A doorway, a father, a book, a stone that still knows their names. In courtyards, people rediscover how to share without discussing philosophy. A senator kneels to collect seeds spilled months ago, not because they will grow, but because the act consoles the mind when facts will not. He places them in the measure and shakes his head. The circle does not grow grain. It only measures truth. Letters begin to move toward the coast like migrating birds. They carry pleas that weigh more than wax and less than ships. Some ask for money. Some ask for men. Some ask for a correction in the order of the world. Replies, when they come, will be written in a tone practised by officers that live far from damaged stone. A few will arrive with news from a southern shoreline where granaries used to speak fluently. Those letters will teach a new kind of fear, one that likes harbours. In the Curia, survivors count reputation instead of votes. They speak of blame as if it were a substance to be taxed. Names rise and fall with the predictability of smoke. The city listens with one ear and stores the performance with its broken amphorae. It has learned another taste tonight, the chalky bite of being a symbol in other people's mouths. It bites back nothing. It waits. Half of endurance is waiting with style. A bishop sets his stylus and writes a sentence that does not rush. He refuses to decorate grief with false certainty. He asks what a city is when its walls remember shame and its altars remember mercy. He suggests there may be two, sharing streets the way strangers share shade. The scratch of stylus comforts him like a familiar road. He pauses only when the lamp sputters. Oil, too, keeps its schedules. He adds one more line and lets the wax cool. Night returns. The odour of ash grows shy and retreats to corners. A few cheers rise from camps that did their work and keep their secrets. In rooms where nothing moved for 3 days, chairs shift as if startled. The Modius lies on its side, a circle learning to be a horizon. The table's scar accepts the lesson. If anyone listens closely at the port, they can hear rigging talk about its adventures to the patient masts. The sea keeps its counsel and adjusts its tide by habit, not by history. Morning claims what is left. Markets appear with faces that have practiced neutrality. Price becomes whatever the hand can stand to release. Priests bless bread that arrive by miracle or by ledger. They do not ask which. Children relearn laughter at a lower volume. Dogs remember names and forgive absences. At the river, men repair a boat with string and hope. The boat agrees to cooperate until hope pays in something sturdier. Before marching south, Alaric looks back once. Not to admire, to record. A commander's memory is not a museum, it is a toolbox. He will need this city's lessons again. Somewhere a road meets the sea. He says nothing to the captain beside him because good officers rarely talk when the day has decided what it is. The column finds a rhythm that respects fatigue. Dust rises, sets, rises again. 3 days fold themselves into a pack and join the rest of the campaign. Behind them, Rome examines itself with new hands. Statues stand shorter without pedestals. Titles fit more loosely when empty rooms echo them. Honour can... Insulted, chooses to become stubborn rather than loud. The Modius returns to the custody of a clerk who did not flee. He sets it on a shelf and writes a note with the date no one will forget. He underlines the word measure as if to remind himself what his life still knows how to do. The debate runs on. Was it pride or hunger or policy that invited those footsteps? Was it the court that imagined distance could pay debt? Was it an army trained to garrison dignity rather than to meet necessity? Each question walks the same streets the soldiers did, and each returns with its own trophies. In a doorway, a mother hears the talk and chooses to clean the floor instead. Clean floors offer answers too quiet to be fashionable and too true to be refuted. At the river mouth, gulls learn a new schedule. They follow carts that head toward camps which will soon be empty. They pivot toward warehouses that will change owners twice before winter. They argue with a patience that would shame politicians. Far out, a line of waves repeats a lesson the city must study. All shores are vulnerable to talent. A sailor watches and feels the old itch to name winds as friends. He spits, blesses the day anyway, and checks his knots. Evening, and the lamp by the bishop's hand burns steadier. He writes about hope that cannot be looted and kingdoms that do not hire soldiers. He does not wait for applause. He does not ask permission. Outside, a boy practicing letters in dust adds a new word he heard yesterday, sack. He writes it wrong on purpose to see if it becomes softer that way. It does not. He erases it with his heel and writes bread again, because some words still hold when hands fail. The city discovers the usefulness of small, precise mercies. A guard helps an old man lift a shutter and pretends not to notice the silver hidden there. A woman returns a ring she found in the ash, because keeping it would change her mother's name in her mouth. A carpenter lends his hammer to a neighbour and accepts payment in a story. Repair begins like this, instrument by instrument, word by word. The Modius, cleaned and set square, waits to say yes to wait again. Down the coast, ships rest in harbours that do not yet know they are future verbs. Granaries yawn with the confidence Rome taught them. Accountants there still believe in regular deliveries and properly stamped demands. A clerk sharpens a stylus and hums, sure of tomorrow's arithmetic. On the quay, an anchor kisses water and climbs, practicing the sound it will make when history finally coughs in this direction. The sea, patient as ever, keeps score without showing its book. By the campfires, the captain warms his hands and looks south. He thinks about coins that travel better than grain, and grain that persuades better than coin. He remembers the clean ring of a measure struck like a bell, and he wonders how many cities can live on sound. He pulls his cloak tighter and closes his eyes against the sparks. The night has a new habit now it rehearses futures near water. Rome sleeps at last, not deeply, enough to gather itself around quieter hearts. Doors that held strangers learn to hold families again. Streets made for triumphs accept footsteps that are simply domestic. Somewhere a heart plays two notes and decides the rest can wait. The Modius dreams of wheat the way an old horse dreams of open fields, and the dream is not false, it is only postponed, filed under an uncertain summer. A letter travels that will change the tone of ledgers. It asks what should be done when ships arriving from familiar shores fail to salute. It uses the official phrase for shortage and the private word for fear. It names a city across the water whose warehouses once steadied Rome the way bone steadies flesh. The messenger ties the scroll, touches it to his lips as if to borrow a little courage, and steps onto a deck that trusts him only as far as the next wave allows. By morning, the gates settle into their hinges like men into old chairs. The city practices normal with fresh scars and a new version of pride. If you stand in the port where the river teaches the sea how to behave, you can hear chains think, anchors breathe, and ropes remember their training. You can place the Modius on the ground and count the beats between two gull cries. Between those beats, a future begins to tilt towards salt and sail, and a different worse day sharpens its teeth where the shoreline turns. The anchor tests the harbour before any soldier dares. Iron meets timber with a scrape that makes the gulls blink. Chain pays out, link by link, like a sentence that refuses decoration. The water takes the weight and keeps the secret. In this city, anchors used to mean safety, schedules, and paydays that arrived with polite regularity. This morning, the same iron learns how to spell risk. Carthage wakes the way ports do, by listening first. Ropes answer cleats, oars talk to their tholes, hulls clear their throats against the quay. Grain dust rides the air with the soft arrogance of plenty. For a long time, this smell has scented Rome's mornings from far away. The city on the Tiber has eaten from these fields since the habit became law. The law felt eternal. Anchors counted it quietly, in tons and days. Across a narrow band of salt, a people began to move. They did not pack like a raid. They brought families and herds, tools and grudges, wagons and songs. They moved because the world behind them pushed. They moved because the winds in front of them promised a road with no ruts. Scouts tasted the shore before the columns did. The sea narrowed to a throat, and they swallowed. The first landings tested reflexes, not courage. Villages learned new names for hurry. Watchtowers practiced failing more slowly. Patrols measured their horses against a calendar that kept turning pages too fast. Small fights drew tidy maps of larger harms. Everyone watched the wind. Everyone pretended it would favour the side with better archives. On the Roman side, paper tried to be iron. Governors wrote orders in clear hands. Couriers took the straightest tracks they could trust. Warehouses locked and counted. Garrison gates rehearsed firmness. In fields beyond the walls, labour continued because wheat always thinks it is the most important conversation in any season. The anchor near the harbour office lay warm from the sun and indifferent to politics. The newcomers learned what the shoreline would teach for free. Currents announce themselves if you have the patience to listen. Sandbars hide until you learn the right angle of apology. Fishermen sell advice cheaper than fish. A few boats went missing and then returned with new owners and old excuses. Coastal forts drew deeper breaths but did not grow more men. The sea, amused, held its tongue. Letters began to mention a pattern. Not a wave, not yet. A series of touches, light and accurate, designed to memorize the limits of watchfulness. Markets adapted with their famous speed. Prices whispered of risk before the town crier learned the tune. A clerk took extra care with seals because wax is what authority looks like when it hardens. The anchor at the quay kept marking tides that no man controlled. These years felt like a question that never reached its verb. Rumours made more miles than supply carts. A captain on the coast counted his spears and counted them again. He knew numbers behaved better when watched. His men drilled until their shadows learned the steps. When the wind turned, every head followed it. The sea told them nothing. It only kept breathing. Probing raids climbed the calendar. A hamlet burned the way a dry thought burns under a quick temper. A store of salt vanished. A flock departed without bleating. None of this shocked a world that understood opportunists. What surprised careful minds was the persistence. These visits did not spend themselves and stop. They stitched a line southward with patient hands. East of the main harbours, a road wore down under new traffic. Wagons left ruts that asked permanent questions. The caravan master did his arithmetic twice and still felt poor by evening. He chewed a date and told his younger son that some losses taste sweet at first. The boy nodded as if profit were a fruit you could choose when to swallow. In the harbour, the anchor listened to their conversation and remembered every number. Carthage's quays believed in order because order made money. Dockmasters knew how to make hurry friendly. Scribes loved columns that balanced and signatures that meant what they pretended. Grain came in like a season you could tax. Coin went out with a future written on it. Rome's table, piled with bread and certain plans, assumed this rhythm would always agree to show up again tomorrow. The newcomers did not aim first for the biggest prize. They taught the coast to expect them and not quite prepare enough. They learned which capes bullied winds and which sheltered ambition. They bought a pilot now and then with dinner and respect. They took note of shoals that could be allies if you arrived at dusk. They understood that a fleet can be built from lumber and also from habits. In the hill towns, men with good families argued about forward plans. Debate wanted to be strategy. Strategy wanted to be supply. Supply wanted news that arrived before need. In the low towns, men with narrow ledgers argued about insurance. A scribe wrote the same phrase twice and decided it would hold. Expected charges, he wrote, and underlined it as if ink could be a fence. The sea kept whispering the same suggestion. Whoever holds the anchor holds the day. Soldiers can command streets. Anchors can command months. Carthage still believed it held both, because belief is a muscle cities exercise automatically. At the granaries, stevedores moved sacks like men who understand they are lifting more than grain. They are lifting promises. Promises are heavy, even when dry. Some doors opened to negotiations. Meetings took place over boards that remembered other deals. The men who spoke did not pretend friendship, but they practiced a kind of respect that counts for more than gestures. They used words like term, harbour, transit, levy. They mentioned the capital across the water without letting the name sound like magic. The sea listened and did not laugh. It does not waste salt on irony. Time lengthened, because years become long when caution steals appetite. Defenders husbanded strength, telling themselves that patience is also a weapon. Attackers took their turn with restraint, because restraint is a compass that points to larger prizes. The map grew quiet in the wrong places. In the right places, it learned the names of creeks that might one day sponsor history. Then the day came when rehearsal chose to be performance. It did not announce itself with trumpets. It arrived like a bill due on a morning when your purse is elsewhere. The early boats used shadows efficiently. The larger hulls waited until those shadows started doing the heavy lifting. An anchor fell where it had fallen 1,000 times. But today its noise meant something new. On the walls, a watchman swallowed a curse that would have done him no good. He did his job as if the word sudden had not been invented. He counted masts and told himself to count them as facts, not omens. He passed the word with a voice that had practiced calm. In the streets, men did not run. They shortened their steps and found their hands. Quays fill differently under pressure. Space becomes a currency as volatile as rumour. Orders turn into shoves and then turn back. Embarrassed. The dockyard foreman made 2 decisions that saved 3 lives and lost 6 crates. He accepted the math, because later is the only time you can debate it. The anchor, half submerged, watched ropes choose sides. The first men off the ships did not look like a ceremony. They looked like work. They used their feet like arguments. They used their eyes like maps. They moved with the confidence of practice and the humility of time limits. One touched the anchor with a knuckle, the way sailors do when they trust iron more than luck. He did not speak. He had learned that breath is capital. Elsewhere along the waterfront, a small fight explained the day. It began when a guard tried to enforce a rule and discovered the rule had retired. It ended when the men with the most to lose chose to live instead. A gate swung the wrong direction for a city that believed in directions. A chain snapped and shouted a truth no one planned to hear. The shout echoed and behaved like permission. Somewhere in the quarter where officials enjoy light and space, a clerk sealed a packet and handed it to a rider with eyes that recognized messages. The seal cooled fast. The rider did not. He left by a door that had always been for emergencies no one truly expected. He leaned into his task like a man who knows how words travel when ships take the shorter road. The anchor tasted the wind and let the chain tell stories about tension. On the inner approaches, ships that belonged to the city attempted dignity. They took on crews in a hurry that tried not to look like a hurry. They tried to aim where honour would congratulate them later. Wind had its own thoughts, so did numbers. A few escaped, performing bravery in the right direction. More stayed, performing logic with fewer choices. The harbour made its decision before anyone put it to a vote. Quays that had loaded for Rome began loading for someone else. Warehouses that had memorised one set of faces learned new names with an efficiency that would have impressed a more peaceful age. The men with chalk on their fingers kept their chalk because chalk does not care who pays for its lines. The anchor stayed down while everything above it changed masters. Carthage had stood clear-eyed through other storms. This one was different not because it was loud, but because it was tidy. The city did not bleed in sheets. It bled by measures that made sense to men who count for a living. The newcomers did not waste an hour on gestures that would look good in poems. They went to the places that send orders, pay men, and feed fleets. The anchor agreed with their priorities. Ships and sacks first, stories later. In the streets beyond the port, voices rose and shrank like cautious fire. Mothers pulled children into thresholds. Old men gave advice to doorways. A few prayed in words that did not require angels to take sides. A priest closed a book and opened his hands. "Stay where the walls know your name," he said, and his breath made the candle decide to behave. Candles enjoy being told what to do by certain voices. At the arsenal, quiet men with tool marks under their nails met louder men with salt in their beards. The conversation was brief. Ownership of wood and rope changes faster than ownership of ideas. Plans had to be secured before the sun forgot its responsibilities. A yard that once echoed only Latin commands absorbed other words without choking. Ropes do not discriminate. They only hold. By midday, the new maths were already working themselves out loud. If you control the anchors, you control the departures. If you control the chain, you control how close ships come to where money sleeps. If you control the men who feed the crew, you control the crew before they learn it. The city's old owners still held keys to many rooms, but Keys' respect force more than they respect memory. A few ships at the outer roads tried their luck with speed. Sails filled like lungs that believe in miracles. Oars answered discipline with faithful beats. One boat threaded a gap between two realities and became a story for later. Another misread a swell and surrendered to a boarding that looked almost polite from a distance. The anchor, heavy with certainty, dunked and rose and dunked again, like a judge that insists on proper form. The first warehouses opened because ladders do not debate. The men who entered counted as they moved, because counting is how some men pray. Grain sacks shifted, oil jars found new shadows. A few seals were broken with care, because even on days like this some hands prefer not to offend wax. Lists were made. They would be important soon, when negotiations began again with different pronouns. At the main offices by the waterfront, a chest surrendered its arithmetic. Coins sang its hard, clear song against new palms. A scale performed reliability in both directions. A chamberlain swallowed a name by accident and decided it was time to retire early. He looked at the anchor through the window and tried to remember when iron had looked so calm. He failed to find the day. Calm lives in metal, not in flesh. A small conversation happened in the shadow of a mast. Two sailors argued softly about whether today felt like conquest or correction. Conquest tastes like smoke, one said, counting knots. Correction tastes like salt, the other answered, and set his back against the capstan. They ended the debate the same way most sailors end most debates, by doing the next thing with proper attention. The anchor liked them both. It likes anyone who respects friction. The city's inland gates did not see much. Dust rose. A few carts appeared with too little and vanished with too much. Officers sent messages they knew would arrive after the lesson was over. Men on horses pretended they could ride faster than news. In a courtyard, a bird decided to sing anyway. Courage is sometimes a mistake that feels right for 1 minute. Toward evening, the new order tasted its first success. Ships lay where commanded. Grain listened the way patient materials do when stacked correctly. Crews accepted the vocabulary of their next day. At the quay, a child put a shell inside the anchor's ring and gave the iron a private treasure. The iron did not smile. It does not know how. It kept the shell the way it kept everything else, or with full attention and no sentiment. From the city's highest rooflines, the sea looked normal. It usually does. That is the cruelty of water. It hides changes deep and waves politely over them. A clerk wrote the day's final note as if handwriting could reduce risk. He did not mention the word lost. He wrote transferred instead, because some words employ hope better. He melted wax and taught it to obey a new seal. Along the outer mole, a lampman lit his sequence and measured the dusk. He adjusted a wick with the tenderness of a parent who has learned restraint. Steps approached behind him, neither hurried nor loud. Orders, clear and brief, asked for regular light in a moment dedicated to irregular plans. The lampman nodded and did his work. Ship still needs sight, he murmured, and the flame agreed without debate. Night hung over Carthage and made the water a sheet that reflected fewer truths. Anchors held where they were told. The city listened to the new silence that money makes when it changes addresses after dark. In a small office, a messenger tied a scroll to his belt with a knot that says, "This will be read." He stepped into a street that used to smell only of spice and bread. It smelled like iron now. He did not take it personally. In a room behind a door not used in ordinary weeks, 3 men looked at a map that had earned its wrinkles. One traced a line from the harbour to the open sea and tapped twice. Another tapped the estates inland that feed that line. The third kept his finger on the road north as if pressing a valve. No one raised a voice. No one needed to. The anchor had already given the loudest speech of the day. Beyond the walls, fields lay in the kind of quiet that is not peace. The wheat did not ask who would own it at harvest. Wheat has never cared about such things. It only asks for sun and someone with hands. Tonight, those hands belong to a future different from yesterday's plans. The moon touched the anchor's rim and made a dull ring look ready to conduct the night. Out on the road to the capital, the rider held his pace and measured his water. He thought about words like annona and stipend, because some words ride beside you whether invited or not. He thought about anchors, man, too, and how heavy they are when raised at the wrong time. He did not try to imagine the face that would read his message. Faces matter less on days decided by ships. In Carthage, men turned keys that no longer meant what they meant in the morning. Locks obeyed anyway. Obedience is a habit even iron cannot break swiftly. In one courtyard, a woman tested a jar's seal and found it honest. She smiled for the first time since noon. She would share this jar tomorrow and call it prudence. Prudence is generosity that carries a ledger. The last task of the day belonged to the anchor again. Crew hauled on the capstan while the chain spoke a story of effort that men could understand with their backs. Iron rose and washed itself without asking for help. The harbour made a sound that had nothing to do with glory and everything to do with work. A ship edged away from the quay with the careful pride of a tool used well. Carthage slept later than usual. The city had to make room for a new calendar inside its old walls. Anchors, chains, hulls, and sacks settled into the quiet they prefer when the human voice admits it is tired. Somewhere in the darkness, a scroll cooled beside a lamp and began to invent its journey. Far beyond that lamp, the sea rehearsed a route many ships would begin calling familiar by the end of the week. Morning would not need to shout. It would only need to point. The anchor, set again with purpose learned yesterday, would keep the pointing honest. And down the coast, across an easy distance that money loves to travel, men would start asking a hard question in softer tones. When the city that feeds soldiers changes its mind, what, exactly, does a promise weigh? The anchor learns a new job when money changes direction. All morning it bites the harbour floor and measures the weight of altered accounts. A clerk in a cool room writes numbers that refuse to add up. He dips the seal again and again, as if wax can replace wheat. Outside, the chain grinds and speaks the truth in iron. Whoever governs the anchor governs the month. Grain does not argue. It follows the ship that pays. The sacks leave the quay with a discipline no speech can command. Men who once moved cargo for Rome now move it for those who stand on these decks. They do not change their hands, only the sign they salute. In the counting house, a steward pushes tokens across a board and watches the pile shrink. He knows soldiers live on two things, bread and orders. Bread is heavier. Across the straits, officials try to pretend the calendar still belongs to them. They summon the army with the voice of yesterday. The army answers with the stomach of today. Pay chests arrive late and light, then do not arrive at all. Some units practice patience until patience becomes desertion by another name. Others cut their belts tighter and try to save their pride with drills. Pride has poor calories. At the arsenals, silence settles like dust. Carpenters idle because timber cannot feed a fleet without coin. Rib frames wait for planks that wait for orders that wait for taxes that will not come. The foreman cleans tools he cannot afford to wear out. A master caulker runs a thumb along a seam that will never see water. The anchor on the far side of the harbour hears no new chains being tested. It understands budgets before men admit them. Markets are the first to report what messengers are afraid to say. The price of bread moves as if the scale has taken sides. Modius measures stand on counters like empty promises. Bakers talk softly with millers and speak in the grammar of rationing. A senator tastes barley in his loaf and calls it rustic, then sits with an accountant who calls it a warning. In private rooms, plates shrink before words do. Worry eats time. Letters ride south to the city that now holds the grain. They carry offers written to save dignity while buying days. The writers ask for arrangements, for transit, for civilized terms, for anything that looks like tomorrow. Replies arrive with the clean logic of possession. The new holders of the harbour know what a route is worth. They do not hurry. Control is a tool, and tools work best when used slowly. A meeting takes place by the water where gulls do not bother to listen. Men who have negotiated before use the right verbs and measure each syllable like a toll. They mention guarantees and recognise realities that cannot be unlearned. One points to the anchored hulls and lets the gesture finish the sentence. The other looks down at his purse and knows that ingots cannot be baked into bread. He smiles anyway. Habits of rank are hard to kill. In barracks far away, captains read the mood in their men's eyes. The veterans count out what remains in the mess and remember better seasons. New recruits learn that service is a contract that depends on the wind. They shoulder spears and wonder if the spear will be asked to purchase its own rations. A quartermaster lays a small ingot on a table and watches it sit there, heavy and helpless. It will not multiply in the dark. The plan to strike back musters on an island that tastes the wheat of many shores. Ships gather and the harbour fills with that tense optimism soldiers have before a sail. Lists are checked. Oaths are repeated. Then riders arrive with news about a different frontier and a different hunger. The East pleads for troops to stand against riders who move like weather. Duty answers in a direction that does not face Carthage. The island learns how easily a campaign becomes a rumour. Men peel away from boats they had learned by name. They ride for other rivers, other bridges, other speeches. Commanders rewrite their tables and remove columns that had felt like certainty. A smith looks at piles of rivets he planned to hammer into ribs and lets them cool. A pilot folds a chart he knows by heart and slides it into a chest that smells of tar and regret. The anchor in Carthage does not notice the change. It simply holds another ship still. The treasury turns serious and then turns pale. Gold moves in small squares and fails to cover large maps. Coin is clipped by time rather than knives. Tax agents write instructions that sound brave and arrive too late to matter. City councils on the edges assemble to discuss deficits they did not create. They end by taxing the same few again. Then watch those few hide their ingots in walls that respect fear more than law. In Rome, the breadline grows quieter, which is another way of saying longer. People learn to count by days instead of coins. Priests offer grain from stores that can comfort but cannot sustain. A mother hears her child ask if the ships are coming. She answers with a story about patient winds. Stories are lighter than sacks. They carry less, but travel farther. On a coastal road, a courier stops at a milestone and reads it like an argument. He turns his horse toward a villa where decisions are made behind thick curtains. Inside, men lean on tables and speak of allocation. Their voices try to sound like command. Their hands betray arithmetic. One draws a line from the empty west to the full granaries across the straits. Another draws a second line along the sea lanes now patrolled by crews they did not hire. The lines cross in the shape of a year that will not improve. Diplomats learn new names for humiliation that still fit inside protocol. They suggest friendship backed by tribute, or tribute disguised as friendship. They talk about hostages as if family were a negotiable cargo. They mention marriages and pretend dowries can ensure honour. The men across the table offer pauses instead of peace. Pauses help when you need a breath. They do not replace lungs. News arrives from the island that wanted to be a springboard. Garrison pay is late again. Foraging becomes policy wherever documents cannot reach. A sailor sells a knife to buy a sack and decides it was a good trade. A centurion keeps the men together with the talent that kept him alive across campaigns. He knows that glue is sometimes made of pride and hunger mixed together, and that it hardens only for a while. Boatyards calculate what it would take to rebuild a fleet that could escort grain. The numbers refuse to show mercy. Rope, sailcloth, pitch, nails, wages, victuals, replacements, and then replacements for replacements. Every column depends on taxes that depended on ships that have already changed flags. The math circles back to the same sentence. Without the anchor, there is no plan. In the new Carthage, warehouses practice a different accent while doing the same work. Ledgers lose one set of names and gain another without smudging. A foreman bars a door against an old agent who still believes doors open for memory. The foreman points to the anchor and to the men who answer it. The agent nods, because arguing with iron is unhealthy. The sea behaves with its ordinary innocence. It does not know it is now a border drawn in salt. Fishermen adjust their headings by a few degrees and avoid questions. They sell their catch to whomever controls the key. Fish enjoy simple politics. A young sailor from the inland hills learns to listen for orders that arrive on tides. He learns that the anchor's voice is metal, indifferent, and right. Rumour says a treaty might be reached if patience is paid in coin. The numbers suggested are ugly, but not impossible if a treasury still had Africa. Without that revenue, every offer looks like a stool missing its legs. Men who have slept in the same cloak for months walk into rooms with polished floors and leave footprints made of dust and honesty. They ask for relief and receive advice. A thin convoy tries the route with quiet sails and hopes for clouds. It nearly makes it, which is a special kind of failure. The capture is neat and unemotional. Orders are read, ropes are thrown, cargo changes ownership with professional respect. The captain whispers apologies to his ship and is grateful the sea is loud enough to keep the moment private. The anchor observes without comment, then bites again for another hull. Some nobles hoard gold as if weight could feed garrisons. They stack ingots with the care that farmers give to seed. They imagine a future where coin will buy squads like grain once did. Their stewards calculate fees for guards who might one day guard the guards. They do not share. They practice survival the way merchants practice margins. Other men take their coin and put it into walls. Forts receive patches and new hinges. Watchtowers get roofs. Ditches deepen by the width of a shovel and a prayer. The crews who dig them eat half rations and keep digging. A child watches them and learns what hunger sounds like when it works for a living. He will remember the rhythm when he is old. Letters from Carthage speak of administration that is efficient and completely uninterested in old loyalties. Officials with new titles verify lists that used to travel to Rome. They supervise with a calm that belongs to people who have just won. They do not boast, they count. Counting is the most persuasive speech in a port. On a morning with good light, the coiners in a mint far from the sea attempt optimism. They strike coins that promise stability and imagine the clink will comfort the population. The sound does its best. Merchants weigh the new issues and compare them to the coins they prefer. Favour becomes a currency of its own. Solid pieces move eastward like migrating birds. Thin pieces remain and buy thinner futures. Ravenna, wrapped in Martian habit, tries to look like control. Messengers arrive and depart, bearing instructions that will meet events already decided by hulls and anchors. The court talks about strategies as if maps could be bribed. A minister proposes economies and points at line items that are not ships. The room listens because listening costs less than fleets. On the edge of a parade ground, a veteran shows a younger man how to braid a sling when arrows are scarce. The lesson is practical and not proud. They share a crust, then share a memory of years when supply tables worked like grammar. The veteran tells him the first rule of war is breakfast. The second rule is pay. The third rule is wind. The young man laughs, a little, because the rules feel like weather reports. In Carthage, and the anchor keeps giving shape to policy. Grain goes out in orderly tides that do not match old calendars. Olive oil follows, and with it the balance of someone else's budget. A scribe notes which ships loaded first and which harbours they aimed for. The list gives him a private thrill. To watch a new centre form is to feel promotions moving in the walls. Beyond the harbour, fields shine with the confidence of regions that feed empires. Tenants deliver exactly what was asked and keep exactly what was allowed. Overlords take their cut with the modesty of men who know their power is real but not adored. A priest blesses the harvest with words unchanged by politics and adds a shorter blessing for peace. He does not expect to be heard. On the island that hoped for ships, soldiers drill in squares that feel smaller each week. Their officers write lists of needs and then fold them without sending. They take care of the sick with herbs and loyalty. A centurion writes home and does not mention meat. He tells his father that duty is a shape you grow into like a boot. The father will keep the letter under a jar and read it when prices rise again. Talk returns to marriage and hostages because both are cheaper than fleets. Names of daughters and nephews take the place of flotillas in sentences that try to sound brave. Some at court find the idea elegant. Others find it unavoidable. All understand it will be written in the language of truce, not trust. The sea waits, patient, because paper must still ask hulls to move. When the sun stands high, a delegation steps ashore in Carthage, wearing the dignity that travel cannot crease. They are shown rooms that smell of lemon oil and power. Gifts are set out, bright and heavy, chosen to flatter competence rather than flatter vanity. Words are traded that do not raise dust. Each side leaves with the understanding that pauses can be bought and that pauses are not victories. While they speak, a small skirmish happens along a coast road where surprise is harvested in every season. A convoy loses 2 carts and keeps moving. The ghasts curse the way professionals curse, quickly and to the point. A farmer watching from his field counts the men and then counts the footprints they do not bother to hide. He hopes someone important is counting the same footprints in a different office. In Rome, the bread reforms begin to write themselves in lines outside bakeries. Some say it is temporary like every bad year before this one. Some say temporary has moved in and is asking for a key. A boy whistles to make the waiting lighter. A girl laughs because the whistle is off key. An old woman closes her eyes and imagines the sound of anchors being raised in the right direction. She decides the memory will taste like wheat and warm oil. There is talk of levies to raise new fleets from old coasts. Coastal towns listen politely and then answer with their ledgers. They recall past levies that never returned as promised. They promise timber when they mean sympathy, and sympathy when they mean timber if someone else pays. The officers take notes that read like sighs. They have learned to distinguish between yes in ink and yes in wood. On a different shore, a shipbuilder experiments with a lighter hull that might outrun snarling patrols. He sketches quickly, as if speed on papyrus could become speed on water. He measures planks against his own shoulder, deciding where strength must live. He will need rope he cannot afford and pitch he cannot find. He keeps sketching because crafting hope is cheaper than buying it. Governors in provinces far inland write to say they will maintain order. They do not mention grain because they do not grow enough for anyone else. They promise taxes in kind and send hides, salt and promises. The central accounts receive these with the gratitude of men who know the price of bread. The anchor across the sea remains an unspoken line on every page. The first winter after the change arrives with the discipline the army envies. Roads harden, rivers slow with the cold, bandits grow brave where patrols thin, merchant caravans shorten their routes to avoid experiments. The markets adapt by selling less to more people. The poor adapt by learning new names for the same hunger. The rich adapt by collecting art. In Carthage's outer roads, a line of ships rides easy, bows pointing like fingers at future harbours. Their crews learn the angles of a different coastline, counting villages that sleep too close to the water. They speak of the island that tried to be a lance and became a shield with holes. They joke about treaties with the casual cruelty of men who trust the anchor more than paper. The anchor approves, because it believes in gravity. A clerk in Ravenna drafts another memo about emergency measures that do not include grain. He suggests cutting spectacles and salaries and then pauses before writing a new line. He cannot cut the appetite of men with spears. He writes that sentence and scratches it out. Some truths are not meant for documents. He seals the packet and hopes the seal looks energetic. Scouts ride in from coastal stretches with reports that taste like smoke. They say the enemy is building a habit of the sea. They say the enemy prefers order to chaos and plunder measured by receipts. The general nods, then looks past him at the map where the sea is painted a cheerful blue. He does not trust cheerful colours. He trusts ports, and he has fewer than before. On evenings when the wind falls, you can hear the chain as it settles. It knocks the hull with a sound that reminds everyone where decisions live. Sailors coil lines with the satisfaction of men who have worked a long day for clear results. Overseers write brief notes to their superiors and go home earlier than those hauling grain in hope of charity. The city sleeps easily because it is full. Across the water, lamps burn longer. Accountants unroll older ledgers to remember what normal looked like. Families talk in courtyards about winter fields and spring plans. A few speak the name Carthage in a tone that holds both salt and envy. They fall silent when their sons come in tired from drills that replace bread with discipline. Silence is a skill empires teach quickly. One more letter leaves Carthage in a hand that has learned to sharpen meaning. It describes shipments and schedules, and it explains costs without raising its voice. It does not threaten. It does not need to. The closing lines mention a visit to the island soon, to review arrangements and correct misunderstandings. The anchor listens as the messenger's boat pushes off and counts the strokes until the sail fills. Night finds the harbour calm, as if the city itself has exhaled. Chains sleep in taut curves. The water holds its breath around the hulls that have become policy. Stars choose their usual positions and promise nothing. In a small shrine near the docks, a sailor lights a candle for a voyage he suspects will matter to someone else far away. "Bring me back," he whispers, and watches the flame decide. Dawn will open with routine and a gathering at the quay. There will be inspections and a list read without flourish. There will be men assigning hours to bales and hours to rope. There will be a pause while a seal cools, and authority hardens again. Then the anchor will lift with that deliberate grace it learned back when the harbour had fewer flags. It will rise, drip, and hang. Decisions will swing from it like a promise that points to sea. The anchor rises slow, drips salt, and points the harbour toward profit. Crews move with the crisp rhythm of men who know their advantage. Ropes come aboard, wet and certain, like sentences already agreed. On the quay, a clerk reads the manifest without hurry or apologies. The column marked grain is full. The column marked destination is no longer Rome. Out past the breakwater, the ships tilt to wind and become policy. Their shadows fold over small fishing craft that hug the coast for safety. Nets brush hulls that wear fresh paint and carry new flags without wrinkles. The sea accepts the change as easily as a body accepts breath. The anchor has taught everyone that possession is simply weight correctly applied. In the old capital, ledgers now travel with a limp. Numbers stumble where they once marched. A paymaster opens a chest and counts coin that cannot stretch to rations and arrears. He writes a neat sum that feels like a joke told at a funeral. His scribe clears his throat and does not ask about Sicily. Sicily learns again that islands do not float free from history. Garrisons arrive, thin as promises, then depart for other fronts as if pulled by wire. The docks welcome ships with hope and dismiss them with doubt. Markets set prices that try to be brave and settle for honest. When sails appear on the horizon, the faces on the shore practice steadiness and carry it poorly. The raiders come neat, with clean rigging and tidy decks that mean discipline. They approach like tax collectors who know exactly what is owed. Signals flash from yardarms and the convoy obeys gravity disguised as authority. Ropes thud onto planks. Orders speak softly. Cargo walks down gangways and learns a different language for ownership. The sea holds each scene steady, like a painter who refuses drama. Villages along the coasts begin to arrange their days around fear and tides. Fires are banked at dusk so smoke will not draw attention. Shepherds shift flocks inland and teach dogs to ignore the surf. Priests lock doors not to protect relics, but to control panic. In the square, men argue about whether patience is a plan or an excuse. The argument does not change the date when grain used to arrive. A captain from the old fleet spreads his chart and traces routes he once kept secret. His finger stops over a bay that always offered shelter and now offers risk. He turns the parchment and tests fate by altering habit with a pencil mark. The men around him nod, then glance toward the horizon as if the decision might already be visible. The anchor in Carthage does not care about pencil marks. On the island that tries to be a springboard again, a muster reads names into a wind that keeps them private. Officers speak of a push to retake what was lost, then fold their words into quieter promises. Sailors repair old hulls with patches that admit the truth before the sentence does. Pitch smokes, hammers tap, and optimism is measured in inches of caulking. Riders arrive with orders that point away from the sea and toward horsemen. Bureaucrats learn to say pause instead of peace, levy instead of aid, an adjustment instead of a loss. Their letters propose marriages that look like truce, and hostages that look like trust. They pack gifts heavy enough to feel like conviction, and light enough to carry quickly. The men who receive them smile politely and count ships from the balcony. They prefer numbers made of iron and wood. In Ravenna's narrow rooms, the talk returns to coin and calories. A minister suggests shaving spectacles and salaries, then stops before touching the line marked garrison. Another proposes new taxes on those who still harvest more than they eat. The table listens without drawing knives because knives cost metal. Outside, the tide moves as if it takes orders from a different city. Inside, a seal cools on wax that will travel too slowly. The coiners strike new pieces and pray that sound can replace substance. The clink is bright enough to persuade for one market day. Merchants touch the rim, weigh the disc in their palm, and choose older faces when the choice exists. Good money walks east, lean money stays west, and every purchase becomes a vote. Soldiers accept the thin pieces because soldiers understand orders, but orders cannot be eaten. On a night with brisk wind, a small convoy tries courage and clouds. Lanterns are shuttered, oars are muffled, and prayers are whispered as if the sea understands bargains. They hug a grey coastline until a cutter slides out from a rock like a fox from brush. The hail is formal and final. Ropes bite, hooks find wood, and the careful night grows loud. By dawn, 2 ships are lighter and one is richer without looking cruel. Messengers ride from ports that thought they could hide behind maps. They report that warehouses never sleep now. They only blink. They saw crews unloading grain in a rhythm that used to be theirs. They remark on the orderliness, the receipts, the measured scale at the key. Their words hold anger, envy, and a reluctant respect that feels like treason. Their superiors file the reports and ask for silence. In homes where decisions used to live, men count daughters and nephews like a different kind of currency. Names are balanced against calendars and the weather on the steppe. A treaty sketched on wax relies on a wedding that will not change the wind. A chest of silver travels with the document, escorted by riders who look straight ahead. The letter calls the moment friendship. The chest calls it breathing room. Meanwhile, Sicily is lost, then held, then lost again, like a door that cannot decide which way to open. Each change costs men and coin that the West cannot replace. Each change teaches the enemy routes and harbours they did not know. In the streets, mothers learn to bake with less oil and more water. Children learn that hunger comes in grades and that silence is a lesson men teach badly. The raiders grow bolder and slower at once, an odd skill learned by patient predators. They anchor in bays where they once sprinted. They send small detachments inland to collect the debt of panic. They map the coasts and mark villages that pay quickly. A scribe tallies the proceeds and compares this season to last. The numbers teach promotion better than speeches. Back across the water, a general kneels over a map that has stopped promising anything. He moves pins that used to represent units and now represent hopes. He asks how many trained oarsmen still live near reliable timber. He learns the answer is a story about harvests and taxes, not a number. He stands, older by a decision he has not made. Outside, Hoofbeats from distant messengers complicate his plans. There is talk again of a large expedition from the island, as if repetition could conjure ships. Officers make lists that include sails, pitch, biscuit, wages, and luck. They draft orders calling for levies from towns that now fish by daylight only. Replies arrive from councils who promise wood while meaning sympathy. The officers underline names of places that will actually deliver, then fold the list for another day. In Carthage, the anchor becomes ceremony. It drops with a satisfied splash that the whole port recognises. Labourers pause to watch because watching is free and confirms the new world. Children count the chain links for luck and find the same number as yesterday. The harbour master nods to his clerk, who writes down another outbound cargo that will feed someone else's army. The routine is tidy and cruel. At sea, a patrol sighting turns into a chase with no poetry. The wind favours the aggressor by a margin that feels like destiny but is only weather. The pursued ship dumps part of its load to gain speed, then curses the calculation. A sailor leans on the capstan and prays to trade wood for clouds. The prayer fails, the grapples hold, and bread becomes leverage one more time. In towns that still call themselves Roman, statues gather more dust than worship. Forums host markets smaller than their stones. The bathhouse fires burn low because wood is expensive when ships command forests. Theatres offer songs that people refuse to hear over empty stomachs. A boy practices letters that describe things he has not seen for months. He writes the word harbour and draws the anchor exactly right. A rumour enters through the northern gate and sits by the well. It speaks of a horseman who collects rivers as if they were coins. It claims his tents move like shadows and his tax is breath. Men laugh in ways that sound like coughs. The rumour stays by the well and drinks every time someone repeats it. By dusk, the well is lower and the rumour is tall. Command answers the rumour with meetings, which is the only honest reply left. Scouts are sent to count fires across plains people do not understand. Envoys prepare words that remember how to resist while they plan to yield. Quartermasters move what they can toward roads that lead away from coasts. Their carts creak under loads of decisions postponed. The anchor hears none of it, yet governs all of it. A convoy from Africa slips past watchers during a squall and brushes the island's harbour with relief. Crowds gather for bread that tastes like memory. The distribution is orderly until it is not. Fights break out in the third line, then the fifth, then the square. Soldiers use their shields as fences and their voices as ropes. By nightfall, the warehouses are bare and the rumours are fat. The men who signed treaties travel east to explain pauses that bought weeks and cost faces. They describe terms that kept the coasts from burning for a season. They do not mention the price of seasons when paid in dignity. The court listens and praises prudence, then writes new instructions that ask for the impossible with flatter handwriting. The messengers seal the packets and choose the faster horses. On a headland above the island's northern shore, a watchman points at smudges where sky meets water. Behind him, a centurion counts men who can still run 6 miles before dawn. He has learned to feed them with discipline and the humour of a tired uncle. Keep the line, keep breath, keep quiet, he says, and smiles to hide the rest. The men smile back because smiling still costs nothing. Carthage now sends not only grain, but also a model of how to rule with docks. Other ports try to copy the rhythm and discover they lack the cargo that grants authority. They harden tariffs and soften tempers, then reverse both when the month changes. The only constant is the anchor's lesson. Whoever controls load and unload controls rumour, prices, and prayers. In a villa near Ravenna, a girl learns the names of ships from a nurse who misses the sea. They practice the words for mast or yard and keel like a catechism. The girl asks where the ships are going now, and the nurse answers honestly. "Away," she says. And the child accepts geography as a mood. Outside, reeds whisper the shape of marshes that protect a court and isolate a city. Another winter arrives and the roads take sides. Some freeze, some flood, and some fall apart under carts that never rested. Bandits prosper where patrols thin to ghosts. Farmers bury coin near doorposts and forget the exact spot on purpose. The market adapts by shortening hours and widening hunger. The sea continues to behave, which is the worst part, because men cannot accuse it of malice. When spring breaks, the raiders test deeper cuts along coasts that have learned to listen. They choose targets that promise supplies for longer voyages. They lift anchors with the unhurried confidence of men who expect no serious chase. On a certain afternoon, a squadron turns south by east and sets a course that will cross a merchant lane older than memory. Every gull on the Cape understands the meaning of that angle. Back in the old capital, a councillor brings a plan folded 6 times and stained with hope. It imagines a smaller fleet, fast and clever, that might bleed the raiders by degrees. The room indulges the plan the way a family indulges a song. They nod, ask precise questions, and know the answers will not grow ships. Still, they assign a clerk to write the orders with excellent penmanship. Men must leave meetings with something. The anchor in Carthage continues its clean work. It drops and lifts, teaches patience and appetite, and never flies a flag. Children scratch its shape in dust and stomp the drawing away like a superstition. A sailor touches the iron every morning before work and calls it a friend. The harbour master smiles at the habit because he shares it. Iron comforts when paper fails. On a stony ridge beyond the island, 2 scouts watch a row that cares nothing for the sea. Far away, dusk gathers like a sunrise that forgot to stop. The younger man asks if the dust belongs to allies. The older man answers with the honesty of men who cannot afford mistakes. It belongs to hunger, he says, and the younger man nods as if he always knew. They ride back at a pace that respects bad news. A letter leaves Carthage with tidy margins and a reasonable tone. It offers a pause that will last as long as the weather and twice as long as a promise. It asks for nothing that costs blood and everything that costs face. It includes a schedule for inspections on the island, as if schedules could erase footprints. The wax dries, the seal shines, and the messenger drinks once before pushing off. At twilight, the island's harbour looks briefly like it did before all this. Lamps hang from posts. Voices thicken into laughter. The water glows like metal cooling in a forge. For a small hour, men believe that routine can protect them. Then a trumpet sounds from the inland gate and the harbour forgets to breathe. The note is not naval. It is hooves and fields and a road that leads only north. The last ship of the day slides out, light and quick, carrying a sack of reports and a handful of doubts. The crew leans into their oars, and the coxswain marks time with a low chant. Behind them, the island puts out lamps one by one, like a hand closing around something fragile. Ahead, the sea is plain and honest, a surface that reflects nothing about tomorrow. The anchor will drop again where policy demands, but the sky inland is already dust-coloured. A baker in the old capital pulls a loaf and listens to silence through the window. He slices thin, hands out thicker, and refuses coin from a soldier who has none. "Bring me news instead," he says, and the soldier nods with a tired salute. News arrives faster than bread now. It speaks of riders, of rivers, of a leader who prefers movement to arguments. The baker adds more water to his dough. When morning comes, the island gathers on a ridge and watches its roads. Officers polish helmets by habit and tell jokes by force. Lines form, then waver, then hold. Standards stir in the light breeze as if signalling a parade instead of a plea. From this distance, the dust looks like a curtain that does not want to open. The men breathe together because breathing still belongs to them. Far away, the anchor waits for the afternoon tide. It hangs above the water like a promise ready to be kept. Crews coil ropes, check knots, count sacks, and pretend the horizon is empty. A gull lands on the capstan and admires its reflection. The harbour master signs another manifest and does not look towards Sicily. He has learned to mind his water and let the land mind its dust. The chain clanks once, twice, then pays out with a steady rhythm of advantage. The ship turns her nose to a wind that knows the route by heart. Astern, the city shrinks into a neat argument made of stone and customs. Ahead, the sea opens like a book that has always favoured certain readers. Somewhere inland, a line of horsemen crosses a river that has forgotten how to say no. The anchor does not care, but the map does. The signal horn is a fist of bronze that tells men when to breathe. Its mouth is chipped where teeth once knocked it in a storm. Its strap is dark with old sweat that dried when other banners fell. This morning it rests on a saddle bow and waits for the air to harden. A rider touches it twice, like a prayer said with calluses. Across the flat land, grass lies pressed by hooves and wheels. The field is wide enough to swallow a city without chewing. Lines of men place shields where shadows will fall later, because shade matters. Standards tilt and correct, as if listening to something beneath the soil. A thin dust climbs and hangs, turning every silhouette into a warning. There is nothing elegant about the mood. No speeches, no silver words, no theatre. Men eat dry bread, drink sparingly, and keep jokes short. Scouts arrive in knots and leave in streaks. A clerk scratches totals on wax and watches the stylus wobble. He knows numbers shake before men do. The horn remains quiet because quiet is power. Silence tells both sides that choice still exists. It lets quartermasters finish their counts, and captains finish their cautions. It lets the wind decide which banners will be seen first. It lets one last letter seal in a tent that calls itself a council. The council knows this is the worst kind, the threat that aims for breath. Cities can be rebuilt, and granaries can be refilled when rains agree. A fleet lost can be built again if forests stand and coin answers. But if the people who hold the roads panic, the roads mean nothing. If the fields are walked by fear, harvests belong to stories, not to tables. So they gather under a strange truce made of need. Old rivals share water and pass a bowl without counting sips. Federates who still smell of yesterday's quarrel pull on their helmets and nod. Today we are neighbours, one says, and nobody argues. The horn listens, which is another way of waiting. On the far rise, the other side arranges itself with practised economy. No wasted gesture, no banner too high, no horse too far from grain. Their carts sit where they can move without tripping on their own ropes. Their camp is a problem solved several times before breakfast. The sun slides along spear points and pretends it is a festival. Messengers stitch the space between lines. They ride low, spare their horses, and remember every ditch as if it had a name. Their news is mostly the same, which is comforting and cruel. The enemy is ready. The enemy will not retreat because breath wants more breath. The horn stays quiet. Men think about bread when they are told not to think about death. Bakers in nearby towns knead faster than fear can walk. Mothers fill bags with salt and dried fruit and fix their children's hair by habit. Priests sharpen words they hope not to use. They all listen for a sound they will tell their children they did not hear. The horn rises when the first light turns from softness to edge. A hand that has started charges in other fields lifts it. The rider inhales, sets his lips, and gives the day a direction. The note is not pretty. It is flat and necessary, like a door barred against wind. Lines adjust, knees unlock, and the field becomes a plan. Shields go forward until they can feel the heat of the men behind them. Spears find the right angle by instinct and old bruises. Archers string to pull and let the strings hum the first argument of the morning. The arrows ask questions that armour tries to answer. Horses step into their weight and accept the command that is always half a promise. The reply comes like weather that has learned grammar. Drums speak, hooves agree, and the ground becomes a second enemy. Across the middle distance, riders arrange in ranks that are both straight and alive. Their leaders sit easy, as if long hours in the saddle have made the world narrower and kinder. The horn hangs from its strap and imagines what the metal will taste like later. First contact does not look like stories. It looks like two doors trying to open into each other. Men lean into men with wood between their teeth. Dust turns helmets into coins without emperors. The second ranks learn to breathe between impacts. The third ranks learn to look at hills, not faces. The horn rests against a thigh and waits to speak again. Somewhere along the left, a patch of ground decides it prefers cavalry. Hooves find purchase, and the curve begins. Enough speed gathers to become pressure, and pressure begins to speak in two languages. A countercharge grows from a growl into a straight line. For a moment, the field looks like neat diagrams with patient labels. The diagrams lie. The world bends where men fall and does not spring back immediately. A standard dip disappears, and rises in a different hand with a different certainty. Hold the ridge, someone says, and the ridge pretends not to care. A horse's scream folds into the wind and becomes part of the afternoon. The horn speaks twice in quick measure, a command learned long before today. The line gives a step, closes a seam, and refuses the rest. A small hilltop that means nothing on most days becomes most of the day. Its crown fits perhaps 30 men who will never be 30 again. They become a hinge on which larger doors might swing. On the right, Federates do the job they promised with the mood of men who know prices. They hit hard where hard matters and leave when leaving hurts the least. They return at a new angle and untie knots with steel. The rhythm is not romantic, but it is a rhythm. They nod to the horn as if it were an old comrade. Harrows find backs because backs must sometimes be shown to reach a better front. Commanders shout names that carry both order and affection. The sun climbs, scolds, and keeps climbing. Sweat erases the difference between expensive armour and honest leather. The field learns the smell that ends arguments. Midday opens like a trap that everyone knew was there. The centre bows without breaking, which is the entire point. On the far rise, The enemy commander watches as if he were measuring time with his eyes. He has learned to trust appetite, but appetite sometimes meets bone. He moves a reserve the width of a city street and expects it to be enough. It is almost enough. For a while, the right listens to the left for courage and hears it. For a while, the centre treats fear like a guest who will leave after a drink. For a while, the small hill holds with a patience that counts beats, not minutes. The horn stays low to preserve its next word. The next word is not loud. It does not need to be. Men close the gap where the gap wants to be born. Shield rims kiss like teeth clicking in cold weather. A cohort that has run out of clever finds a new shape called stubborn. A captain turns his horse sideways and becomes a wall with legs. The horn rides with him and says yes to people who never asked. Bodies begin to mark the map, and the map obeys. Piles create lanes that no planner drew. A ditch fat with spring rain now holds a different water. A cart stuck earlier becomes a fort paradoxically faithful. Two boys who lied about age prove that lies can live long enough to count. Push. One whispers, and the other understands the whole doctrine. Far back, the trains hold their breath. Teamsters lean on axles and pretend they can fix things with staring. The bread rations that remained by prudence acquire a kind of holiness. Water skins become votes of confidence. A scribe, who has never liked poetry, writes down a sentence that might outlive him. He does not show it to anyone. The left threatens to fold and then refuses to accept its own threat. A banner appears where rage needs a handle. People who have never spoken exchange 2 words and become brothers until full dark. The enemy notices and adjusts with the grace of men who practice adjustment. They are not a flood today, they are a blade. The blade meets a lock that still knows how to turn. Old training arrives like a guest with good timing. Feet find familiar distances. Shields remember old tricks, and eyes decide to be cold. Fear attends, because fear belongs everywhere people are, but it is made to sit in the back and keep quiet. Afternoon leans into evening as slowly as health leaves a sick room. The horn calls a rally that is more idea than place. Men drift toward it because direction is a warm fire in any weather. A runner stumbles, recovers, and carries a message that tastes of blood and relief. The message says, hold until they lose interest, which is another way of winning. Sabres and spears continue to argue their tiny arguments. The large argument moves somewhere else, to an office that does not exist out here. It decides that today is not the day for a clean victory that explains itself. It decides to leave riddle and rumour behind, because riddles travel farther than bragging. The horn lowers its mouth to the saddle and waits for the last command. The last command is order without triumph. Pull back enough to sleep upright. Count by touch, not by names. Gather the wounded who can still ride and the dead who cannot explain anything. Leave the tent poles if pulling them will cost a man. The field will not miss the wood. Night comes with mercy doled in spoonfuls. Fires glow in trenches where voices sound like old neighbours. A horse stands with its head low and dreams of still water. The horn is wiped with a rag that has seen better work. A rider breathes into it once, like a man checking if winter is gone. Word walks through camp without boots. The enemy has not moved to finish what the day began. Their fires hold their ground as if tired were a wall. Scouts count shadows and decide the count is honest. The horn hangs, heavy and eager to sleep without admitting it. In the faint light before dawn, the field looks like all fields do. Grass lies wrong, but grass learns quickly. Birds test the air with chirps that seem rude. A dog that should not be here finds a heel and rests against it. A boy with bandaged hand holds a cup for an older man and calls him sir without sarcasm. No cheer rises because cheer would break something that is not yet set. Men stand, check straps, and accept bread that does not ask for thanks. Officers ride the line and offer eyes instead of speeches. They pause at the small hill and look away quickly. The hill breathes like a chest that fell asleep crying. Far across, a standard tilts toward a road that chooses distance over argument. The line that was all teeth yesterday becomes a mouth that closes. They are leaving in a way that can be called wise, even by enemies. They take their wounded, their pride, and their problem. They leave a promise that nobody wants to keep. The horn does not sing to chase them. It sings to hold men steady in the space between relief and regret. The note says, stay in ranks. Breathe evenly. Do not spend what you just saved. It travels along shields like light along polished edges. It does the work of a father's hand on a frightened child's shoulder. When the dust of their going begins to think about settling, counting starts. The counting takes longer than anyone pretends. Names answer, then fail to answer, then answer from other mouths. Piles of gear grow where owners do not. Rings are quietly removed and tied into strips of cloth. The horn lies on a blanket and looks like a tool too simple for today. Messengers leave toward towns that slept while giants argued nearby. They carry sentences that are careful and true. The threat was stopped on this field, for this night, at this cost. They do not add that costs like this ask for interest later. They do not need to. Every ledger in the West already knows how interest works. Back among the wagons, someone finds a child's wooden top fallen from a cart. It spins badly on packed earth, judders, and falls as if remembering how to be honest. A man picks it up, pockets it, and says nothing. He tightens the thong of the horn and squints at the horizon. The line between land and sky looks unusually thin. Clerks gather in a tent and try to fit the day into words that will not swell or shrink. They write of bravery, of alliances held in the hard wind, of a commander who measured his anger into orders. They avoid numbers that feel like betrayal. They choose verbs that can survive being read aloud. By midday, the field is a plain again, but only in shape. Wheel ruts fill with water, crows test the idea of ownership, and men learn the names of herbs that close wounds. The horn rests in a chest with a cloak and a small knife. The chest shuts with the sound every soldier likes to hear. It says something is not lost. Nobody has time to ask what tomorrow prefers. The enemy has bounced off the door, but the hinges groan. The Federates will want recompense that coin cannot cover. The countryside will learn to fear roads that once promised news and trade. Quartermasters will need timber where forests do not volunteer. The horn will travel with them because it must. Toward evening, a wind turns colder than the season explains, and it crosses the field, the tents, the trenches, and does not bother to slow. It runs fingers along the horn's metal and leaves a taste behind. A rider glances north without meaning to, and his horse does the same, far away. Rivers think about bridges, and bridges think about weight. A priest lights a lamp and forgets to pray out loud. He writes 3 names carefully, then stops before the 4th. A baker counts his flour and divides it by an optimism that has not been told the news. A boy learns to polish a buckle until he can see his eye in it. The horn watches the boy's reflection and keeps its counsel. Night gathers earlier than yesterday, as if taught by experience. Patrols walk their circles and find comfort in repetition. The stars appear in numbers that suggest a different arithmetic. Across the wide dark, fires burn where men sleep on their shields. Between those camps, the field lies quiet, like a book closed by a tired reader. The horn sleeps under a cloak that smells of horse and smoke. Its strap curls like a tame snake. Its bell holds an echo from the morning that will not quite fade. Tomorrow it will travel toward a land where rivers prefer slow banks and soft towns. The road will pretend to be friendly. The horn will know better. We held, the voice says, and the men who hear it do not reply. Holding is not the same as keeping. Stopping is not the same as turning back. Bread eaten tonight owes nothing to fields that will be ridden next year. A piece won for a day knows hunger like a cousin. The horn waits for the next mouth that will ask it for certainty. Somewhere east of here, a man with many tents sharpens a plan that will not care about this field. Somewhere south, a city counts candles and discovers that a low number still casts light. Somewhere north, snow gathers on mountains that prefer their own politics. The horn does not know directions, it knows commands. If the day had a moral, it would be blunt and rude. Men did not break. The worst threat did not finish what it wanted. The price was paid in a currency everyone recognizes. Nothing in that sentence promises anything about next season. The horn is honest enough to refuse prophecy. When the last watch is set, the camp grows a skin. Inside that skin, men let their shoulders fall and their jaws loosen. They sleep with palms open to remind their bodies they are not holding steel. Outside that skin, the plane stares at the sky and refuses comment. The horn dreams of wind it cannot choose. A rider wakes before dawn and packs without looking at his hands. He checks the mouthpiece, tests the strap, and ties the knot twice. He thinks of a river he crossed as a child and how it always looked patient. He places the horn on the bow, mounts, and turns toward a road that smells of trampled grain. The air promises nothing. The horn will ask anyway. The signal horn rides across the Julie and passes like a cold idea. Its bell knocks a saddle ring whenever the road cuts a switchback. The strap has stiffened with salt, and the mouthpiece holds a bitter tang. Pines drop cones into ruts that never forget iron rims. Below, a plain opens like a ledger with too many empty columns. Winter has gone, yet the wind keeps the taste of stone. Scouts swing wide and count smoke, not houses because smoke tells truth. A handful of border posts still stand, each with a ditch that remembers soldiers. Their gates have learned to talk in splinters and shrug in silence. The Horn's owner touches the metal twice and finds his breath steadier. The plain advertises its weakness with canals, barns, and piles of unharvested straw. Roads fork toward towns whose bells have learned a new vocabulary. Some rings mean prayer, and some mean run. Herds push into marsh cuttings where hooves sink and complain. Carts groan, stumble, and then accept the order to keep moving. Grain that left the field last summer now leaves the province this week. When men fear horses, bread gains legs. The Horn gives a curt note that means close ranks around wagons. Flank riders rise and fall in the swell of grass like diligent knives. Far behind, a line of refugees drifts toward water as if water could choose sides. The first big walls appear after 2 days of slow hunger. The city sits on piled labour and older fear. Its towers lean slightly, like men who listen too hard for too long. The gates hold bronze plates that have seen more festivals than sieges. Now they shine with a new polish called urgency. Within, cisterns taste of cold earth and hope kept in jars. Ration clerks draw lines on a board that hates them. They measure barley with hands that need wheat. Over everything, the air insists on being dry. The Horn lowers, and a standard points, and work begins without feeling complicated. Siege routines grow around the city like weeds that enjoy order. Ladders lean, towers creep, and sappers nuzzle the foundations with tools. Arrows complain, then grow bored, then complain again. Fire investigates mistakes and reports regularly. Hammers propose arguments that stone only partly understands. A ram sighs into its workings and stops before the hinge gives. The besieged learn the price of water poured from walls. The besiegers learn that sleep listens only to louder voices. Some evenings smell like pitched resin and regret cooked together. The Horn gives a low code when wagons must move inward under cover. Inside those walls, kitchens cut bread smaller, then smaller again. Market stalls offer broth that remembers meat as a rumour. A mother counts pits in a dry fig and calls it a story. Priests count candles and decide which prayers deserve more light. "We will endure," whispers a mason whose hands shake between stones. Children learn to play in corners where shadows look like chairs. Dogs forget bone and start waiting for news instead. A senator fastens a letter with a seal that feels theatrical. He sends it to a general who already knows the content. The Horn outside replies through the dark with a note as practical as a nail. On the third week, the ground concedes a seam where the sappers insist. A wall segment considers its options and chooses gravity. Dust lifts a curtain and hides the first disaster from both sides. When it settles, men are already where the air remembers them. The breach is small enough to deny hope, yet wide enough to invite pain. Defenders shove beams into a hole that wants to be bigger. Attackers pour into a mouth that has not learned to chew. Shields meet in a noise that confuses bravery with survival. The Horn barks twice, and fresh units tilt forward like shelves full of iron. There is no noble panorama when streets become lines on a commander's palm. Every intersection claims to be the right plan, every doorway a fortress. Smoke tries to invent night in the middle of honest daylight. Markets cough up spices and copper scales that never taught anyone courage. A shrine door opens to an old song and a new bargain. "Leave this one," a voice says, and the next door does not listen. Wells are argued over with ropes that remember festival flags. Grain stores breathe once and then remember how to be empty. The Horn falls quiet because breath has become strategy. When the great doors finally swing, they sound like men exhaling together. Fire eats without manners, and then grows polite when timbers stop resisting. Strong buildings do not burn quickly, just thoroughly. Roof tiles glide into alleys like failed answers. The river keeps the ashes secret and goes on pretending to be water. Refugees follow its edge toward marsh that cannot promise anything. They carry bundles that smell of smoke, oil, and a child's hair. Their feet draw a new map on banks that will forget them by autumn. Horses drink and then fling their heads as if water had lied. The Horn gives a single long tone to gather men from streets now finished. No one mistakes it for triumph. The army steps back from charred gates and does math with ruined boots. Plunder fills carts, then mines, then plans. A man can die of weight if he loves silver too fiercely. Wagons don't care about revenge, they care about axle grease. The column turns toward the wide middle where barns stand as if surprised. Orchards provide poles to carry things that should not be carried. Vineyards gift stakes that did not expect this career. Fields deliver straw that remembers animals, not soldiers. The Horn finds a new duty as traffic officer and mother tongue. Delay becomes a weapon for people who have run out of metal. Bridges vanish where streams can excuse mischief. Mills jam with stones nobody remembers dropping. Ferries float away on an early retirement. Wells receive additions that water does not prefer. Open barns become open fields that mutter about absence. A hayrick burns not because it must, but because it can. The horn blares a warning whenever thirsty men spill into sights they should refuse. Discipline means marching past solutions too small to save anyone. News rides ahead of men and reaches fear before they do. The general who gathered allies last summer measures this campaign with colder hands. He has fewer horsemen and more favours owing. Pay chests feel lighter because truth weighs a lot. His maps contain stains called reality. There are passes to guard, but the threat has already entered the room. He plays for time because time sometimes changes its mind. He rides the line and tells officers to fight the land, not the legend. Burn that. He points, and a granary becomes a theory about hunger. The Horn agrees with short notes that hate poetry. Sickness arrives without insult, which makes it honest and patient. It begins in the ditches and then decides rank is irrelevant. River water holds a flavour that horses reject only once. Men sweat in an air that refuses to believe in shade. Tents turn into ovens that smell of leather thinking about surrender. Eyes fever over and see friends as mistakes that must be corrected. A cough becomes a language nobody wants to learn. The horn sounds thinner, as if metal felt what lungs feel. The camp hears it and turns its face toward wind that never learned gentleness. Rumours breed better than cattle when fodder is ash and maps are hope. An eastern army has crossed a river that forgot to be loyal. A raiding column has knifed into homelands where mothers remember songs. Pastures once full of spare horses now flicker with enemy scouts. Tribute goes missing because roads have become indecisive. Allied tribes ask questions that leadership resents. The horn cannot answer anything but distance and timing. It gives the marching beat that replaces confidence with repetition. Feet obey when minds cannot. Word spreads that an embassy comes along the road that enjoys shade. They are not bringing armies, they are bringing faces that mean history. The Bishop of Rome rides with a line drawn down his forehead. Senators ride with rings that still believe in laws. A few guards ride with spears that understand posture. They carry words, blessings, and a sense that Rome is a stage even in defeat. Their mules carry nothing heavy enough to bribe a tired appetite. The plain watches them pass and pretends surprised respect. The horn lowers because conversation requires open hands. They meet near water that remembers old treaties and dry summers. The camp lifts its head the way a dog does when doors open. Attendants arrange carpets that have seen better shoes. A chair is found that can bite a man's back without being obvious. The bishop speaks first, placing duty like bread on a table. He offers restraint the way fathers offer rules to sons. Let the day end here, he says, and the river pretends not to listen. The senators add old names designed to feel heavier than steel. Their Latin arrives with edges smoothed by centuries of being obeyed. Across from them, the warlord hears something else layered beneath those words. He hears roads behind him weeping into enemy saddlebags. He hears horses coughing in a rhythm men cannot ride. He hears a rival empire moving chessmen onto villages that matter to him. He hears drums from other fires that no longer answer his beat. He sees wagons that carry plunder and fever more faithfully than victory. He knows winter is not a person who can be negotiated with. The horn, lying on a cushion, knows the weight of silence that follows. There is no drama worth carving when men face sums they cannot deny. The delegation offers dignity and time, not submission. The commander offers intention, not apology. They talk of honour as if honour were a cloak that did not scratch. They talk of provisions as if numbers had feelings. They talk of hostages and gestures and the kind of memory nations keep. You will be spoken of well, says a voice that has seen cities survive. I prefer being spoken of at all, another voice replies. The horn looks like a mouth that refuses to decide who owns breath. A movement runs through the camp that feels like stretching after a long stone sleep. Wagons tighten ropes, and the oxen shuffle with relief that tastes like clover. Horse blankets flap over backs that want dry grass more than glory. Smiths quench irons and do not smile. Surgeons wash hands in water that suddenly seems generous. Scouts ride in widening circles and return with suitable horizons. The horn lifts and gives a tone that points north without gloating. Men answer with footfalls that remember yesterday and plan to forget tomorrow. Towns along the road learn that a leaving army can be cruel in smaller ways. Barn doors hang, and chicken coops develop sophisticated philosophers. Bells ring for Thanksgiving with voices gone hoarse. The faithful kneel in rooms that smell of smoke and damp limestone. Mothers unwrap saved bread and decide strangers deserve slices. A blacksmith finds his tools where he hid them and blesses poor memory. The horn passes through villages that will tell stories about it for years. None of those tales will include the taste of fear inside brass. On a river bend, a shuttered villa opens one eye to watch the column ooze by. Marble floors hold dust prints shaped like questions. An old steward counts amphorae and stops when the number embarrasses him. A vine tied along a pergola remembers hands that sang while working. In a corner, a child turns a wooden top and fails to smile. "They are leaving," she whispers, and nobody claps. The horn gives a pulse for bridges that should be crossed only once. Men obey and do not spit into water because superstition is a better shield than armour today. No order comes to chase. The general watches from a ridge and keeps his horse still. He trusts disease, hunger, and arithmetic more than his remaining lances. His staff counts days until rains, not days until victory. He marks villages to replant and walls to mend. He sends letters to towns that can gather orphans into work. He sends scouts to headwaters that could carry grain if persuaded. He holds the horn in one hand and feels how warm decisions make metal. He returns it to the rider who has learned every note worth playing. The plain exhales with the dry laugh of men who still owe rent. Fields blackened last week cool into a second soil that will remember. Ditches grow statements about incompetence and then accept frogs without prejudice. A millstone rests halfway through a breaking that never finished. A road shows wheel scars like rings on an old tree. The river keeps secrets badly and tells one to every bend. The horn travels against the current of rumour that moves faster. News says the north is shaking as if someone large were coughing. Camps are struck on meadows that will hate tents forever. Stakes leave wounds that spring will propose to heal, perhaps clumsily. Fires die in circles that resemble coins without inscriptions. The last pots are scraped clean with a thrift that insults pride. Men sleep with their mouths open because sleep no longer trusts noses. Horses dream by twitching and forget battles much quicker than men. The horn slides into a bag lined with linen that smells of long campaigns. It bumps against a whetstone and decides not to complain. The embassy rides back toward Rome at a pace that confuses public ceremony. Crowds step out from alleys, then back into them, then out again. Some hands clap, some hands cross, and some hands hold loaves carefully. A mother presses a kiss onto a child's hair as if marking safe return. The veteran touches his scar and thinks about fields rather than medals. Bells insist on happiness while granaries insist on inventory. The horn passes under arches that prefer parades to survivals. Nobody argues with architecture when it chooses to be kind. Night lays down earlier than before, as if darkness has learned efficiency. Men wake from thin dreams and count to remember who still counts. Names halt in throats that have swallowed ashen argument. Letters dispatch themselves into the future on backs that will not return. A priest lifts a lamp at a crossroads and waits for questions. A householder opens a door and counts plates that need food immediately. The horn rests where voices finally agree to be low. Its bell holds a small echo that refuses to dim entirely. Beyond the next ridge, the north pulls like a stitch through hard cloth. Rivers shorten when maps grow teeth. Settlements tighten, then loosen, then disappear into their own repairs. Pastures remember thunder and flinch at clouds that are not storms. The road bends toward places where memory wears a different uniform. The horn will learn new winds there and new silences with older faces. Somewhere behind, the plain assembles into a months-long inventory of what survived. Somewhere ahead, a fire waits that thinks it knows the next part. Another morning starts without being asked for permission. The rider checks the mouthpiece as if it could lie. He ties the strap, loosens it, ties it again, and nods. The column moves like an animal wounded enough to be sensible. A dog barks once and decides it has said enough for today. The air tastes of damp straw rather than iron, which counts as mercy. The horn rises for a note that will call men into a different kind of danger. It pauses just long enough to hear distant waters argue about which bank is safer. The horn finally speaks, not loudly, just firmly, and the road agrees. The sound climbs a bank and brushes willows into attention. It settles over a ford where stones have learned patience. It reaches a hill where a man looks back and then forbids himself. It wraps a farmhouse that has nothing left to give anyone. It runs along a ditch and finds frogs instead of soldiers. It touches a boundary marker that has seen too many empires change names. Then the tone fades and leaves a promise behind, careful and undecided. Somewhere a messenger gallops with parchment that will need a seal and silence. Somewhere a chieftain learns about losses disguised as postponements. Somewhere a mother tells a child the smoke is leaving, then adds nothing. Somewhere a general holds a map and chooses a repair over revenge. Only for today. The horn does not know these choices. It knows breath, rhythm and distance. It trusts the next mouth to be steady, if not wise. The road thickens with mud that remembers last year's hooves. No one complains, because complaint is a luxury that dries quickly. A last glance falls on the plain that was almost a grave and almost a lesson. Towers return to being towers, not questions that stand upright. Churches collect sighs and lay them out in rows like clean linen. Markets open slowly, then pretend they never closed. Fields gum their wounds with ash, and seeds make plans that ignore history. The horn disappears behind a fold in the land, then reappears reluctantly. It continues north with men who call this survival, not victory. Head waits a night camp where talk will be brief and necessary. The embassy's words linger like the aftertaste of strong wine. Dignis did work, though not alone. Famine did work, though not kindly. Disease did work, though not selectively. Pressure did work, though not honourably. Together they pulled a spearhead away from the ribs of a country. The horn carries those facts without poetry, because poetry belongs to other rooms. It will sound again where rivers and borders share a bed uneasily. It will help explain whose turn it is to breathe. When sunset finally commits, the sky keeps its promises and the ground keeps none. Crows invent a schedule and then keep it with professional pride. Light withdraws from ditches first because ditches never spend it well. A sentry clears his throat and counts distant campfires without trusting the number. A wagoner tightens a knot twice and remembers a different harvest. The horn remains visible until the last scrap of colour resigns. By the time darkness fits properly, it is only a shape within other shapes. No one says the word safe. It is a word that cracks when held too tightly. The right word is later, which is enough tonight. Later means planting, mending, weighing, and choosing which bridges to rebuild. Later means letters that do not lie and promises that almost manage truth. Later means a different threat will try this road, at a time named soon. The horn saves breath for that, because breath hoarded is the only wealth that travels well. The road runs forward, unpersuaded by prayers and unimpressed by swords. Before sleep, a rider polishes the mouth of the horn with a frayed cloth. He finds a dent he does not remember making and decides to keep it. Dents are the alphabet of survival in brass. He holds the horn to his lips without sounding it, as if tasting the future. Enough for one day, he thinks, and the horn forgives his presumption. Night folds the camp into compartments of exhaustion and strategy. Somewhere within that fold, a plan begins to unwrite itself softly. The horn rests, and the plain behind it stops pretending to breathe. The horn lies quiet in a sack that smells of sweat and wet linen. Its rim keeps a thin ring of ash from the plains behind them. Hoofbeats settle into a pace that feels like bookkeeping, then begin to count. Not enemies, but days without alarms. Grass rises again in ruts that had learned the shape of panic. Granaries open slowly, the way old men open eyes. The first loaves baked after a siege taste of smoke and gratitude. A child licks salt from a crust and decides to remember this day. The horn stays near the rider's knee, heavy, obedient, and undecided. Roads toward the north grow narrower and less sure of themselves. Bridges droop like tired spines. Ditches fill with reeds and half-promises. Small posts that once held real garrisons now host smoke and foxes. Palisades rot from the bottom like bad arguments. A few towers lean forward with curiosity, then give up and lean back. The horn rides past each of them and refuses to judge. News runs quicker than metal. It says the threat has turned away, not been defeated. That difference keeps men from singing and keeps horses from prancing. In towns south of the great river, repairs look like prayers performed with hammers. Church roofs lose their holes, then their apologies. Markets return, shy at first, then loud because that is their nature. Bakers measure flour with a seriousness that would suit judges. Carpenters lift beams that remember fire. Cisterns receive clean water and hold it like a secret. Priests bless wells as if water could read. The horn sounds only once at dusk. A short note to mark the curfew. People accept that sound like a fence built out of air. The general rides a thin horse that prefers oats to speeches. He counts units by dust plumes, not by rosters. His staff speaks softly because cards kept close are worth more than maps waved wide. He writes to towns with words that promise work, not wonder. Men will mend bridges, plant barley, and keep their children in the shade. He orders that refugees be tallied by hands, not by guesses. He sends the cold instruction no one loves, burn what cannot be held. The horn approves with brief tones that do not ask forgiveness. Across the plains beyond the mountains, a different camp learns the price of hunger. A leader counts bowls that do not fill and horses that do not recover. Sickness eats faster than any army. Grass hides holes that break legs. The campaign that entered Italy like a statement leaves like an unfinished line. There is talk of new marches and other roads. There is also a cough in the night that will not take orders. The horn hears none of this, yet its silence feels heavier, as if metal could guess endings. The embassy returns by a road that remembers ceremony. Citizens watch and try to decide how much to smile. Some hands lift to bless, some hands lift to point. There is salt in tears because tears have learned to travel. The bishop rests his voice and allows the city to speak. Centres write letters that call restraint a victory with careful ink. Guilds reopen their doors and pretend normal began this morning. The horn salutes the city with a single level tone. Bells answer with a confidence that might last a week. Winter moves into the valleys without paperwork. Frost writes on rooftops and forgets no one. Garrison fires burn slow, wise, and small. Men learn to breathe shallow inside thin blankets. Horses choose standing sleep, because standing has been their only habit for months. The horn grows cold against the rider's thigh and bites when touched. Orders are few, and most concern wood, fodder, and patience. Stories walk from tent to tent like cats looking for hands. One story says the great camp in the northeast has begun to fray. The news comes in pieces, then in a curtain that will not lift back. The warlord with the iron will has died among his own. No enemy took his breath. The day simply did. Men who learned to move by his hand now move their hands against each other. The great machine that drove fear south begins to grind itself into parts. Clients remember old grudges and young kingdoms. Roads that led one way yesterday divide into three by morning. The horn lies still, yet the very air around it seems to exhale. If a threat collapses far away, how much safety does that buy today? The general asks the question to no one and everyone. He tells frontier posts to watch differently, not less. He knows a sweet lesson ruins quickly. Raiders without masters often bite harder, then fade faster. The upper river will not guard itself simply because fires have gone out elsewhere. He sends men to count posts, nails, and honest boards. They return with reports written in mud. Many sites stand, few function. The horn calls work parties as if work were victory. Men straighten palisades with timber stolen from unfinished barns. Ditches deepen and then argue with spring floods. The watchman learns which birdsong means strangers. A bell hangs without the notch worn by panic. The small forts look real again from a distance. Up close, they still smell like yesterday. The horn notes each repair with a short bark that prefers numbers to adjectives. Over weeks, the frontier trades the taste of iron for the taste of damp wood. Relief brings appetite, and appetite brings politics. In Ravenna, corridors practice echoes again. Court shoes glide, and the marble pretends not to overhear. The man who pulled allies together returns to a table where gratitude breaks quickly. He is praised in voices that are already measuring his height for other uses. He lays out list levies, seed grain, timber quotas, troop drafts. He asks for coin to pay the people who did not break. The chamber answers with phrases that seem respectful and add up to delays. A horn would cut through that fog if it could reach those halls. Ships slide along lagoons and passes to the port that feeds the capital. Sailors whisper prayers to winds that have learned new habits, where houses open, shut, open again, like mouths that cannot decide. Taxmen count with hands that shake less than before. They speak in barley, oil, and wine, then lower their voices and speak in silver. Carthage still sleeps with their purse under its pillow. The sea lane that once behaved like a road now behaves like a wager. The horn, when sounded at the quay, gains a strange echo from stacked amphorae. In the north, snow begins to rot, and roads begin to reappear. Messengers pound out lines on the map like a child's handwriting. They bring word of tribes bending, breaking, and bending again. They bring word that the old pressure has dissolved into many sharp corners. They bring word that a few new chiefs have tall eyes and short tempers. The general nods and draws circles where postings should be thick. He does not draw swords. Swords he understands. Circles frighten him now, because circles mean holes inside. Rome breathes differently, but does not forget the hand on its throat. Households inventory their cellars and pretend the numbers are normal. Guilds meet to plan repairs that outnumber Sundays. Churches collect blankets with the same care used for relics. Markets sell rope, nails, and coarse cloth. Fine things wait for a year that remembers what fine means. A baker hangs a fresh broom over his door like a banner. A mother wraps a loaf in a towel and speaks to it kindly. The horn passes that door and leaves an airbend in its wake. To the east, where the other emperor sits, letters arrive that weigh more than seals. They describe a world that loosened then tightened in new places. They ask for men and send advice instead. They offer honour where wheat would be better. Coordination becomes a polite word for distance. The general reads and reduces hopes to requests he might fill himself. He approves muster rolls that look thinner than he wants. He files promises where he keeps maps of places he cannot reach. The horn knows no geography, only timing. Spring pulls sickness out of tents and pours it into ditches. Rivers swell and announce where bridges lied. Plough teams test soil that taste of ash and old leather. Fields accept seed like people accept encouragement, with thanks and suspicion. The first green lines appear and convince no one. Time becomes the most valuable thing again. It is also the stingiest. The horn signals dawn work details and dusk returns. Men hear it and feel something like order settle into their bones. News arrives that the mighty confederation beyond the river has split into pieces that hate each other. A battle there has names nobody south will learn to pronounce. The result is clear, though. The whip that drove many tribes together has dropped into dust. That should feel like rescue. It feels like weather, which is to say, change without kindness. The general orders fewer scouts to look far and more to look near. He tells them to count boats as often as they count hooves. The horn sends them out before sunrise, then waits for quiet answers. On a ridge above a marsh, an old frontier fort lets grass vote on ownership. Men arrive with axes and shovels and politics. They argue with boards and then agree with nails. They hang the horn from a peg while they lift a gate back onto hinges. Its bell swings gently, like a nod from someone patient. When the job finishes, they do not shout. They lean on tools and breathe until breath decides to stay. One man taps the rim and smiles in a way that does not disturb anyone. Away from the forts, in the sweet damp air of early summer, the court plays a different game. Favours bloom like mushrooms after rain. In one wing, a chest is unlocked with care meant for infants. Inside, silver pieces lie in lines like soldiers pretending to sleep. Clerks count them without rhythm, then begin again. There is not enough, but the number looks pretty on wax. The chest shuts with a sound that will soon echo in a different city. The horn cannot hear that sound, yet the world seems to lean toward it. The general rides to a river crossing that costs 3 repairs and 5 lives. He watches cattle stumble through and peasants argue about ropes. He watches a boy carry a basket of nails as if it were his brother. He watches a priest bless a plank and then stand back proudly. He thinks of the last year as an argument with death that ended in a tie. He knows which side will try again sooner. He lifts the horn and gives a tone that tells men to shift to the next task. The note travels across water and chooses to remain unremarkable. At dusk, a courier arrives with eyes that skip sleep. He brings a letter wrapped like gilt. The words inside coil around a decision at the top of the world he can see. The man who did most to hold that world together has challenged the throne by existing near it. This is not the phrasing, but it is the meaning. The general folds the letter twice and places it under a cup. Not a seal. He says nothing and does nothing new. He looks at the horn and wonders what tone could prepare men for politics. The year turns a little more, and the grass dries into obedience. Raids dip like swallows and leave mostly dust. Towns tally births against graves and omit adjectives. Famine falls back into a threat rather than a reality. Traders creep toward markets with loads that forgive them. A few ships risk the coast and count blessings faster than waves. Far away, in halls that like clean sandals, a knife solves an argument with history. The news will not reach this camp today. The horn will not change its notes when it does. Southward, along channels that remember older republics, the sea practices a smile. Carthage sits with full storehouses and navy that knows the shape of Italian harbours. Messengers carry questions and find answers stamped with old grudges. A promise made years ago has been unmade by hands that tremble. A prince who was a pledge is now a reason. Sails will climb, oars will bite, and the horizon will bring painted prows. The chest of silver in Ravenna waits like a stage prop that finally understands its role. The horn ends its day in a tent open on two sides. It rests on a folded blanket, a veteran's pillow. It smells of brass, leather, and human belief. The rider sits nearby and picks ash from a nail with slow care. He thinks of plains where signals meant terror and then relief. He thinks of gates where a single note taught men to move as one. He thinks of quiet, which often saved more lives than valour. He leans back and closes his eyes without pretending this is comfort. The horn keeps watch the way metal does by enduring. In Rome, nights are warmer and shorter and fend off memory poorly. A mother counts candles and decides when to be generous. A senator keeps a cup by his bed and dreams of empty chests. A bishop wakes and walks, then wakes again because he never slept. A mason turns on his cot and imagines walls that do not burn. A porter on the river listens for the creak that means new cargo. Any cargo. A dog thumps its tail once at a word that used to be a name. None of them hear the horn, yet all of them live under its last echo. At dawn, men shoulder tools and swear at mud that does not understand schedules. The rider checks straps and nods to the horse that understands everything important. He lifts the horn and tests the mouthpiece against his lip. It is a good lip now, not as cracked as Winter's. He gives a note that means morning work and also means keep faith. The sound goes out across fields that will spend the day producing reasons. It reaches the edge of a marsh and takes a breath of its own. It reaches a ridge and bounces off toward a city he will not see this month. By noon, the camp has shrunk into a pattern that can be packed in an hour. Tents seem to fold themselves. Fires choose to die at the right time. Horses chew in a manner that helps men believe in harvests. Tools clack against tool heads in a language that needs no translation. The horn remains on its peg until a messenger waves a small flag in a big way. Then the rider lifts it again, gives two clipped notes, and sets the column moving south. Repair is not retreat. It is a different kind of advance. The road turns through orchards that learned new shapes under the last armies. Branches bear fruit in awkward places and no one complains. Men pick what they pass and leave coins when they remember. The coins look thin in hands that know prices too well. In the next town, a clerk chalks numbers onto a board and wipes them away twice. He sells rope, nails, salt, and silence. The horn sounds once at the edge of town, a courtesy some call a promise. Children stop and stare because it is a sound they will tell stories about. Toward evening, a wind from the west brings salted breath. The rider smells it and smiles without smiling. Sea air carries different kinds of news. It carries the idea of ships rounding capes and counting coves. It carries the memory of sacks, ransoms, and treaties signed in rooms that never saw a field. It carries the future wrapped in canvas and ambition. The horn answers that wind with a long, even note that travels no farther than the next rise. That is far enough. Farther would be impolite to truth. Night arrives, a little proud and very sure. Stars claim their usual places with the authority of repeat performers. The camp settles into the discipline of sleep. A guard leans on a spear and listens to grass rub against itself. Another drinks from a skin and swallows slowly, with ceremony. The horn is covered with cloth to keep dew off decisions. Somewhere not far enough, waves slap a stone key in patient practice. Somewhere not close enough, a key turns in an iron lock and a chest lid lifts. The horn will not speak there. That is a different instrument scene. Hinges will tell that story with a little scream, then a calmer sigh. Silver will clink like light when light pretends to have weight. Words will be spoken about tribute, ransom, and the price of time. A ship will tilt under the truth of those words and then level out. Oars will enter water with a smoothness that only hard men can afford. Sailcloth will strain in a voice that has loved this work since the first coast was named. The horn will remain here with men who repair rather than redeem. Yet the two sounds belong to the same ledger. A city spared by fatigue and bargaining must pay with discipline later. A frontier patched with wet wood must be kept by taxes, not legends. A people who tasted the edge of loss will eat modestly for a while. They will rebuild doors that swing and walls that listen. They will sleep, then wake, then sleep, then wake, and call that peace. The Horn accepts this contract because contracts are what it knows. Breath given now buys breath later. No one with sense asks for more. Before sleep closes the last eye, the rider checks the horn again. He turns it in his hands until the dent catches lamplight. He rubs the rim with a piece of cloth that was once a shirt. He holds the mouth to his lips, feels the cold, and does not play. Tomorrow, he thinks, and the word stays small on purpose. He sets the horn down with care that men usually reserve for children. Outside, the wind changes as if the sea had cleared its throat. Inside, the lamp gutters and accepts that darkness is better at this hour. When morning spills in, it will bring work, letters, and another set of measured plans. It will also bring sails to a horizon where gulls practice their lines. That is someone else's note to blow. The horn waits for the one it knows. It will call men to mending again, because mending keeps defeats from becoming definitions. The city that was not taken will learn how heavy survival feels. The fields that were not salted will learn to grow under watch. The road south will learn new traffic that speaks a Vandal tongue. The horn will hear of it soon enough, and then its breath will meet Silver's clatter. For now, it rests. Brass holds the memory of danger like a kettle holds tea. Warmth fades, not quickly, not completely. The rider sleeps at last without shoes. He dreams of gates that shut easily and of rivers that choose decent banks. He dreams of a day when the horn will hang in a hall and scare no one. The dream does not end. It changes shape when footsteps pass the tent. Somewhere beyond the dunes, oars fall into agreement and a prow decides on Rome. The silver chest waits in a corner where light forgets to visit. Its lid shows shallow scars from keys that hurried. The rings on its sides bear sweat left by hands that counted too fast. Dust runs a finger along the hinge and stops at a nail that does not match. When the lid finally lifts, air sighs as if coins needed room to breathe. Stacked pieces slide a little, like fish that remember water. The clerk bends close and feels the old chill of metal that outlives faces. He writes a number with careful chalk, then wipes it once and writes again. The chest belongs to the city in name, to fear in practice, and to the sea by tomorrow. News does not knock now. It pushes doors. A general fell in a hall months ago, and a throne changed hands in a courtyard. Knives finished the arguments no council could settle. Crowds stayed to watch because crowds learn power by watching it stumble. The road from Ravenna to Rome carries wagons of policy that are only words. The road from Carthage to Rome carries sails and wood and iron intentions. Between the two, a river pulls at the city like an unkind friend. The chest understands none of this. It knows only the weight that makes muscles honest. Men in the palace use titles that feel loose when said aloud. One claims emperor because another lies dead under quick stones. He orders a marriage that tries to glue fear to legitimacy. He reaches for a promise made across seas and breaks it like a spoon cracking salt. A betrothal that had kept one set of oars quiet becomes a reason to drill them harder. Rooms that should smell of incense take on the smell of paper burned at the edges. Voices advise, accuse, and praise with the same mouths within an hour. Windows stand open, not for air, but for escape drills rehearsed without music. In the streets, Rome pretends to remember how normal feels. Bakers bake because flour begs for heat. Porters lean into ropes because wine barrels roll easier downhill. Children kick worn sandals down lanes and turn them into games. Every 10 steps, someone looks up. The sky holds nothing except birds, yet men still search it for shapes that mean masts. The Tiber runs with its usual discipline, but rumour walks faster along both banks. Someone swears a sailor cousin saw a fleet near the mouths. Someone else swears at that cousin's habit of seeing storms in calm water. Both men lower their voices when a bell strikes midday. At a table with more wax than bread, senators try to add and subtract hope. They draft a letter that asks the sea to be polite. They draft a second letter that asks the east to be quick. They draft a third that asks God to weigh coin in Rome's favour this time. Seals thump, crack, and cool. Messengers take the satchels with faces that know the weight of blame. Outside, a barrel maker tests a hoop and listens like a father at a door. When wood and iron agree, He smiles. Today that feels like a miracle. In the basilicas, priests dust reliquaries that have already seen a city opened by strangers. They remember the last time and the prayers that grew heavier than food. They walk their hands across the stones and ask for mercy in words worn smooth. They meet envoys who speak of talking to men who love ships more than arguments. The envoys ask for a simple thing that is never simple. They want a promise that lives will cost less than gold. The clergy nod and do not nod. The chest in the corner hears none of this. It still holds the clang it was built to hold. A rumour collects courage and becomes a news item by sunset. Sails have been seen west of Ostia, and the wind behaves like a friend to them. The port begins to behave like a throat that expects a scream. Cranes swing with more caution and fewer songs. Harbourmen tie knots they learned as boys and check them twice as men. Warehouses unlock and relock as owners change their minds every 20 breaths. Barrels and bales move toward the city not because the city can eat them, but because leaving them by water feels like an invitation. A boy carries a small chest and kisses its corner when no one watches. Night arrives with the arrogance of a city that has met night often. Torches argue with breeze along the river walk. Dogs choose sides between sleep and duty. Guards at the gate stare past darkness, trying to see shapes that are mostly their own thoughts. On a tower, a trumpet tries a note and then remembers silence would be kinder. A woman near the Subura hides a folded garment in a wall niche and tells the bricks to keep secrets. A farmer outside the walls hears nothing except his own heart, which counts money he does not have. The silver chest feels the weight shift as another bag enters and kneels among its kind. Morning starts thin and gains flesh with chores. In the forum, stalls open late as if sleep could delay ships. Money changers blink hard and find their hands steady. They smile at customers without showing teeth. At a shrine near the market, someone has left a knife. No one touches it, and no one says why. A courier clatters across stone with a dispatch that does not keep pace with footsteps. He brings the same story twice, with better words on the second telling. The fleet has cleared a headland that matters. Wind carries men and plans as straight as a rule stretched across water. The Emperor walks through a corridor that corrects posture even on bad days. His name fits the throne differently than the last name did. Walls look taller because eyes look lower. Advisors gather with counsel that sounds clipped, because clipped sounds controlled. Some recommend riding to the army, which is a kind way of saying leaving. Others whisper about negotiation before the city learns the taste of fear again. He waves them off gently, then waves them off again with less grace. Outside that room, the palace hums with a work of packing that no one calls packing. In the corner, a chest waits like a sentence without a verb. On the river, boatmen mutter the names of current seams. They know which line pulls and which lets go. They also know that luck carries cargo better than law once sails crowd the horizon. A barge that used to bring oil begins to bring people. A skiff that used to carry olives begins to carry coins wrapped in linen. So many small chests cross the Tiber that the water takes on a rumour of metal. The sound is low and stubborn, like ants carrying thoughts. A priest watches from a quay and counts faces heading toward church doors. He counts slower when fear shows. He counts faster when it does not. Messages reach the hills before they reach the courtyards. Riders leap dry ditches and lose straps they cannot spare. One falls and cusses the ground like a brother. He ties the strap with a knot that would make a sailor nod, then rides on. He brings news that the fleet has split its shape. Part of it keeps the port busy with attention. Part of it sees the river for what it is. The city understands before the words finish. The river is a road that does not ask permission. The chest in the storage room seems to grow ears. At mid-morning, bells call a council because bells do not understand delay. Names that matter in Rome answer slowly, then suddenly. A bishop enters with steps that ask for discipline from wood. He speaks quietly and asks questions that sound like statements. How many soldiers are there that will stay at walls? How much grain lies where men can reach it? How many barges can move families without sinking promises? He does not ask who will die, because the city already knows the price list printed by months like these. A few senators nod as if their heads had waited for orders. A few look at the doors. In the streets, the last of the market stalls decide whether to be brave. Some owners leave cloth hanging and hope honour protects fabric. Others fold their wares into bundles that look like infants and carry them home. Donkeys choose their burden with long ears and longer looks. A stray dog finds a bone and refuses wisdom. People tuck small chests under blankets, as if blankets could fool steel. Larger chests go where men with arms like beams carry them. A porter grunts and laughs and says a joke that does not volunteer to be remembered. The chest swallows 2 more sacks and becomes a little less empty. Noon gives the city a pulse and then magnifies it. Heat climbs and demands respect. Men sweat coins onto shirts. Women secure hair, not for style, but for speed. Somewhere, a boy climbs a wall to see if ships carry flags he has heard described in whispers. He sees colour and lines, and he sees oars biting so even that the water seems to enjoy being cut. He shouts down to no one in particular. He says the sea is now a square of wood and linen. He does not know that the square is also a sentence. It ends here. The Emperor decides late and decides poorly, so he tries to ride, not to soldiers, but to safety. The streets do not forgive men who choose themselves during public storms. Stones move faster than arguments. Hands that yesterday begged for bread today grab stirrups and cloak edges. Names get shouted, not in praise. Panic stops a horse by looking it straight in the eye. A man falls, then disappears under the footwork of people who never intended murder. The city learns a new lesson about how quickly a ruler can become a story. No trumpet marks the moment. A stray chicken does. In the palace that still calls itself the centre, servants listen for footsteps that will never return. They finish their tasks because tasks finish people back. A chest gets closed with a firm sound that does not echo. Another chest gets closed without anything inside to guard. A clerk carries a key ring and avoids looking at faces. He counts teeth on a brass key as if the number meant safety. Outside, armour creaks in hallways where authority just untied its sandals. A captain posts double guards where no one will come, because doing that feels like control. Along the river, the horizon finally admits the fleet into proper shape. Hulls push river water the way bulls push fences. Tops of masts draw thin lines against a sky that pretends innocence. Rowers move as if a single tendon pulled them. Pilots mark sandbars with eyes that have seen this colour of water before. Bows turn toward the city with the politeness of well-made tools. Quays stiffen. Ropes ready themselves by twisting exactly once more than needed. The air smells like tar and sweat and an old wet rope that never quite dries. Men taste salt and swear it is panic. It is only salt. Within the walls, the talk shifts from if to how. Some argue for a last stand that will end where the last stand always ends. Others press for negotiation by people who can speak sentences inside storms. The bishop gathers a small company who can carry a message without spilling it. A few elders send for tokens that might matter on strange decks. These are rings and names and habits of voice that once opened doors. They may still open a moment. A boy watches them pass and remembers a story of saints and sacks. He decides to believe instruments can make mercy when steel cannot. The silver chest moves at last. 4 men lift and discover how much history weighs. They grunt together, learn a single breath, and walk like a slow animal with a box for a spine. The corridor narrows twice, and the chest steers with authority. Each turn reminds it of hands that last touched it in hunger years. It leaves a soft scrape along one wall that will remain when names have changed. Down a short stair, the air grows cooler and cleaner. The chest enters a room where walls have heard plans for 100 years. It will wait here for half an hour or a century. Time can be generous with objects that teach it patience. On the quay, an oar dips and lifts with beautiful boredom. A captain raises a hand and drops it, and the ship listens. A boarding plank finds stone, then settles into work. Voices begin a rhythm of commands that prefer short words. Rope pays out and returns like a line of thought that knows where it is going. A senator coughs and clears his mind of pride. He has brought rhetoric to battles and won some. He has brought coin to markets and won more. Today he brings empty hands and a face that says the city wants to live. That face will have to be enough. At the edge of a square, an old woman ties a cloth around a jar and then unties it. She suspects nothing she does now matters, and she is mostly right. She sits on a step with the dignity of baked clay. Beside her, a small chest stays hidden under a shawl that cannot keep secrets. She pats the shawl twice and whispers to the wood. "Stay quiet," she says, and wood obeys as usual. The child leans against her knee and asks 3 questions about ships. She answers 2 and redirects the 3rd toward the kind lie called later. In a lane that remembers parades, a young soldier checks the edge on a blade he does not want to use. He rubs it with cloth and sees his face grow clearer, then less. He tells himself he will stand to his post and then stands there. He hears footsteps that are his fear, and then hears real footsteps that are heavier. He thinks of the last time he saw first blood, and his stomach moves in a way that asks for bread and forgiveness. He decides to breathe. That is the only command he keeps perfectly all day. The bishop's party moves toward the gate with the slowness of purpose. They carry no chests and no banners, only the weight of their city's wish. Behind them, citizens gather in a half-circle that offers silent counsel. This counsel says nothing brave and nothing foolish. It says do what will hurt least. The gate waits with stone patience. Above it, the sky holds a gull at just the right angle to remind everyone that the sea writes the lines today. A bell begins to toll in not fast, not slow, and seems to tell the air to behave. In the palace room where the chest had stood, dust settles into new maps. A servant closes shutter slats so that the light cannot measure emptiness. He picks up a coin that escaped counting and holds it to the slit of day. The coin glows without promising anything. He places it on the sill so it can watch. Then he leaves, because places begin to hold on to men who hang back. The coin stays, a little sun trapped in a room that once held power. It does not roll, it does not need to. On the river, the first boat touches stone with a decision. Boards meet, then hands. The envoy speaks low, a voice trained on halls now speaking to decks. He uses the name of the city carefully, as if it might crack with mishandling. He does not offer chests. Not yet. He offers terms that hope to trade lives for objects. He keeps sentences short, because time prefers short. The captain listens without interrupting the river. The river listens without choosing sides, because rivers wait for outcomes. Sailcloth eases as if listening too. The chest downstairs breathes like metal can breathe. It hears footsteps above, voices along stone, and the slow pulse of a building that knows it might be open today. It remembers coins poured into it after other storms and the hands that took them out when storms died. It does not prefer either act. It accepts function the way a gate accepts hinges. A key rests on its lid, warm from pockets that paste halls. Dust tickles the key's teeth and settles again. The room holds a little coolness and a little peace. There will be less of both soon. The city puts its face on. It smooths its wild hair and straightens a robe. It hides what must be hidden and lifts what must be lifted. It readies to speak to men whose language is price. The bishop lifts his hand, and the bell quiets as if ashamed of noise. In the distance, sails pause, then tighten. On the quay, ropes rise and fall like chests do when a man decides not to panic. The air tastes of iron and prayer. Doors that matter stand open just enough to welcome or to beg. Rome draws a breath it cannot afford and holds it for as long as it can. When a throne changes by knife, the harbour learns new colours. Someone murmurs along the wall. No one replies. The words float up, catch on a stone, and wait there. A gull settles near them and makes a sound that might be laughter or appetite. The envoy steps forward. The captain tilts his head. The river leans. Inside the building by the forum, a hand curls around a key and lifts it gently from the chest lid. The silver chest knows the shape of a crowd before the door opens. It feels boots in the stone. Then a pause, then air-changing wait. The key turns, polite and final. Daylight pours in with a taste of dust and old cloth. 3 men enter first and say nothing. They look like men who have learned not to announce orders. Their eyes move to corners where wealth prefers to hide. A 4th man follows and carries a strip of wax as carefully as water. He nods toward the chest as if greeting a colleague. He sets the wax on a small plate and waits for flame. Outside, bells have already accepted the new rhythm. They do not ring alarm. They do not ring triumph. They ring in simple, regular confession. Somewhere near the river, a voice calls names and counts them twice. The city is being arranged, not destroyed. A line stretches from a portico to a square where carts wait. Each cart wears a sign painted with one word. Gold, silver, cloth, spice, icons. Names that usually sit in poetry now sit on planked boards. Men with tablets record and refuse to be hurried. Their styluses move like spears used by patient soldiers. The first instructions arrive on a scrap of parchment tied with twine. They come with few verbs and clear numbers. The man with the wax reads, nods, and tucks the scrap under a belt. He warms the wax and lets it soften. He presses it onto the chest lid in 4 neat circles. Then he takes a seal from a pouch and sets its face into the soft surface. The room watches the muscle in his forearm tense, then release. No one speaks while the seal cools. The chest understands. Today is not about hiding. Today is about moving. A door to the courtyard opens wider and gives the world a little more room. The sound of sandals meets the sound of sandals. Two men with shoulders broad from practical labour steer a low handcart inside. They check the wheels with their feet and let the cart settle. One touches the chest corner with the flat of his palm. He nods in the old way men nod to objects that deserve respect. The other wipes his hands on a belt leather, then reaches for the ring handle. He tests weight and grins without mirth. This is good weight. This is what work is for. Outside, the streets flow in one direction. People move not like a mob, but like a river forced between new banks. Sacks of grain go one way, rolled carpets go another. Statues wrapped in canvas develop shoulders and strange shadows. A child points and laughs until a mother taps his wrist gently. Priests stand at church doors and speak soft instructions. The invaders listen like men with rules. They forbid fire. They forbid gratuitous knife work. They allow doorways marked by crosses to collect the frightened. They station men near these doors, not to threaten, but to make order solid. At the river, ships display discipline with ropes and planks. Gangways reach the quay like quiet tongues. Names are called and answered. Foremen mark each load with measured scratches on thin boards. The sea breathes under the wood and offers no opinion. Sailors form a chain from cart to hold and become a machine. Their backs move in a rhythm that respects spines. Bales slide into darkness. Barrels descend with little sighs. The ship accepts each gift with the generosity of a plan. It has space for more. It has days for more. From a distant hill, smoke tries to invent a story and fails. Only kitchens send up pale reminders of noon. No building burns. No roof collapses. The city's worst thing today is not flame. It is subtraction. It is a very long series of careful takings. Men who used to buy now weigh. Men who used to calculate taxes now calculate inventory. The old habit of counting becomes the only defence left. If a number exists, a life might be spared for another hour. A number speaks the language the day wants. Back in the vault, the chest rises with a grunt that sounds human. The cart takes its burden and groans once, then accepts the weight like a vow. The two carriers find the shared step that makes heavy objects lighter. They move through the corridor with the caution of men who cannot afford to stumble. At the door, a clerk gestures left without looking up. He is counting rings on a bundle of keys that no longer open anything that matters. He scratches a line in his wax and blows on it. He does not look at the chest. He knows better to look. Looking invites attachment. In the forum, a delegation waits where law once announced itself with confidence. They carry documents like shields. They approach the men with lists and try to negotiate a smaller wound. They ask that sacred objects remain. They ask that books on shelves hear only whispers. The answer is consistent and cold, but it is not cruel. The visitors will not burn. The visitors will not defile. The visitors will not spare the portable and precious. The delegation nods, because nodding is the most they can manage without crying. They return to their churches and tell the truth in simple words. A man who once shaped gold filigree sits beside a bundle wrapped in faded red. He fingers the knot as if the knot were a cousin. He imagines the bracelet inside growing bored. A boy sits next to him and asks 3 questions in a whisper. Will they take it? The man answers, yes. Will they break it? The man says, no. Will we see it again? The man looks at the boy's clean ear and chooses mercy. Perhaps he says, and lets the knot remain tied for 1 more minute. Teams move through districts by rule. They empty storerooms, then kitchens, then bedchambers. They open cabinets and ask residents to name what matters. The residents point to plates, and then hold their tongues. Today value has new face and old smell. Gold tells the same story it always tells. Silver repeats itself. Ivory pretends innocence and fails. Cloth confesses beauty and is forgiven by being rolled up and carried away. A woman holds a small carved box and insists it holds nothing a ledger would care about. The man in charge nods and lets her keep it. He has a heart and he has orders. He follows both and keeps moving. On the second day, the rhythm becomes muscle memory. The city wakes, eats what it can, and prepares its valuables for exit. A noble house draws a line of servants to the street with candelabra held like spears. A baker brings out his coins wrapped in flower-streaked cloth, because hiding them in the oven would turn a joke cruel. A small monastery writes out a list of relics and displays it like a price sheet. The list has many words but very few numbers. The men with tablets read and nod and leave the bones without comment. They take the chalices warmed by hands and the lamps that once steadied prayers. At noon, a shipmaster receives new instructions with fewer courtesies. A consignment must sail for a large island to the south. The sea lanes have names and customs, and not all obey Rome now. The master swallows and signs a slate. He calls for men to rig and men to row. He looks up at swallows turning under the quay roof and feels envy. The island is familiar and not friendly. Sometimes it belongs to one flag, sometimes to another. He tells himself the wind owes no allegiance. He orders the lines cast and watches the gangway scrape free. On the third day, quiet persists like a duty. There are shouts and cracks of wood, but no screams that multiply. Some families try to plead for objects that held more story than coin. The men with lists shrug when they can and stay silent when they must. A widow brings out a garment folded decades ago and asks that it be spared because the fold remembers a hand. The collector pauses, then gestures toward a corner where personal threads are allowed to die a natural death. The widow thanks him and steps aside. Her eyes find the chest moving past and follow it with a long stare. She does not know why the box gets all her grief. She decides not to know. By the river, the chest reaches the quay and becomes one item among hundreds and still manages to be itself. Markers of chalk appear on its lid in careful numbers. A second seal joins the first four, impressed over a strip of cord that an honest man cannot untie without confessing. Ropes lift and lower with blackened palms. A hook catches the chest ring and tugs. The crew steadies it on a plank and slides it into a hatch like a promise kept. The ship breathes in again. It does not belch. It is too well mannered to belch. On the fourth day, the city looks a little thinner. Doorways stand a little wider. Voices carry less weight because rooms have less to absorb them. In a courtyard near a fountain, 2 guards drink water and trade a few words. How many days, one asks. 14. The other answers and wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. The number hangs there like a spear leaning against a wall. It is not a threat. It is a schedule. Nearby, a cat walks along a low wall as if nothing important has changed. The cat is correct in a way. Stones endure. Humans count. Some shops earn small mercies because someone wrote down the right name. The jeweller produces a chit promising protection for tools. The collector reads the lines and nods once. He takes the finished work and leaves the means of making. The jeweller watches his children's mouths and feels both relief and shame. A scribe receives permission to keep reed pens, not inks. He smiles and makes new ink with patience and soot. He will write names of those taken. He will write dates and places because nothing else he owns will outlast these days. On the 5th day, a group of citizens gather by a church and whisper about people led to ships. Some are accused of no crime and carry no chains. They are not prisoners in the old sense. They are assets in the new order. Households lose daughters who can be bargains. Houses lose sons who can be trained. A mother clutches a sleeve and looks at a man with lists. He avoids her eyes because he has sons in another city and imagines a sleeve torn there. The bishop walks among them and says names that hold power in such moments. He says forgiveness without saying surrender. He says endurance without saying silence. His hand rests on a boy's head and stays there long enough to teach the air decency. The 6th day introduces weariness into wrists and into hope. Men who carry begin to mutter at nails that catch fabric. Women who pack begin to argue with lids that refuse to meet. The city learns where each cartwheel finds its favourite ruts. A seam of dust forms along the main route like a new riverbed. A scar appears on a wall corner where the chest scraped yesterday. Someone rubs it and leaves the mark cleaner, not better. A clerk drops a tablet and watches the wax crack in a small map of a world that no longer matters. He shrugs and presses the halves together. The lines join with an honesty that puts men to shame. On the 7th day, the sea takes on more authority. A weather shift asks sailors for caution, and they answer with rope instead of prayer. Flags stiffen on masts, orders bark shorter, bales get wrapped tighter and lashed down with an extra loop. The ship bearing the chest nudges its neighbour with old wood affection and receives a scold from a quartermaster. The chest rests where men rest it and does not argue. It has learned that being moved is a kind of life for objects. Inside the city, the inventory grows stranger. A theatre offers masks as tribute. A bathhouse yields brass fittings and bright lamps. A small academy lays out its instruments on the floor like soldiers fallen in honour. The men with lists accept everything that can be lifted without tearing a wall. They refuse the wall not because walls are sacred, but because walls slow the schedule. They have many rooms to visit, and the days are a number, not a hope. The city understands. It stops asking for reasons and starts asking for times. On the 8th day, the first vessels loaded earlier return empty and eager. Their decks smell like hemp and faint perfume. They whistle through their teeth at the list of new consignments. The quartermaster points to stacks and speaks in numbers alone. The sailor laughs at a statue's wrapped head, and then stops when the statue's hand pokes out and looks accusing. He tucks the hand back in as if tucking a child. He thinks of his own child, and the next knot he ties is flawless. On the 9th day, a rumour walks the alleys that a single chest refused to open. The rumour has details and witnesses and enjoys telling itself. The truth is simpler. The key was misplaced for an hour, then found in a cloak that had fallen behind a chair. The chest opened obediently once the day remembered how to do its job. The men nearby laughed softly and allowed themselves 5 heartbeats of relief. Then they lifted and carried as if the laugh had never happened. The rhythm never breaks for long. The rhythm is the plan. On the 10th day, someone paints a small cross on a wall with a fingertip dipped in wine. It is too pale to scare anyone and too stubborn to wash off quickly. A child asks what it means. The woman says it means nothing, then says it means remember. The child nods as if receiving a recipe. A guard passes and looks at the mark with an empty face. He has learned to ignore symbols that cost no time. He counts carts instead. He counts to 30, then begins again. His lips move without sound. He will dream numbers when this is over. On the 11th day, a parade of cloaks crosses the square. They belong to people who had believed their names were armour. Names bend. Cloaks do not. They walk with their heads held in the way proud people walk when they are practicing humility. A man with a tablet checks a second list and points to a side street. Those selected turn and vanish down it. The remaining cloaks relax almost invisibly. A breeze lifts their hems and decides not to be an omen. A bell marks the hour with tired competence. The sound goes up and sticks to the sky. On the 12th day, the city begins to think ahead to emptiness. Landlords count rooms without furniture. Shopkeepers count shelves without stock. A soldier counts men who will leave with the visitors because their skills have uses. A mother counts days without her daughter and brings the count into her mouth like a prayer. The bishop walks again, slower now, and stops at a door where the floor is newly bare. He blesses the floor. He blesses the family. He blesses wrists and knees that ache from lifting. He keeps his own hands steady because hands have work. Words fail less when hands work. On the 13th day, the air tastes like something almost done. Men move faster, not slower. Carts rattle as if trying to finish sentences. A collector stands in a doorway and looks over his list. He measures the distance to the quay with his eyes and decides to add 2 more trips. He believes in completion the way some men believe in omens. He does not want to return to this ward tomorrow. He turns and gestures. His crew nods without sighs. Their faces have discovered a new level beyond tired. The chest feels itself shift again and hears water differently. It is lower in the hold now, beneath bales of cloth and behind jars that do not clink. Around it, the ship's ribs complain in the way old wood complains. Above it, footsteps drum and stop and drum again. A small sound travels through the stack, a trickle of coins settling into agreement with gravity. The chest approves. Coins like decisions. They find the bottom and remain there. The lid rests against the seal and respects it. The key that opens so many rooms now lives in a pouch that sleeps beside a captain's ribs. On the 14th day, the city wakes into a quiet that does not know what to do with itself. The carts still roll, but their contents have changed. More furniture and fewer jewels, as more tools and fewer dishes. A chair with one missing rung makes the journey, held together with a hope that seems brave. The last cupboards offer up items that do not belong to inventories. A doll missing an eye, a book of recipes stained with oil, a small brass bell that rings a note too high to call anyone. The collectors pass by, not because these things are worthless, but because some things belong where they have already ended. The men with lists gather under a shade and compare tallies. They scratch totals into larger boards. They argue over a column and resolve it by walking to a cart and removing a bundle. Their voices never rise. The chest does not hear them. It listens to water kissing wood through the hull. It counts, in its own way, the strokes of oars on a nearby boat. It notices that the strokes are more spaced now. It understands that the day's work is approaching a line. Near the gate, the bishop meets the leader again. Their conversation uses the same words it used the first day: lives, fire, sacred, enough. The answers repeat. The tone is softer because the urgency has spent itself. The bishop asks for one more cart to carry those too tired to walk. The leader grants it with a gesture that appears almost kind. He is thinking about wind and departure. He is thinking about a report that must be accurate enough to please and not so accurate that it invites envy. In a narrow lane, a mother ties a string around her daughter's wrist and kisses the knot. "This is your map," she whispers. "If we are sent different roads." The daughter nods and pretends to believe in maps made of string. She smiles in a way that will break the mother in 3 days. A guard passes and pretends not to see the knot. He adjusts his belt and studies a crack in the wall as if it was strategy. He is young. He has learned more about mercy in 14 days than in 14 years. At the quay, torches wait for sunset they will not meet. The loading is complete enough. Ropes come off bollards with dignified reluctance. Commands get shorter until they become sounds, then gestures, then silence. The first ship leans away from stone and finds the river's patient hand. The second follows with less fuss. The third waits for a chest to settle, and then yields. Men on the shore raise palms unconsciously, as if blessing vessels that have taught them an unwelcome lesson. The river smiles its closed-mouthed smile and carries plans toward the sea that holds larger plans. In the vaulted room where the chest once slept, dust has begun to forget its shape. A rectangle on the floor glows a little less dark. A clerk stands in the doorway and stares as if expecting an answer from stone. He reaches out, touches the air where the corner would have been, and lets his fingers close on nothing. He remembers a phrase his father said about years making boxes of men. He decides not to become one. He turns and walks toward the door, then stops and returns for the coin on the sill. He wonders whether the coin would prefer motion to loneliness. On the river's mouth, the sea opens like a story that has practiced its opening. Sails accept a fresher wind and relax into it, the way a body relaxes into a bath. The ship carrying the chest lifts gently and then steadies. Men coil ropes with skill that looks like ritual. A gull skates across the bow and steals a sound. The captain checks the lashings one more time with fingers that prefer certainty. He looks toward the city and does not wave. He touches the pouch holding the key and thinks of a line on a slate. He smiles almost imperceptibly, then stops because smiles waste muscle. In the churches, people count themselves brave for the first time in 2 weeks. They speak in low voices about what remains. Remains are many when you decide to see them. Walls remain, wells remain, faces remain, names remain, though a few have changed shape and address. A woman rings a small bell in a side chapel and lets its thin tone linger. A child tries to catch the sound with open hands and gasps when he cannot. The priest laughs once softly and tells him some things cannot be gathered that way. The child nods and bends to tie his sandal for the 4th time. Evening wraps the city without ceremony. Duties collapse into sleep without asking permission. A dog noses a dropped crust and finds it less interesting than attention. Torches along the quay burn down and become thoughts. A wind enters streets that have been measured and makes them look like themselves again. From the walls, a sentry watches the ships become smaller and then become night. He counts breaths until the number loses meaning. He lowers his eyes and studies his hands, as if the story of the day might be written on palms. The silver chest does not sleep. It listens to the sea write its long sentence. It feels the hull tremble at a low note that means distance. It recognizes other chests nearby and resumes an old conversation. They say nothing useful. They say we are moved. We were moved. We will be moved. The seals harden with the patience of wax. The key rests where men cannot steal it without violence. The chest rests where men cannot touch it without orders. Between the two lies a kind of law. Across that water, an island waits with grain fields that notice new masters often. Farther still, a harbour waits where the chest will be counted again. Numbers are the only language that respect survives. Numbers will decide what becomes of the chest's contents and of those who travel unwillingly. They will also decide when fleets return to repeat a lesson. The city on the shore has felt the equation live inside its bones for 14 days. It will feel the echo tomorrow when the morning finds rooms quieter than memory promised. In the last light, a messenger on horseback reaches a road crest and looks back. He carries no treasure, only words wrapped in respect. His orders are eyes and ears for men who love coasts. He studies the line of the river, the smudge of the city, the last sails turning into darker sails. He turns his horse without hurry and rides toward another town that thinks the sea is far. His hoofbeats count down space and comfort. He does not know that he has chosen the perfect pace for dread. Somewhere above the hold, a clerk on deck melts a final stick of wax and presses a seal into a folded sheet. The seal's face lifts cleanly and leaves an emblem shining in the lamplight. He blows on it and watches the sheen dull into authority. He ties the sheet with cord and tucks it into a case that clacks shut like a small judgment. He glances down the hatch into the hold's darkness. He cannot see the chest, but he allows himself to imagine its corners squared like certainty. He replaces the lid on the lamp and turns away as the ship noses into open water. The silver chest knows the shape of a crowd before the door opens. It feels boots in the stone, then a pause, then air-changing weight. The key turns, polite and final. Daylight pours in with a taste of dust and old cloth. 3 men enter first and say nothing. They look like men who have learned not to announce orders. Their eyes move to corners where wealth prefers to hide. A 4th man follows and carries a strip of wax as carefully as water. He nods toward the chest as if greeting a colleague. He sets the wax on a small plate and waits for flame. Outside, bells have already accepted the new rhythm. They do not ring alarm. They do not ring triumph. They ring in simple, regular confession. Somewhere near the river, a voice calls names and counts them twice. The city is being arranged, not destroyed. A line stretches from a portico to a square where carts wait. Each cart wears a sign painted with one word: gold, silver, cloth, spice, icons. Names that usually sit in poetry now sit on planked boards. Men with tablets record and refuse to be hurried. Their styluses move like spears used by patient soldiers. The first instructions arrive on a scrap of parchment tied with twine. They come with few verbs and clear numbers. The man with the wax reads, nods, and tucks the scrap under a belt. He warms the wax and lets it soften. He presses it onto the chest lid in 4 neat circles. Then he takes a seal from a pouch and sets its face into the soft surface. The room watches the muscle in his forearm tense, then release. No one speaks while the seal cools. The chest understands. Today is not about hiding. Today is about moving. A door to the courtyard opens wider and gives the world a little more room. The sound of sandals meets the sound of sandals. 2 men with shoulders broad from practical labour steer a low handcart inside. They check the wheels with their feet and let the cart settle. One touches the chest corner with the flat of his palm. He nods in the old way men nod to objects that deserve respect. The other wipes his hands on a belt leather, then reaches for the ring handle. He tests weight and grins without mirth. This is good weight. This is what work is for. Outside, the streets flow in one direction. People move not like a mob, but like a river forced between new banks. Sacks of grain go one way, rolled carpets go another. Statues wrapped in canvas develop shoulders and strange shadows. A child points and laughs until a mother taps his wrist gently. Priests stand at church doors and speak soft instructions. The invaders listen like men with rules. They forbid fire. They forbid gratuitous knife work. They allow doorways marked by crosses to collect the frightened. They station men near these doors, not to threaten, but to make order solid. At the river, ships display discipline with ropes and planks. Gangways reach the quay like quiet tongues. Names are called and answered. Foremen mark each load with measured scratches on thin boards. The sea breathes under the wood and offers no opinion. Sailors form a chain from cart to hold and become a machine. Their backs move in a rhythm that respects spines. Bales slide into darkness. Barrels descend with little sighs. The ship accepts each gift with the generosity of a plan. It has space for more. It has days for more. From a distant hill, Smoke tries to invent a story and fails. Only kitchens send up pale reminders of noon. No building burns. No roof collapses. The city's worst thing today is not flame. It is subtraction. It is a very long series of careful takings. Men who used to buy now weigh. Men who used to calculate taxes now calculate inventory. The old habit of counting becomes the only defence left. If a number exists, a life might be spared for another hour. A number speaks the language the day wants. Back in the vault, the chest rises with a grunt that sounds human. The cart takes its burden and groans once, then accepts the weight like a vow. The two carriers find the shared step that makes heavy objects lighter. They move through this corridor with the caution of men who cannot afford to stumble. At the door, a clerk gestures left without looking up. He is counting rings on a bundle of keys that no longer open anything that matters. He scratches a line in his wax and blows on it. He does not look at the chest. He knows better to look. Looking invites attachment. In the forum, a delegation waits where a law once announced itself with confidence. They carry documents like shields. They approach the men with lists and try to negotiate a smaller wound. They ask that sacred objects remain. They ask that books on shelves hear only whispers. The answer is consistent and cold, but it is not cruel. The visitors will not burn. The visitors will not defile. The visitors will not spare the portable and precious. The delegation nods, because nodding is the most they can manage without crying. They return to their churches and tell the truth in simple words. A man who once shaped gold filigree sits beside a bundle wrapped in faded red. He fingers the knot as if the knot were a cousin. He imagines the bracelet inside growing bored. A boy sits next to him and asks 3 questions in a whisper. Will they take it? The man answers, yeah. Will they break it? The man says, no. Will we see it again? The man looks at the boy's clean ear and chooses mercy. Perhaps, he says, and lets the knot remain tied for 1 more minute. Teams move through districts by rule. They empty storerooms, then kitchens, then bedchambers. They open cabinets and ask residents to name what matters. The residents point to plates and then hold their tongues. Today value has new face and old smell. Gold tells the same story it always tells. Silver repeats itself. Ivory pretends innocence and fails. Cloth confesses beauty and is forgiven by being rolled up and carried away. A woman holds a small carved box and insists it holds nothing a ledger would care about. The man in charge nods and lets her keep it. He has a heart and he has orders. He follows both and keeps moving. On the 2nd day, the rhythm becomes muscle memory. The city wakes, eats what it can, and prepares its valuables for exit. A noble house draws a line of servants to the street with candelabra held like spears. A baker brings out his coins wrapped in flower-streaked cloth, because hiding them in the oven would turn a joke cruel. A small monastery writes out a list of relics and displays it like a price sheet. The list has many words but very few numbers. The men with tablets read and nod and leave the bones without comment. They take the chalices warmed by hands and the lamps that once steadied prayers. At noon, a shipmaster receives new instructions with fewer courtesies. A consignment must sail for a large island to the south. The sea lanes have names and customs, and not all obey Rome now. The master swallows and signs a slate. He calls for men to rig and men to row. He looks up at swallows turning under the quay roof and feels envy. The island is familiar and not friendly. Sometimes it belongs to one flag, sometimes to another. He tells himself the wind owes no allegiance. He orders the lines cast and watches the gangway scraped free. On the 3rd day, quiet persists like a duty. There are shouts and cracks of wood, but no screams that multiply. Some families try to plead for objects that held more story than coin. The men with lists shrug when they can and stay silent when they must. A widow brings out a garment folded decades ago and asks that it be spared because the fold remembers a hand. The collector pauses, then gestures toward a corner where personal threads are allowed to die a natural death. The widow thanks him and steps aside. Her eyes find the chest moving past and follow it with a long stare. She does not know why the box gets all her grief. She decides not to know. By the river, the chest reaches the quay and becomes one item among hundreds, and still manages to be itself. Markers of chalk appear on its lid in careful numbers. A second seal joins the first 4, impressed over a strip of cord that an honest man cannot untie without confessing. Ropes lift and lower with blackened palms. A hook catches the chest ring and tugs. The crew steadies it on a plank and slides it into a hatch like a promise kept. The ship breathes in again. It does not belch. It is too well mannered to belch. On the 4th day, the city looks a little thinner. Doorways stand a little wider. Voices carry less weight because rooms have less to absorb them. In a courtyard near a fountain, 2 guards drink water and trade a few words. How many days? One asks. 14. The other answers, and wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. The number hangs there like a spear leaning against a wall. It is not a threat. It is a schedule. Nearby, a cat walks along a low wall as if nothing important has changed. The cat is correct in a way. Stones endure. Humans count. Some shops earn small mercies because someone wrote down the right name. A jeweller produces a chit promising protection for tools. The collector reads the lines and nods once. He takes the finished work and leaves the means of making. The jeweller watches his children's mouths and feels both relief and shame. A scribe receives permission to keep reed pens, not inks. He smiles and makes new ink with patience and soot. He will write names of those taken. He will write dates and places because nothing else he owns will outlast these days. On the 5th day, a group of citizens gather by a church and whisper about people led to ships. Some are accused of no crime and carry no chains. They are not prisoners in the old sense. They are assets in the new order. Households lose daughters who can be bargains. Houses lose sons who can be trained. A mother clutches a sleeve and looks at a man with lists. He avoids her eyes because he has sons in another city and imagines a sleeve torn there. The bishop walks among them and says names that hold power in such moments. He says forgiveness without saying surrender. He says endurance without saying silence. His hand rests on a boy's head and stays there long enough to teach the air decency. The 6th day introduces weariness into wrists and into hope. Men who carry begin to mutter at nails that catch fabric. Women who pack begin to argue with lids that refuse to meet. The city learns where each cartwheel finds its favourite ruts. A seam of dust forms along the main route like a new riverbed. A scar appears on a wall corner where the chest scraped yesterday. Someone rubs it and leaves the mark cleaner, not better. A clerk drops a tablet and watches the wax crack in a small map of a world that no longer matters. He shrugs and presses the halves together. The lines join with an honesty that puts men to shame. On the 7th day, the sea takes on more authority. A weather shift asks sailors for caution, and they answer with a rope instead of prayer. Flags stiffen on masts. Orders bark shorter. Bales get wrapped tighter and lashed down with an extra loop. The ship bearing the chest nudges its neighbour with the old wood affection, and receives a scold from a quartermaster. The chest rests where men rest it and does not argue. It has learned that being moved is a kind of life for objects. Inside the city, the inventory grows stranger. A theatre offers masks as tribute. A bathhouse yields brass fittings and bright lamps. A small academy lays out its instruments on the floor like soldiers fallen in honour. The men with lists accept everything that can be lifted without tearing a wall. They refuse the wall, not because walls are sacred, but because walls slow the schedule. They have many rooms to visit, and the days are a number, not a hope. The city understands. It stops asking for reasons and starts asking for times. On the 8th day, the first vessels loaded earlier return empty and eager. Their decks smell like hemp and faint perfume. They whistle through their teeth at the list of new consignments. The quartermaster points to stacks and speaks in numbers alone. A sailor laughs at a statue's wrapped head, and then stops when the statue's hand pokes out and looks accusing. He tucks the hand back in as if tucking a child. He thinks of his own child, and the next knot he ties is flawless. On the 9th day, a rumour walks the alleys that a single chest refused to open. The rumour has details and witnesses and enjoys telling itself. The truth is simpler. The key was misplaced for an hour, then found in a cloak that had fallen behind a chair. The chest opened obediently once the day remembered how to do its job. The men nearby laughed softly and allowed themselves 5 heartbeats of relief. Then they lifted and carried as if the laugh had never happened. The rhythm never breaks for long. The rhythm is the plan. On the 10th day, someone paints a small cross on a wall with a fingertip dipped in wine. It is too pale to scare anyone and too stubborn to wash off quickly. A child asks what it means. The woman says it means nothing, then says it means remember. The child nods as if receiving a recipe. The guard passes and looks at the mark with an empty face. He has learned to ignore symbols that cost no time. He counts carts instead. He counts to 30, then begins again. His lips move without sound. He will dream numbers when this is over. On the 11th day, a parade of cloaks crosses the square. They belong to people who had believed their names were armour. Names bend. Cloaks do not. They walk with their heads held in the way proud people walk when they are practicing humility. A man with a tablet checks a second list and points to a side street. Those selected turn and vanish down it. The remaining cloaks relax almost invisibly. A breeze lifts their hems and decides not to be an omen. A bell marks the hour with tired competence. The sound goes up and sticks to the sky. On the 12th day, the city begins to think ahead to emptiness. Landlords count rooms without furniture. Shopkeepers count shelves without stock. A soldier counts men who will leave with the visitors because their skills have uses. A mother counts days without her daughter and brings the count into her mouth like a prayer. The bishop walks again, slower now, and stops at a door where the floor is newly bare. He blesses the floor. He blesses the family. He blesses wrists and knees that ache from lifting. He keeps his own hands steady because hands have work. Words fail less when hands work. On the 13th day, the air tastes like something almost done. Men move faster, not slower. Carts rattle as if trying to finish sentences. The collector stands in a doorway and looks over his list. He measures the distance to the quay with his eyes and decides to add 2 more trips. He believes in completion the way some men believe in omens. He does not want to return to this ward tomorrow. He turns and gestures. His crew nods without sighs. Their faces have discovered a new level beyond tired. The chest feels itself shift again and hears water differently. It is lower in the hold now, beneath bales of cloth and behind jars that do not clink. Around it, the ship's ribs complain in the way old wood complains. Above it, footsteps drum and stop and drum again. A small sound travels through the stack, a trickle of coins settling into agreement with gravity. The chest approves. Coins like decisions. They find the bottom and remain there. The lid rests against the seal and respects it. The key that opened so many rooms now lives in a pouch that sleeps beside a captain's ribs. On the 14th day, the city wakes into a quiet that does not know what to do with itself. The carts still roll, but their contents have changed. More furniture and fewer jewels, just more tools and fewer dishes. A chair with one missing rung makes the journey, held together with a hope that seems brave. The last cupboards offer up items that do not belong to inventories. A doll missing an eye, a book of recipes stained with oil, a small brass bell that rings a note too high to call anyone. The collectors pass by, not because these things are worthless, but because some things belong where they have already ended. The men with lists gather under a shade and compare tallies. They scratch totals into larger boards. They argue over a column and resolve it by walking to a cart and removing a bundle. Their voices never rise. The chest does not hear them. It listens to water kissing wood through the hull. It counts, in its own way, the strokes of oars on a nearby boat. It notices that the strokes are more spaced now. It understands that the day's work is approaching a line. Near the gate, the bishop meets the leader again. Their conversation uses the same words it used the first day. Lives. Fire. Sacred. Enough. The answers repeat. The tone is softer because the urgency has spent itself. The bishop asks for one more cart to carry those too tired to walk. The leader grants it with a gesture that appears almost kind. He is thinking about wind and departure. He's thinking about a report that must be accurate enough to please, and not so accurate that it invites envy. In a narrow lane, a mother ties a string around her daughter's wrist and kisses the knot. "This is your map," she whispers. "If we're sent different roads." The daughter nods and pretends to believe in maps made of string. She smiles in a way that will break the mother in 3 days. A guard passes and pretends not to see the knot. He adjusts his belt and studies a crack in the wall as if it were strategy. He is young. He has learned more about mercy in 14 days than in 14 years. At the quay, torches wait for sunset. They will not meet. The loading is complete enough. Ropes come off bollards with dignified reluctance. Commands get shorter until they become sounds, then gestures, then silence. The first ship leans away from stone and finds the river's patient hand. The second follows with less fuss. The third waits for a chest to settle and then yields. Men on the shore raise palms unconsciously, as if blessing vessels that have taught them an unwelcome lesson. The river smiles its closed-mouth smile and carries plans toward the sea that holds larger plans. In the vaulted room where the chest once slept, dust has begun to forget its shape. A rectangle on the floor glows a little less dark. A clerk stands in the doorway and stares as if expecting an answer from stone. He reaches out, touches the air where the corner would have been, and lets his fingers close on nothing. He remembers a phrase his father said about years making boxes of men. He decides not to become one. He turns and walks toward the door, then stops and returns for the coin on the sill. He wonders whether the coin would prefer motion to loneliness. On the river's mouth, the sea opens like a story that has practiced its opening. Sails accept a fresher wind and relax into it, the way a body relaxes into a bath. The ship carrying the chest lifts gently, and then steadies. Men coil ropes with skill that looks like ritual. A gull skates across the bow and steals a sound. The captain checks the lashings one more time with fingers that prefer certainty. He looks toward the city and does not wave. He touches the pouch holding the key and thinks of a line on a slate. He smiles almost imperceptibly, then stops because smiles waste muscle. In the churches, people count themselves brave for the first time in 2 weeks. They speak in low voices about what remains. Remains are many when you decide to see them. Walls remain. Wells remain. Faces remain. Names remain, though a few have changed shape and address. A woman rings a small bell in a side chapel and lets its thin tone linger. A child tries to catch the sound with open hands and gasps when he cannot. The priest laughs once softly and tells him some things cannot be gathered that way. The child nods and bends to tie his sandal for the 4th time. Evening wraps the city without ceremony. Duties collapse into sleep without asking permission. A dog noses dropped crust and finds it less interesting than attention. Torches along the quay burn down and become thoughts. A wind enters streets that have been measured and makes them look like themselves again. From the walls, a sentry watches the ships become smaller and then become night. He counts breaths until the number loses meaning. He lowers his eyes and studies his hands, as if the story of the day might be written on palms. The silver chest does not sleep. It listens to the sea write its long sentence. It feels the hull tremble at a low note that means distance. It recognises other chests nearby and resumes an old conversation. They say nothing useful. They say we are moved. We were moved. We will be moved. The seals harden with the patience of wax. The key rests where men cannot steal it without violence. The chest rests where men cannot touch it without orders. Between the two lies a kind of law. Across that water, an island waits with grain fields that notice new masters often. Farther still, a harbour waits where the chest will be counted again. Numbers are the only language that respect survives. Numbers will decide what becomes of the chest's contents and of those who travel unwillingly. They will also decide when fleets return to repeat a lesson. The city on the shore has felt the equation live inside its bones for 14 days. It will feel the echo tomorrow when the morning finds rooms quieter than memory promised. In the last light, a messenger on horseback reaches a road crest and looks back. He carries no treasure, only words wrapped in respect. His orders are eyes and ears for men who love coasts. He studies the line of the river, the smudge of the city, the last sails turning into darker sails. He turns his horse without hurry and rides toward another town that thinks the sea is far. His hoofbeats count down space and comfort. He does not know that he has chosen the perfect pace for dread. Somewhere above the hold, a clerk on deck melts a final stick of wax and presses a seal into a folded sheet. The seal's face lifts cleanly and leaves an emblem shining in the lamplight. He blows on it and watches the sheen dull into authority. He ties the sheet with cord and tucks it into a case that clacks shut like a small judgment. He glances down the hatch into the hold's darkness. He cannot see the chest, but he allows himself to imagine its corners squared like certainty. He replaces the lid on the lamp and turns away as the ship noses into open water. The sea keeps its promise and swallows the river's brown tongue. Sails harden, then relax, then harden again as if breathing on command. The ship carrying the silver chest leans into a wind that knows these coasts well. Men coil and uncoil rope like monks fingering prayers they no longer question. Night smears the horizon and lifts away. Dawn appears thin, then generous. The chest feels the hull's low hum change pitch when deep water gives permission. Its seals, cool to the exact hardness rulers prefer. A gull rides the updraft near the stern and argues with another gull. The crew ignores their quarrel because men with work ignore birds with theories. The captain walks the deck and touches the pouch holding the key. He counts the hours behind and the hours ahead and lets neither number own him. He smells pitch, hemp, and the faint metallic breath that follows packed coin. The sea changes colour by degrees. In the distance, a line of shore grows bones. A port waits with cranes that sigh and piers that know the shape of triumph. The name Carthage sits in the mouth like a word recovered after exile. Its harbour accepts ships with practised indifference. Masts make a new forest under the old sun. Foremen with boards step forward and extend hands without smiles. The ship slows, edges in, binds itself to stone, and stills like an animal trained. Lines go over bollards and hold because men tied them to hold. In the hold, the chest recognises shallow water from how the ship's ribs complain. Boots thump above, then stop. Orders become words again, not gestures. A hatch opens. Light tears the dark into slices. Ropes descend with hooks that remember corners. Hands steady weight with tenderness that knows cost. The chest rises and tastes air older and warmer. Seal marks meet the eyes of men who count for a living. They do not bow to seals. They nod with the respect professionals trade. The chest reaches the key and joins a procession of boxes that all believe they are special. The clerk reads the impressed faces in the wax and finds the name he expected. He notes line and column on his tablet. He speaks a name of authority that does not belong to Rome anymore. A second key arrives in a purse already heavy. Wax softens again under a coal held in tongs. The seal lifts like a small moon and leaves a clean crater. The lid opens with a breath that has been waiting since the river. Coins appear with no poetry. They tumble in obedient books of sound. Cups wink without shame. Chains breathe in long loops and show their old memory of throats. The clerk does not touch metal with naked fingers. He lets a strip of cloth slide under piles and over piles. He measures by weight and by habit. He reads the air for trickery and finds none. Everyone is too busy to be clever. Everyone understands this delivery must be clean. Names move with goods. A line of people stand under awnings as if waiting for shade to absolve them. Some wear fabrics that still remember long tables. Some wear travel dust that will not wash out soon. A man with 2 lists checks faces against one, then assigns them to the other. He does this as if measuring cloth. He is careful. He is bored. He is not cruel, but none of his muscles know how to comfort. A woman looks at the ship and not at the quay because the horizon is the only line that offers mercy. Carts roll from dock to storehouses with iron-rim wheels that tell the same joke on every cobble. Guards steer crowds into lanes with the level patience of men paid to stand. A boy whispers to his mother about the box that does not belong to them. "It looks like a house," he says, and the mother nods as if this were wisdom beyond his years. In an office 3 rooms deep from the sun, a man adds figures that will reorganize months. He pauses only long enough to blow dust from his board. Meanwhile, Rome's stones hold an echo shaped like days. The streets remember the weight of carts and do not miss the weight of triumph. Gates understand duty done and stand a little looser in their hinges. In courtyards, households count what was spared and find themselves counting over and over. Stomachs learn that absence has its own taste. A priest cleans a chalice the men allowed to remain, and watches the cloth leave a streak of metal he does not recognize. He breathes once and sets the cup down very gently. In the Senate, voices rehearse blame as if blame might feed a garrison. Words arrange into lines and fall apart into accusations new and old. Someone mentions treaties that were not kept. Someone mentions marriages arranged and then rearranged by knives. The names themselves have grown tired. No vote can summon barley. No speech can build a wall taller than a hunger it did not prevent. A messenger arrives from the harbour and hands over a record of what left by ship. The chamber goes silent because numbers can do what shame cannot. On the Tiber, barges drift slower because there is no competition for the bank. Rats quarrel less because cupboards offer less. A baker leans his shoulder against a door jamb that now has no reason to resist. Flour dust hangs in a shaft of light like an oath broken in pieces. He shapes small loaves because small loaves fail to disappoint. He sells them to men with coins whose faces he recognizes too well. He keeps 2 back for a family that helped him on a winter day he cannot forget. Along the coasts, smoke rises where it always rises and falls the same. Villagers learn to look for stripes on sails the way shepherds look for familiar scars on rams. They measure their seasons by which fleet sits on the horizon. They sharpen oars without talking about war. They keep nets mended because fish still swim despite new laws. A child points to prow carving and asks what animal it is. The father says it is the kind that eats harbours. The child nods because this fits what harbours have become. In Carthage, a door inside a door opens, and the chest enters a room that smells like cedar and oil. The lid lifts for the last time under these seals. Men weigh, divide, and record. They bind packages with cord and tie knots that cannot be untied by accident. They stack casks against walls that have witnessed other loot and other years. A scribe writes a sentence that will flatter a king and spare a quartermaster. He knows which words please and which numbers matter. He chooses both with prudence he learned from fear. A consignment of cloth passes by, still carrying the faint perfume of rooms burned by candles, not fire. It is counted and stamped and sent to wardrobes that need its softness. An ivory crucifix peeks from a bundle and is pushed back under a shawl. Not from shame, but from schedule. A man pauses, touches the wood with his thumb, and then keeps working. The crucifix learns that being holy and being portable are unrelated conditions. Back in Rome, nights begin to relax into nights again, only poorer. People sleep because bodies fail, not because worries leave. Bells mark hours that have no one waiting for them. In the lanes, voices lower when patrols pass, then rise when the sound fades. Children play counting games that use new rules because numbers they once counted are gone. A woman sells a necklace she'd promised to a daughter still far away. She accepts half the value and thanks the buyer for bargaining kindly. Envoys write letters that carry restraint like a wound that won't close. Wax seals show faces still respected to the east, though the respect feels thinner. Requests promise order in exchange for promises that sound like faith. Replies cross the sea and arrive with advice measured by distance. Words weigh less than grain. Ships carrying advice are light. Ships carrying answers are rare. The silver chest knew all this while its lid was closed. It knows it more now. In the months that follow, sails edge along coasts like knives carried under coats. The island that feeds two capitals grows a new habit of changing hands by season. 1 year it obeys one set of orders. The next it learns a new accent. Fishermen learn to greet two flags without putting hope into either. Torches at watchposts have their own language now. 2 short flashes mean strangers near. 1 long means strangers near with money. Men respond to both. The city measures itself by absences and discovers that absence can be counted exactly. There is the empty place at a table, the missing weight on a shelf, the quiet corner in a market stall where copper pots used to argue about light. There is the unlit window in a lane where a scholar copied long lines, then short ones. There is the room where a chest used to sit and now sits only memory. The floorboards cooled, the dust learned a new shape. A clerk passes the doorway and does not stop. News arrives from the south like weather you cannot plan around. It says ships returned with confidence. It says a court celebrated victory with moderation meant to humiliate. It says captives were clothed well to advertise mercy. It says ransoms will be accepted as proof of wisdom. Rome listens with the face of an old man who has learned not to gamble. Coins are gathered, counted, sent, and counted again by hands that smell like wax. Names return to lists with small checks beside them. Names that do not return teach lips to press together longer. A senator writes an oration that compares fruit trees to fortune and harvest to fate. He delivers it under a roof that used to echo applause with more eagerness. The applause he receives is polite and thin. A woman in the back rows closes her eyes and sleeps with her head against a column because sleep is the only gift this building can still give for. Free? The senator bows and pretends he did not see her. Pride survives even when audiences do not. The bishop writes a letter that speaks of 2 cities again. He says the earthly one has lost much that can be counted. He asks his flock to count what cannot be loaded onto carts. He says names of virtues with hands that still tremble when a door slams hard. He knows his words must feed people exactly as much as words can. He knows that amount is never enough. He keeps speaking because silence feeds less. Across Waterton, leaders test how far the new balance stretches. They send small raids to learn. They send big ones to teach. A town that paid last year is asked to pay again, and learning becomes a chore everyone hates. A fort that held a company shrinks to a gate and a man. He stands until his sandals split and then sits because standing is a boast he cannot afford. He will get replaced by 2 men, then by none. The road beyond his post will carry more news and fewer patrols. In a workshop near a gate, a blacksmith hammers thin iron and makes it honest. He hears the rhythm of hammers from other shops and decides the city is not dead yet. His child asks him why men take boxes from churches and leave trees alone. He says trees are heavy and saints forgive. The child nods and accepts this as useful. The father returns to work and makes a tool that will fit a lock no one uses. He sells it to a man who says he likes owning tools. The silver chest rests in its new darkness and listens to men speak in rooms where the sea is closer. It hears its own name said in different accents and learns that value sounds the same in any language. It feels the lid lift now and then for games of accounting. It accepts the indignity of being only part of a greater sum. It wonders whether a chest feels shame when coins depart to satisfy boasts, not needs. It decides objects do not feel shame. It decides objects only learn weight. Messages cross between coasts with more wax than hope. They carry appeals wrapped in phrases about peace and law. They carry offers that sound generous when read quickly and desperate when read twice. Rangers along rivers become couriers by necessity. Their horses learn the faces of bridges. Their eyes learn the colour of weather that destroys schedules. They show papers to men who used to salute and now just squint. The paper moves anyway. Those 14 days refuse to end on the calendar. They end and then begin again as different injuries. A market regains goods, then loses buyers who followed ships. A school opens its doors, then closes because fees are seed for winter. A small shrine gets more candles and fewer flowers. Someone scrawls a prayer on a wall in charcoal and walks away before it dries. A guard rubs it with his sleeve and makes the prayer wider. He thinks of his mother and smiles for the first time in weeks. Far to the north, settlements listen for hoofbeats that no longer belong to the same empire. They hear languages once kept outside now woven into orders. They watch roads lose their shine. They feel taxes rewritten by hands that learn to write elsewhere. Some prefer local strength to distant ceremony. Some do not care who governs as long as bread arrives. Everyone counts winter early and stores wood with a seriousness that shows new respect for cold. Inside a palace that remembers command, a new ruler tries to fill a seat that has grown shy. He signs decrees that will travel slowly. He approves pay that will arrive late. He receives ambassadors who pretend not to see empty niches where trophies once stood. He cultivates a habit of looking past absence toward obligation. He imagines that will be enough. He is wrong and does not know it yet. He smiles to keep the room willing. The sea keeps visiting, as seas do. It does not become friend or foe. It remains the instrument others play. Harbours adapt because harbours want traffic. They invent excuses for new flags and call them customs. They sell wood to ships that robbed their cousins last year and name it business. They sleep well because sleeping badly will not change tides. Wind scribbles on the water and the scribble becomes policy. In a narrow house near the river, a boy rolls a coin across a table and watches it stop on its edge. He claps. His grandmother says that balance is a trick and not a plan. He laughs and tries again. The coin falls, rings once, and lies flat with a face up that no longer rules here. The grandmother kisses his head and tells him to take the bread from the shelf. He obeys because obedience is a habit that can be taught without pain. On a quay where the chest first touched stone, a cat stretches and settles into a rectangle of warm light. A sailor tosses a scrap and the cat refuses because dignity is its only food this morning. A woman with a ledger smiles at the cat and then stops because smiling makes her throat ache. She turns a page and sees the column she did not want to see. It shows the number of people absent. It is larger than the number of cups, chains, and coins combined. She closes the book and opens it again because this is her job. Days pass. The chest holds, the ledgers fill, and Rome learns to walk differently. It places each foot with care where it once ran. It whispers where it once declaimed. It keeps time with a new metronome set by ships that arrive uninvited. It wears its losses like a garment tailored too tight. In the corners of rooms, children draw pictures of boats and keys and boxes with eyes. Their parents admire the art and say nothing about accuracy. Art is allowed to lie when truth is already too much. On a morning that feels almost ordinary, a messenger arrives with a parchment that says a peace exists again. The words are strong, the date is real, the seals are warm. People nod and repeat the news and test it against their hunger. They find the news lighter than bread. They eat bread when they can. They keep the news for evenings. The sea holds its expression steady, which is to say blank. The silver chest goes unopened for a week and spends the week teaching itself patience. What those 14 days truly stole becomes clear only in the quiet that follows. They took more than metal. They took the habit of assuming stone resists every pressure. They taught doorways to distrust themselves. They redefined distance between a harbour and a throne. They replaced a myth with an invoice. They delivered a city from one kind of pride to another kind of calculation. They left behind rooms that echo in a new key. In another capital, someone polishes a small wooden box that smells like varnish and duty. It is not large. It is not heavy. It is built to hold emblems that matter more than coin to men who care about words. Hands test its hinges, then close it and tie a cord. A wax stick waits nearby. The man does not know when he will need this box. He knows he will. He places it on a shelf where he can see it without looking. He goes back to other work and pretends the shelf is empty. The silver chest dreams of shelves sometimes and wakes to ropes creaking in salt air. It accepts that dreams belong to men, but objects can still rehearse futures. It rehearses being lifted onto a different ship. It rehearses a second voyage across the same waters. It rehearses being opened in a room quieter than any dock. It rehearses watching hands remove coins to pay soldiers who now face other flags on other fields. It rehearses silence as policy, not accident. In Rome, footsteps climb palace stairs with less ceremony. A clerk carries a scroll room to room like a lantern. He collects signatures and sighs. He stops by a window and studies the river as if it might teach a way forward. He sees a small boat push hard against the current and make progress anyway. He decides to sleep an hour longer tonight. This is the kind of decision the city still owns. An old soldier sits by the gate and sharpens nothing because there is nothing to sharpen. He rubs a whetstone across a memory instead and finds it stays dull. A child asks him whether war is finished. He says wars finish and then begin with new uniforms. The child asks what will finish next. The soldier speaks a place name softly and it tastes like iron. He tells the child to go home before the lamps are lit. The child obeys and does not hurry. Night gathers and spreads itself over roofs like a blanket that knows every corner. The river reflects a few lights and refuses the rest. Somewhere, a door closes and stays closed. Somewhere else, a box opens and then closes and someone whispers a number. The sea keeps its pitch, and hearts learn to keep theirs. The silver chest lies where men placed it and bears its weight without complaint. It has done the job men asked. It has taught them more than they wanted. What leaves easily and what does not. The box is not large. Its panels are even. Its hinges quiet. Its key a simple tongue of iron. When the lid rises, emblems catch a thin light and answer with a patient gleam. A wreath waits beside a sceptre. The cloth beneath them holds the shape of old ceremonies. Hands lift. Test the balance. And set everything down again. The lid closes and the room returns to wood and dust and breath. A scribe notes the hour without comment. A guard blinks, because objects that end ages should weigh more than this. Outside, water threads the flat country in narrow lines. Birds follow the channels and argue about fish. A late summer wind makes low reeds bow and release a quiet hiss. Streets in the city carry less traffic than last year and more caution. People walk with parcels tied small. Doors open, then close, then stay shut. A bell marks time, which keeps moving no matter who keeps score. The worst thing today is a decision, not a battle. It sits inside the little box like frost waiting inside a glass. Word has spread about promises. Soldiers were told of plots of land, measured in tidy rectangles. They were told of shares, of a future that had dirt under nails and barley in sacks. They were told these things during a lean season, and the words tasted rich. Then letters changed tone. Commands replaced invitations. Fields retreated back into law. Men who had fought long campaigns learned the price of patience. They counted scars the way clerks count coin. They decided to count differently. Campfires outside a northern town burn with slow confidence. Men sharpen blades and do not discuss weather. The leather of shields dries near coals and tightens with a sound like a fist closing. A young officer repeats instructions to a group that already knows every word. He explains supply routes as river crossings and gates that prefer gifts. The group listens for the sentence that includes land. It does not arrive. An older man touches the ground and rubs soil between fingers. He does not speak. He does not need to. Odoacer moves among tents without ceremony. He's not the tallest man in camp, though stories will make him taller. He speaks softly because anger has already done the shouting. He promises only what everyone can see men together, not scattered. Decisions carried through, not softened by corridors. He keeps his hands open while he talks. He does not have to raise them. Heads tilt toward him before he begins. When he finishes, the camp seems to have exhaled a long-held breath. In the city, Orestes studies a map that shows roads like strings pulled tight. He points once, twice, and then flat palms the table because the roads on the map are loyal. The roads outside are tired. He knows the reckoning that waits for men who raise expectations and then trim them to fit their purse. He knows the cost of delaying payment to men who hold spears. He had bet on a future where revenues rebound and armies accept IOUs. The future chose another side. Messengers ride in and ride out with reports only different in the names of villages. Grain stores are low. Garrisons hold 2 days longer than forecast, then 1 day less. A bridge nobody remembered suddenly matters. A ford that never fails is found impossible after rain that never fell. Orestes sends letters where the ink dries before certainty forms. He circles dates because circles feel like control. He underlines positions because lines feel like walls. He does the little things because the large things are no longer his to do. In a side room of the palace, the box is inspected again. The cloth is lifted to be aired, then lowered with reverence that is really habit. A young attendant counts studs on a strap. He mouths the numbers, then nods as if confirmation could change weather. Another servant warms wax and softens a ribbon that has become stubborn. The steward watches with the weary affection old officials keep for tools that have never betrayed them. He knows the city can be sold, but not this work. Ravenna has the face of a place that keeps secrets in water. Approaches are narrow. Paths change with seasons. People here learn to read moisture as well as texts. They arrange boats near gates in the same way others arrange wagons. They store timber carefully and study tide with priestly quiet. They believe marsh and lagoon form a wall no army can understand quickly. That belief has served them. Beliefs have lifespans. They are never written on the walls they defend. Night brings a hush that is not peace. Patrols visit posts and pretend the old routine fits. A captain writes names on a slate as if numbers can become soldiers by addition. He tells a sentry to keep the lantern trimmed and then removes oil from the store because oil is now counted in breaths. A woman across the lane waters Bessel in a pot that remembers better months. She looks at the palace with the patience people use when watching weather. The dog sleeps by the door with its paws twitching in dreams. Beyond the rivers, columns assemble with an efficiency that comes from anger rather than drill. Wheels creak because they have always creaked. Axles complain because men always load too much. The men themselves do not complain. Silence can be heavier than equipment and harder to carry. Commanders take positions and discover leadership is simple when followers require no persuasion. Scouts return with news that the road ahead is unkind but short. No one asks about detours. Detours are for people with time. At dawn, a rider arrives at the palace and asks for the steward. He uses the tone of someone who knows he will be obeyed but is embarrassed by the need to speak it aloud. The steward comes with the key in his sleeve and a ledger under his arm. He listens without interrupting. He nods once and does not nod again. He instructs 2 men to attend the chest. He instructs a third to fetch clean cloth. He walks to the small room with a measured pace and decides not to lock a door that has never failed him. The lid opens. The emblems glow with the arrogance of things designed to survive weather and men. The steward thinks of processions when crowds believed in a rhythm louder than hunger. He remembers banners, and dust rising, and youths shouting names they could not spell. He remembers the taste of winters when coin arrived on schedule. He places the wreath in its cradle, then takes it out again to check the stitching one last time. The thread holds. He breathes, returns the wreath, and lowers the lid. Inside another room, the boy wearing a title sits on a stool too small for history. He looks at a wall where someone has painted vines that pretend to be alive. He says nothing because everyone around him says nothing. Silence spreads its roots and drinks the room dry. A tutor coughs, remembers a lesson about virtues and forgets it again. A guard outside shifts weight and feels the ache that comes from long duty performed for thinning pay. He does not resent the boy. He resents arithmetic. Odoka's men pass a milestone marked with a name no one reads aloud. They keep shaping the march with their bodies. Dust rises and settles on hair and lashes and weapon hilts. An old standard that belongs to somebody's memory, not this column, is tied to a spear because banners always help men walk farther. A youth asks how long the walk will be. A veteran answers with a shrug that means, until the work is done. The youth nods, touches the leather guard on his left wrist, and stops asking questions. Orestes thinks about bargaining. He lists items that can be offered without opening the box. Offices can be offered, but offices do not harvest wheat. Privileges can be offered, but privileges cannot feed a family through winter. Gold can be offered, but gold moves on backs and ships, not on promises. He thinks about time and realizes time is not his. He thinks about walls and realizes walls like these prefer water to men. He sends one last courier out the southern gate with a note that contains no command word stronger than please. In a church near the river, a priest prays without result and without surprise. He blesses a couple who have decided to leave and a widow who cannot. He blesses a child who stares at the candle with furious interest. He blesses the city and says its name with the care used in naming the dead. He then counts loaves for the poor and finds the number lower by 3 than yesterday. He plans to ask the baker again and decides to carry the basket himself to save time he does not have. Merchants meet in a courtyard where the shade feels like money well spent. They speak of roots, then of law, then of language. They decide to hold back shipments of wool until certainty appears wearing something convincing. They decide to release fish sauce because no army ever refuses food that reminds it of home. They decide nothing else. They look at the palace and at the water and at each other. They begin to price their own silence. At midday, a rumour runs through the streets like a cat. It says Orestes has moved a strong unit toward a city inland. It says the unit met a road that disagreed. It says a hill remembered an old tactic and offered itself to the ambitious. It says a gate will be closed before night. It says many things rumours must say to earn bread. People nod because nodding is polite. People keep buying onions and salt because dinner does not change its habits for politics. In camp, Odoacer listens to a scout describe the marshes with a patience that belongs to carpenters. He hears about channels that change depth with the stubbornness of mules. He hears about embankments that can be held by 10 men who are awake and 2 who are brave. He hears about boats ready near the city and bridges that are really opinions. He thanks the scout and then calls his captains. He tells them to respect water more than stone. He tells them to make friends with ferrymen quickly. A boy in the palace kitchen runs a wet cloth over a cup and discovers a dent he had never seen. He rubs it, then smiles when the dent refuses to leave. He whispers to the cup, "Stay." He dries it carefully and places it where he can see it from the doorway. The cook tells him to fetch herbs. He runs and returns with handfuls that smell like meals his mother used to cook when meat existed. He wants to ask when meat will exist again. He decides not to. The steward has the box moved to a room closer to the courtyard. He says it is for air. He says wood warps when left in rooms that never see light. He does not say the other reason. Passageways are shorter here. Doors have fewer steps. The cart that will carry a decision can be reached without turning 3 corners. He writes a note about the new location and folds it around the key. He places the folded note inside his sleeve, then places his hand over the place and holds it there for a heartbeat. Evening brings purple into the water and makes the city look almost composed. Torches blink at intervals along the walls like men with a habit of patience. Somewhere a harp tries to remember a song that celebrated something. The strings give up first. 2 friends part at a corner and promise to meet in the morning. Each walks home thinking the other is too calm. Both are wrong and therefore forgiven. Dogs argue territory near the gate and then forget why. Letters cross a short sea and carry for, as always, more tact than confidence. They address men far away who own definitions that used to bind this coast. The letters avoid naming fear but do not insult it. They request counsel on forms. They ask what should be done when titles meet new habits. They tie everything to the idea that symbols matter because people matter. They end with the sentence all letters end with. It says the city remains loyal. The ink dries quickly on that word. Night rolls forward with the slow certainty of attacks. Lanterns discover insects and make them look like ash moving underwater. The steward dreams of stairs and wakes with a hand on his sleeve. He smiles, then does not. He rises and goes to the room where the box now waits. The guard there nods, then yawns, then apologizes for yawning. The steward sits with the box like a man keeping an old friend company. He does not touch the lid. He listens to the wood breathe. At the edge of the city's hearing, the first groups arrive and test the ground. They find reeds that complain and mud that argues. They find paths that force men to walk single file like schoolboys. They adjust dispositions without drama. They light small fires and hide them with a discipline born of hunger. They produce bread that smells like patience, not flavour. They eat and count the steps to the nearest door that matters. They wait for news from the inland road, somewhere beyond the marsh. A courier rides through a night that keeps making the same noises. He carries a message built from the shortest words the writer knew. It reports that a choice was made by men who wanted to be sure of tomorrow. It reports that the choice did not include keeping faith with yesterday. It reports that a man who believed walls would do what he asked discovered walls do what they want. The courier does not read the message. He knows how such words feel in the hand. Before dawn, the steward unlocks the box and lifts each emblem into air that smells of sleep. He checks the ribbon again and the strap again and the hinge again. He closes the lid and puts his palm on it, as if he could read its temperature for an omen. He turns the key until it stops, then backs it a fraction because metal respects kindness. He hides the key where keys have always waited. He straightens his tunic and looks at a window that has nothing to show him. The first formal demand to open gates arrives by voice, not by trumpet. It requests parley and honest language. It mentions land and pay and safety for those who understand weather. The officer on the wall leans into a Merlin and glances toward the palace. He envies buildings that do not need to answer. He tells the messenger to wait. He walks along the wall with ordinary steps so the men behind him do not begin to measure panic. He sends a runner into the city with a phrase that contains no hope and no threat, only urgency. Inside the palace, the boy sits straighter on the stool. He listens to adults discuss words that mean the same thing, but feel different in different mouths. He watches hands trace shapes in air the way generals sketch battle on boards. He sees the steward in the doorway with a face like a closed drawer. The boy wants to ask whether the box is heavy. He wants to ask whether heavy things are always important. He asks for water instead. The cup arrives with the dent shining in the light. Morning thins the mist and reveals lines of men who are not confused. They understand tasks and are prepared to complete them. The city understands what comes next and is not prepared to enjoy it. A bell sounds once, because one bell is enough for a day like this. The steward stands near the door with a key in his sleeve and the box at his back. Footsteps hurry in the corridor and then slow, because people rushing past symbols feels wrong. The door opens to a voice that tries to be even. The voice says the messenger is waiting with calm eyes. It says the wall answered with calm words. It says the decision must be made by men who once believed decisions were for celebrations. The steward nods and places a hand on the lid. He does not lift it. He listens for a heartbeat he cannot hear and looks toward the courtyard where a cart has been placed exactly where he requested. He smiles at the cartmaker's accuracy, then stops smiling because accuracy is not comfort. Outside, reed heads tilt under a breeze that carries the smell of horses. A line of men adjust shields so the edges meet like the teeth of a careful mouth. Another line tests the spacing between its files and finds it ready. The ground under them accepts the weight without complaint. Somewhere, a heron lifts from a pool and decides to hunt in a quieter place. It flies over the city and follows the line of the water, which has never cared for names. In the room with the box, dust dances in a bar of light and cannot understand human weather. The steward touches the lid again, then steps aside to allow the person behind him to pass. That person pauses, hears sounds from the courtyard and clears a throat. The steward waits. The key rests where it always has, warm against a sleeve that remembers other mornings. Someone takes a breath as if beginning to read a list. The lid stays closed for one more moment that pretends to be ordinary. The key turns, and the hinge answers with a sound like a small verdict. The lid rises, and the emblems meet the morning as if nothing has changed. The wreath keeps its curve. The sceptre remembers hands that no longer matter. The steward does not speak. He sets the box on a table that has carried simpler burdens. Outside, voices collect near the courtyard and then spread along corridors like water. A runner arrives with dust on his face and no triumph in his eyes. He waits because rooms like this ask men to wait. The steward nods, and the news falls into air already heavy with it. Orestes is taken on the inland road, a hill turned unfriendly, and walls turned away. The runner says the name of the place once, then twice, then lets it drop. Silence receives the name and puts it with the others. The steward closes the box and rests a palm on wood that now feels warmer. The boy with the crown is called into a chamber where chairs are older than fathers. He sits, and feet do not reach the floor. Men around him shape sentences with careful hands. They speak of mercy because mercy is cheap when power is decided. They speak of titles because titles are cloth that can be cut to fit new shoulders. The boy looks at a painted vine that wishes to be more than plaster. He asks for bread. A cup with a dent arrives first, because water is easy to find. On the wall, the officer receives the demand again and counts the towers with his thumb. He reads the note twice because the script is neat and the words are dry. Land, pay, safety, order. The list has no poetry, which makes it stronger. He folds the note and looks toward the marshes. He sees fires low and neat, which tells him the men beyond the water are fed. He sends a reply that asks for time. Time does not accept the invitation. In the courtyard, carpenters adjust the cart that will carry a change. They test the wheels and wipe the axles. They add a strap that will stop the box from sliding. They move with the care men use when tools are watching. A clerk writes a short instruction and tucks it into his sleeve. He breathes through his nose and avoids looking at the palace door. He knows doors remember what passes through them, and he does not want to be remembered. The steward opens the box again because checking is a way to slow fear. He lifts the wreath and studies stitches that have outlived gardeners. He lifts the sceptre and notes a nick that was always there. He He arranges the cloth so creases will not shame them on the journey. He sets everything back with a touch that would not move a feather. He calls for wax, ribbon, and a seal. He calls for 2 men with steady hands. He does not call for trumpets. In the streets, people stand in doorways and talk about bread first. They mention the marshes second and the palace last. They mention a past siege where the air tasted like ash. They mention a bargain that might save roofs and ovens. They decide to keep flour dry and voices lower. A woman counts onions and adds one because guests might arrive with uniforms. A boy touches a wall to feel the cool of stone that does not care. The messenger from beyond the gate requests a meeting near the water. The voice is even, the words exact, the posture humble by design. He asks to speak with someone who understands both list and weather. The officer on the wall sends him to a door that has seen fewer ceremonies. The messenger walks there, counting steps like a man measuring cloth. He carries no sword because words carry their own metal. Inside, the steward presents the box to an old senator whose hands once wrote laws. The senator looks at the emblems and then at the boy. He bows to the point where bones complain, then straightens with effort borrowed from pride. He speaks of Rome as if its name could mend ships. He suggests a letter, short and clear, that will travel with the box. He suggests a statement that explains necessity without confessing defeat. He does not suggest how to make the sea kinder. A scribe sits with wax and cuts each word into a line that will hold. He writes that the Senate recognizes a fact and chooses order. He writes that no Western emperor is required when an emperor already lives across the water. He writes that the people of Italy ask for guardianship, not gifts. He avoids adjectives because history is allergic to them. He warms the seal and waits for someone with authority to press it down. The boy stands and looks into the open box as if into a well. He sees metal that will soon belong to distance. He touches nothing. He asks if the wreath is heavy. The steward answers with a soft no and a softer bow. The boy nods and looks at his hands as if they have betrayed him. He does not cry. He is too tired to begin anything that will not finish quickly. Outside the gate, Odysseus' captains arrange their lines with the ease of the long practice. They assign men to bridges that pretend to be paths. They assign others to boats that do not leak today. They keep most on dry ground because ground remembers how to hold men upright. Odysseus speaks to a group not much larger than a table. He speaks of quiet, speed, and respect for doors that open. He says nothing about glory because glory rarely pays in coin. Dawn lifts, and a white strip appears where the sea begins. The city looks toward it like a patient toward a doctor who arrives late. The steward closes the lid and turns the key until the sound feels like an answer. He wraps the box with strap and ribbon, then seals the knot with wax. He presses the seal with a ring that has seen more weddings than wars. He studies the cooled imprint and nods because the wax did what it should. The cart moves into the corridor with wheels that whisper. The men on either side walk with shoulders squared not from pride but from dread of stumbling. The steward leads, not looking back because looking back makes feet clumsy. Torches make a river of light that bends through turns. A door opens, then another, then a last one that breathes like an animal. Air colder than rooms meets faces warm with work. The courtyard receives the cart as if welcoming an old friend. The messenger stands with his hands visible and his head bare. A priest waits near a column and holds a small blessing ready for whoever needs it. A clerk checks names on a slate that list things rather than people. The steward rests a hand on the lid one more time. He listens for nothing and hears it faithfully. The boy arrives with 2 guards and the old senator. He moves with the care of someone stepping through memory. He stops beside the cart and looks at the box. He says a sentence that contains only 3 words. Do your duty. The senator presses the boy's shoulder with a hand that has signed too many decrees. The steward bows and repeats the sentence in his heart because repetition helps men walk. At the water, a boat waits with oars set and a patch that held last week. The owner wipes a bench and imagines the coin he might receive. He does not ask questions. Questions lengthen jobs and shorten patience. The rowers sit and study their hands, which are already tired. A gull lands on the prow and declares the boat seaworthy in its rude language. The steward ignores the bird and checks the knot again. They lift the box together. 3 men who do not want to be named by this moment. They place it on the boat with a care that hurts backs. The boat rocks and then remembers manners. The ribbon holds. The wax holds. The wood holds. The steward exhales and steps back. He feels lighter in a way that does not comfort. He looks at the boy and bows. The boy nods and says nothing because words would become anchors. A letter is handed to the messenger, folded tight and sealed with neat resolve. He tucks it into a pouch that already smells of salt. He bows to the boy, then to the senator, then to the steward. He steps into the boat and sits where weight will not argue. The owner pushes off with a pole that has counted many jobs. Water closes around the hull with a sound like a hand over a mouth. Oars dip and rise, making a rhythm older than any anthem. The boat threads the channels and respects reeds that scold clumsy men. The city follows it with the eyes of people left behind. The steward walks along the shore for as far as dignity allows. He stops when Mudd suggests that ceremony should not be tested. He raises his hand and lets it fall, because waving is for hopeful departures. On the walls, the officer notes the lowering of flags at 2 towers. He marks the time on a slate because habits keep men balanced. He instructs his sergeants to keep men sober and doors shut. He instructs them to collect torches after dark because fire has strange ambitions at night. He feels the weight of a city leaning into a choice. He steadies himself by touching stone that accepts all hands. In the palace, rooms empty with the quiet that follows a funeral. Servants gather cloth and stack it by size. They fold banners with a care that feels like apology. They sweep floors that do not need sweeping, because motion is easier than stillness. A cook puts out a pot for soup and decides to thin it with water again. He tastes the broth and nods, because it is still food and the day is still a day. News moves faster than boats. It arrives in alleys with men who know how to whisper. It arrives in markets with women who know how to add. It arrives at barracks with soldiers who know how not to cheer. People make faces that add up to acceptance. They have seen worse and will see better. Though the order is uncertain, they tie bundles and untie them again, because leaving is a decision that dislikes pressure. Beyond the marsh, Odosa receives word that the boat has launched. He closes his eyes for a breath that counts. He thanks the messenger with a nod that means more tomorrow. He instructs his captains to keep hands busy and mouths closed. He does not enter the city yet. He lets time go in first, because time opens doors better than rams. He asks for a list of storehouses and a count of mills. He is a practical man with a short list. The old senator reads the draft again and smooths a wrinkle that will not obey. He adds a line about loyalty and removes a phrase about fate. He shortens a sentence that liked its own length. He warms the seal and says a name he has said since youth. He presses the ring and lifts it slowly. The impression is clean. He sighs and sits because chairs rarely move away when men are tired. The boy returns to a room where the painted vine climbs a wall it will never reach. He sits and picks at a splinter in the stool. He imagines it is a small enemy that can be defeated. He pulls it free and stares at the tiny victory on his fingertip. He places it on the floor and feels foolish. He asks for the harp. The tutor brings it and tunes without hurry. The boy plucks a string and stops, because the sound is too honest. On the canal, the boat meets a larger boat with a sail that remembers better winds. They tie alongside and lift the box again with bodies that now know how. The larger boat settles under the new weight, then agrees to carry it. The messenger climbs aboard and looks at the horizon that never explains itself. The owner of the first boat touches the wax and removes his hand quickly, as if heat still lives there. He rows back with a grin that refuses to arrive. The larger boat angles toward the open water with a caution born of marshes. The oarsmen give way to the sail, which catches a breeze eager for duty. The wake spreads behind like a line drawn by a calm ruler. The gull follows for a time and then chooses a better breakfast. The messenger sits near the box and thinks about letters that carry more than words. He rests his hand on wood and feels nothing, which is appropriate. In the city, a priest walks the quay and murmurs a blessing that does not insist. He finds a woman crying and offers a piece of bread. She takes it and breaks it in half. She gives the smaller half back, which embarrasses them both. They laugh, and the laugh breaks like ice. The priest points at the departing sail and says a name for hope that he rarely uses. He does not expect an answer and does not receive one. The steward returns to the room where the box used to rest. The table is bare except for a shallow groove left by time. He runs a finger along the groove and feels old dust gather. He thinks of the hundreds of times he opened the lid with reverence and boredom. He thinks of the first morning he touched the wreath with the terror of a new official. He thinks of the last morning and the way the hinge sounded resigned. He closes the door because doors like that appreciate endings. Reports arrive from the edges like birds late in a season. One says a town has decided to keep its own watch. Another says a coastal village will pay 2 masters until one proves unnecessary. Another says a bishop will hold court in place of a magistrate who retired into privacy. Each report is small by itself. Together they make a map that looks like a fabric after moths discover it. No one announces disaster, everyone adjusts. In a quiet office, a clerk tallies barns and granaries and tries not to think about winter. He scratches 2 columns with numbers that look obedient and are not. He writes the name of a miller who promised flour and then moved away. He writes the name of a landlord who promised rent and then found better friends. He drinks water and wishes it were wine, then regrets the wish because wine slows hands. He hears footsteps in the corridor and hides the list because lists worry guests. Night bends down, and lamps wake one by one like stubborn stars. The oars on the larger boat creak twice to keep men honest. The sail whispers to itself, "Please to be useful." The messenger sleeps near the box with his head against a coil of rope. He dreams of roads that do not exist and cities that build themselves. He wakes with a start and laughs because rope makes a poor pillow. He checks the seal and finds it unchanged. He thanks the wax under his breath. Inside the palace, the old senator drafts one more note, shorter than the last. He addresses it to the man across the sea whose crown is not in a box. He asks for a title that will allow order to wear a familiar face. He avoids the word king because it pricks old memories. He writes patrician instead, and the pen seems willing. He asks that the man now holding the gates be given a name that houses his power without inviting it to dinner. He dries the ink and stares at the page until it becomes a wall. At the gate, a new guard unit takes post with uniforms that do not fit yet. They look at the city as if meeting a relative after a long absence. The captain checks their straps and murmurs advice that belongs to fathers. He tells them to learn the names of the streets faster than the streets learn theirs. He tells them to keep hands open and voices low. He tells them to sleep when told because sleep is a weapon. He smiles without showing teeth. The boy lies awake and listens to the building breathe through the night. He hears a rat in the wall and decides not to be afraid of it. He turns the dented cup in his hands and feels the bump with his thumb. He imagines the cup on a table somewhere else, near a window that shows a field. He imagines the field belongs to nobody he knows. He sets the cup down and closes his eyes and fails to sleep. He tries again. Far out. The boat draws a line across water that keeps its secrets. The messenger thinks of the palace he left and the palace he approaches. He counts the hours by the changing of hands on the oar. He eats a crust offered by a sailor who is missing a tooth. He chews and nods and says a word for thanks in a dialect older than the coast. He touches the box once more, then stops touching it. He looks at the horizon for mercy and finds only distance. In the morning, the city breathes differently. Bread is measured with more caution and less argument. The markets open late and close early. The guards at the gate wear new faces and old habits. The steward walks the corridor to the empty room and turns around before entering. He faces the courtyard and counts flags. He counts fewer than yesterday and more than tomorrow. He does not say the numbers aloud. He keeps them like he kept the key. Men who write stories will later say the box was heavy that day. It was not. The weight lived elsewhere, on lists and tongues and decisions. It sat on shoulders and did not slide. It pressed on sleep and did not lift. It nested in words that found their way to sea. It moved with the boat in small ways and with the city in large ways. It had no corners and many. The old senator meets the steward near the colonnade and asks about the hinge. The steward smiles because the question is small and kind. He answers that the hinge behaved as always, loyal and unafraid. The senator nods and says a phrase that sounds like a prayer wearing a coat. May we also behave as always. The steward looks at the water and considers how little always means. He answers with a bow, which offends nobody. Odosa walks along the outer path and looks at boats as if they were paragraphs. He reads them for news written in sail and keel. He counts wagons and mules and men without appearing to count. He finds a place where 2 roads meet and decides the place is important. He calls for a surveyor and a carpenter and a clerk. He gives them tasks that can be finished before dark. He enjoys tasks like that. They make the day appear obedient. A letter leaves by a different hand, bound for a city beyond the mountains. It speaks of changes and requests patience. It offers nothing but time. It travels fast because messengers like to race. It reaches a town that decides to wait, another that decides to hedge, and a third that decides to pray. The letter does not mind. Paper is patient. Ink is faithful. Seals are stern. By noon, the boy eats a piece of cheese and 2 olives, then stops. He hears a murmur of voices in the courtyard and stands without thinking. He walks to a window and sees men carrying ledgers. He sees a soldier sharing a fig with a child. He sees a dog sleeping as if dogs rule the world. He breathes and feels a space in his chest where a box used to be. He does not know what to place there, so he places nothing. The steward speaks with the priest and arranges a small service that asks very little. They choose a psalm that mentions waters and kings without specifying which. They stand under a roof that has outlasted fashions in faith. A few people join, then a few more. No one weeps loudly. No one argues. They disperse with faces that know how to carry their own weather. The priest sits afterward and counts loaves again, as if bread is better at counting than men. On the far boat, the messenger sees the first line of the opposite coast appear like a sentence beginning. He straightens his tunic and wipes his hands. He checks the seal and then checks it again because checking is a friend. He tells himself to speak the words exactly as written. He tells himself not to explain what does not require explanation. He tells himself to sit straight and to accept whatever name is given back with grace. He hopes for a harbour without waves. Back in the city, a child finds a small metal stud near the quay. He holds it up and laughs because it shines. He brings it to his mother, who tells him to put it in a jar. He does, and the jar clinks because 1 coin already lives there. He asks what the stud is. She says it is a piece of something that went away. He asks if it will come back. She kisses his hair and says the jar will keep it safe. He believes her. Evening returns, and lamps wake again. The air tastes of smoke and salt. The steward sits by a window and listens for a hinge that is far away. He hears only the ordinary noises of a city adjusting itself to new weight. He places the key on the table and looks at it without touching. He wonders whether keys that no longer open anything become ordinary metal. He cannot decide. He leaves it there and stands. The old senator falls asleep in a chair with a ring still on his finger. He dreams of a parade that never happened. He wakes with his mouth dry and a phrase in his head. He writes it down and smiles because it is short. He looks at the ceiling and thanks something for short phrases. He closes his eyes and pretends to sleep again. He fails, and the failure comforts him. At the gate, the new guard watches the water until his eyes feel full. He blinks and counts breaths. He whispers a promise that has no address. He shifts his weight and feels the ache that comes from standing between stories. He grips his spear and loosens his grip again. He decides he will learn the names of the streets by walking them. He decides not to be unkind. He decides that decisions like this matter. Night deepens, and the boat across the sea meets a harbour mark shaped like certainty. Lines are thrown and caught, then tied with knots that dislike poetry. The messenger steps onto the quay and feels the ground argue with the last hours. He carries the letter and stands before a door that has swallowed many messages. He lifts his hand to knock and waits half a breath longer than required. He knocks. The city he left cannot hear that sound. It hears only its own small noises and the larger quiet that follows surrender. It tastes its bread and finds it ordinary. It walks its streets and finds them slightly different. It ends its day with a prayer, a curse, a sigh, a song. It sleeps because the body insists. Even when history refuses, it dreams of boxes that open to reveal nothing and everything. A curl of wax sits on a workbench in the palace, cooled and useless. It catches the last light from a thin lamp and reflects it bravely. A hand sweeps it into a small pile with other scraps. The hand pauses, then lets them fall into a pouch. The steward will keep them for no reason he can defend. He will touch them later, and remember the exact pressure required to make an impression hold. He will place the pouch in a drawer and close it gently. Far off, words begin to move between rooms with floors that answer footsteps. Titles consider their next owners, names rehearse their next duties. A seal meets a ring and decides to agree. The messenger stands very still and says a sentence that contains the word Italy. The answer he receives is measured and cool. It travels back across the water like a careful bird choosing the next reed. The boat that brought the box rests against the quay and waits for orders it will not question. Back in Ravenna, the steward touches the empty table and imagines the box again. He knows imagination is unhelpful, and he allows it anyway. He closes the shutters and listens to the wind rub wood. He sits and places the key back in his sleeve out of habit. He smiles at himself and removes it again. He sets it on the window ledge and watches the moon sit on it like another seal. He breathes once, twice. and waits for morning to begin the next list. Morning lowers its shoulder against the city and pushes the doors awake. The steward returns to the empty room and lets his eyes learn the absence. He places a palm on the table as if it were a forehead. The groove where the box used to sit receives his touch and offers no counsel. He takes the key from the sill, weighs it once, then lays it flat again. Keys without locks have the manners of paperweights and the pride of nails. Down the corridor, steps gather toward the courtyard, steady and without opinions. Across the sea, a harbour shakes salt from its sleeves and readies the proper faces. A chain clinks, a gate yawns, a key clears its throat for protocol. The boat from the marsh edges in with a neat tiredness, neither eager nor slow. Ropes know their partners and climb into practised knots. The messenger steps ashore with the box, and the letter snug against his ribs. He stands before a door that opens only for sentences that remember themselves. He speaks the name he was told to say first, then offers the letter second, then shows the seal last. The order is a bridge across pride, and today the river is calm. Corridors lengthen, then arrive. Lamps note the hour with small flames that refuse to tremble. A clerk accepts the letter and refuses to accept its meaning. That's the clerk's job, and today he does it well. He leads the messenger to a room where quiet has a rank, and dust behaves like discipline. Hands do not reach for the box. Eyes glance, measure, and retreat. The messenger names the city behind him, and does not name the boy. He says that a people request one ruler instead of two shadows. He says that a soldier holds the gates and prefers to be named rather than guessed. He says nothing else because the letter says enough. In the city he left, bread reaches mouths with fewer arguments than yesterday. The officer on the wall watches the marsh and finds it less opinionated. He notes wagons on the road and counts none carrying spears. He orders a gate opened, then closed, then opened again, until the hinges learn the day's pace. Odysseus' men change watches without the fuss of conquerors. They touch walls lightly, as if testing for cracks rather than ownership. They write lists that count mills, wells, and men who know how to mend. They do not shout. They do not whisper. They carry their peace like a tool. The old senator spreads a map and points at towns that now choose themselves. He names a bishop here, a council there, a fort that has become a village. He writes to each with words that balance dignity and necessity. He avoids the word empire because the word now belongs to distance. He prefers city, law, grain, road, and peace. He sends runners with these words folded into wax that will hold in heat and travel through rain. He gives them bread and tells them to avoid brave paths. Brave paths are for songs, and today disdain songs. The steward sits with the priest and asks for a service that apologizes for nothing. They choose a psalm which remembers waters that keep their own counsel. They agree on short prayers and long silences. A few come, then a few more, each person placing a coin in a shallow bowl without counting a quid. The bowl collects metal and breath. The priest speaks one sentence about authority that travels and one about roofs that do not. People leave in pairs and decide to speak gently for the remainder of daylight. They keep the decision until the first argument about flour, then start again. Out on the greater sea, the box rests beside the letter in a room that has heard centuries. A ring lowers to wax with the ease of repetition and the weight of habit. The seal hardens and catches the light, proud and impersonal. A voice reads the letter, slow enough to own it, fast enough to finish. It notes the request to end duplications and grant one steward over Italy. It notes the name offered by the men who remain in the Senate. It notes the soldier beyond the marsh who is willing to kneel if allowed to stand. The voice stops and the room breathes once. Agreement comes dressed in another word, the old word that keeps swords on leashes. Patrician is a title that cuts through air without wounding walls. That word crosses the sea on more than paper. It moves in the posture of messengers and the speed of rumours. It enters the city not by trumpet, but by the natural gait of markets. A fruit seller hears it first and repeats it as if tasting new salt. A clerk hears it next and tucks the sound inside his sleeve. A soldier hears it last and lets his shoulders lower by the width of a coin. Names shape days, and this one makes a day choose angles rather than corners. Odocer receives the letter standing under a sky that limits nobody. He reads the confirmation that is not a crown and nods at the neatness of it. He will guard the roads, weigh the grain, and pay men on time. He will let cities keep their laws if laws keep the streets plain. He will ask land to share itself with those who carry spears under his sign. He will do it using words written long ago for hosts and guests and beds that must be shared. He will not announce fractions. He will say arranged, allotted, and agreed, and the work will proceed behind doors that prefer quiet. The steward hears the news in a sentence that does not disturb the dust. His face changes almost invisibly, like a lamp deciding to be evening. He looks again at the key lying on the sill and does not move it. The old senator hears the news and sets his ring on a folded cloth. He whispers a line about names that hold households together when roofs complain. He walks to the colonnade and looks at the water. It behaves like water, which consoles him briefly. Daily life obeys the new order mostly by continuing. Bakers bend dough, smiths hammer, scribes dry lines, and mothers scold. A tax gatherer changes which office he enters and keeps the same purse. A judge sits on the same bench and calls the same names into the same air. The words on the edges of documents adopt fresh greetings and spare no ink for grief. On Quan, familiar faces continue to look left while hands change on scales. The gold piece passes from soldier to butcher, then butcher to farmer, then farmer to priest. The priest counts it, sighs at its brightness, and places it in a box near bread. Somewhere eastward, that brightness still speaks with a voice unbroken by this day. In the west, the same brightness will learn new sentences without forgetting the old ones entirely. News from the edges keeps arriving in its old, unconcerned rhythm. A mountain town keeps one law and refuses another, but pays bread instead of bitterness. A port replaces a magistrate with a council of owners and promises to repair piers. A valley grants a new captain the right to use an old storehouse, provided he keeps wolves out. None of this asks for trumpets. All of it asks for lists, patience, and roofs that last one more winter. Somewhere beyond hills, a man writes the last date of a name he learned as a boy. He sets down the stylus and studies grooves on his wax tablet. He remembers the day he first wrote the title that will not be written again. He reminds his hand that hands are not historians, only witnesses that refuse to speak aloud. He warms the wax and smooths it with a flat blade. The surface shines. He begins again with words that will not be thrown away soon. In the palace, near the empty table keeps being a teacher. The steward visits it at odd hours, as if expecting an assignment. He places the empty pouch of wax scraps on the wood and listens. The room offers nothing but the comfort of corners doing their jobs. He takes the pouch back and ties it with a ribbon that once kissed the box. The ribbon knows how to hold, and that is enough for now. The boy learns to inhabit the parts of the building that matter least. He walks the narrow stair where servants sing quietly when they are alone. He counts the bricks along the west corridor and refuses to memorize the number. He sits near a window and discovers which birds do not care about titles. He picks up the dented cup and drinks water so slowly that even the cup is satisfied. A tutor brings a scroll and suggests a story about a city that once learned humility and then forgot it. The boy nods and asks for a story about a small house that never learned anything at all. Perhaps tomorrow, the tutor answers, and the answer is kind. Odoisa's captains post notices in neat hands that do not love flourishes. The notices speak of roads to be repaired and bridges to be tested before river rise. They demand grain counted by honest measures and threaten penalties whose numbers are not decorative. They name market days and forbid private tolls on lanes that once tolerated them. They say nothing of crowns or triumphs, because days like these prefer receipts to rhetoric. Men who read the notices nod in 3 different ways and obey in 2. It is enough. The officer on the wall learns the faces of new sergeants and keeps their names written behind his eyes. He teaches them which gates stick and which towers tell the weather true. He shows them the postern that behaves like a shy dog and the corner where thieves believe in shadows. He listens to their reports and praises their brevity. He stands where he stood yesterday and pretends that the smell of the marsh has improved. It has not. He pretends again. Merchants watch the horizon for sails with familiar stains and new flags. Some arrive with both, and the docks instruct their mouths to be polite. Contracts are spoken, then written, then sealed with wax that chooses to behave. Olive oil argues with wine without offence. Copper quarrels with hides and chooses a compromise. The harbour master measures records, and writes 2 letters about shortages that can be solved with enough patience. He sends them inland with men who know how to outwalk a rumour. In a quiet workshop behind the forum, a goldsmith tests a coin with a bite and a prayer. He notes the grain of the metal with the care of a priest examining commas. He sets the coin beside others and listens to their small conversation. They tell him the East still believes in weight and that weight still believes in law. They tell him the West now believes in names written on permission rather than portraits. He polishes the coin and slides it back across the board. The soldier pays and thanks him with a nod that belongs to men who must keep moving. The old senator writes one last public sentence for the day and keeps it short. It says that the city will proceed with repairs to the embankment, that donations in labour count as coin, and that no one is permitted to preach despair in the markets. He folds the sentence into a notice and asks a boy to nail it straight. The nail bites the wood with an honest squeal. People read, some aloud and some silently, and discover they prefer the silent version. The senator watches and decides not to die yet, far away, in a room that refuses dust its freedom. Someone places the box of emblems on a shelf. It rests among other objects that know how to survive without being used. A clerk writes a line in a catalogue and presses the ring into wax that will cool exactly once. The box has no opinion on geography. It belongs to custom and habit and whatever tomorrow decides to call yesterday. It is not a coffin, nor a cradle, nor a drum. It is a container that did its work and sits. The lid moves at times. When hands dust or eyes count, the hinge behaves. The light approves. Back in the city, night arrives on schedule and carries no messages. Lamps shoulder the darkness and decline to tremble. The priest counts loaves, then candles, then faces he expects for the morning blessing. The baker covers dough with a cloth that smells of many mornings. The guard at the gate hears frogs, then wind, then nothing. He shifts his feet and draws a square on the ground with his spear tip. He erases the square with his boot and draws a circle instead. He prefers the circle. He does not know why. Some try to speak the word empire and find it does not fit their mouths. They choose city, field, household, and road. Some try to sing of glory and find their throats choosing sturdier tunes. They sing of bridges that stood through flood and ovens that did not disappoint. They sing quietly, because neighbours are sleeping and law still asks for courtesy. They will teach their children to choose gates by their behaviour rather than their names. The steward stands at the window and holds the key in his hand. He imagines it unlocking the next morning rather than the last room. He speaks a word that no one hears, a small vow with no flourish. Count well. He places the key beside the pouch of wax and the ribbon that remembers. He sits and lets his shoulders lower by the width of a breath. He thinks of the box, safe on a shelf across a sea, and does not resent the distance. Containers must travel. People must remain. Before dawn bleaches the eastern clouds, a boy wakes and drinks from the dented cup. He arranges 3 olives on the table and eats 2, saving the third for a thought he cannot name. He looks toward the corridor where servants will soon begin their careful weather. He listens for the sound of a hinge that lives only in memory. He hears instead the soft rehearsal of feet choosing their tasks. He places the last olive back into the bowl and smiles because the bowl accepts it. He stands and goes to meet the day that will ask for lists rather than speeches. When light comes properly, it finds a city that has practiced survival longer than victory. It finds wolves memorizing their duty and roads pretending not to be tired. It finds law wearing a new coat and ceremony without its loudest instrument. It finds the worst behind them in one sense and underneath them in another. It finds a word sent across water and another word returned, then set upon the shoulders of men who understand weights. It finds bread sliced carefully and coins counted gently in a quiet that does not apologize. It finds a future content to be built with honest planks and ordinary nails. The box will remain where it has been placed, among other evidence of decisions that travelled. The coin will continue across palms that remember names more than faces. The ribbon will fade. The wax will grow brittle. The catalogue line will outlive both. Doors will open and close with a competence that comforts the living. Lists will grow and shorten and grow again. Roads will meet at markets that learn new greetings. The worst has made its shape and moved inside the language. The city, being the city, will keep pronouncing it correctly, then quietly, then only when asked. And when wind comes off the marsh with its old, unbeautiful breath, it will meet men and women who already know the smell. They will tighten their cloaks and keep walking. They will carry their bread in cloth that once held letters. They will step past the spot where a cart once paused with a box, and they will not stop. They will measure the day by the honest work of hands and the predictable patience of stone. They will keep the evening modest and the morning clean. They will outlast this, not by triumph, but by attendance. The worst has happened. The rest will be done. Lay the objects on the table and let them keep score. A dented helmet, an empty modius. the harbour's iron anchor, a stiff command tablet, a silver chest with bruised hinges, a wooden box that once carried emblems, and a lone solidus waiting for a palm. Each piece remembers a day when the city learned a harsher tense. The helmet still smells of sun and dust. It belongs to a field where formation cracked and a crown fell. There. The worst meant sinew and smoke and hooves turning order into noise. After that, soldiers were numbers on wet wax, not ranks on steady lines. Roads carried caravans of survivors along with rumours that did not fade. The city would hold its walls, but the countryside learned fear by habit. The Modius is lighter than it looks, which is the point. It stands open, asking for grain that never arrives in time. When a measure goes empty, voices grow thin and laws grow shorter. Behind doors, families count stones as if counting could feed them. The worst that week was not thunder or steel, but a key turning on a silent storehouse. The sound travelled farther than any trumpet. The anchor sits where water keeps its promises. It remembers the day a new flag kissed the harbour and stayed. From that hour, taxes stopped being roots and became memories. Pay chests stayed shut. Sailors learned the shape of hunger from maps. A city without its sea is a mill without a wheel. The worst was not a battle at the gate, but a ledger that could no longer add. The command tablet is tidy and severe. Orders carved here kept men between fear and frenzy. On the plains, where banners argued with his wind, an army managed to interrupt disaster once. Yet even a checked flood leaves reeds flat and bridges tired. Relief wears down like everything else. The worst in those months was the price paid to survive without mending what broke. The silver chest opens wide and never looks surprised. 14 days can empty a century of pride. Gold talks in any language. Chains do, too. When treasure walks down a gangplank, memory follows it to the water. After that, treaties speak softly and knives speak first. The worst, then, was duration. Not a blow, but a method. Quiet rooms learn to listen for footsteps that never hurried. The box of emblems closes with a clean, polite sound. It remembers departure better than arrival. Seals met wax, wax met air, and a ship met distance. A title left, and a new title learned the lock. Households continued, judges sat, bakers needed, but a pronoun changed shape. The worst was not the end of breath, but the end of a sentence held for too long, and the solidus, it keeps moving. Eastward, it still means promise. Westward, it learns the names of new pockets. Coins are clocks made of metal. They tell you which authority you will meet when you buy bread. The worst, across these days, is the feeling that tomorrow has been pawned and bought back smaller. We called each worst by a different wound. Lives lost in heat and panic. Hunger held like a bowl. Revenue cut at the root. Navies turned against their old owners. Armies stretched until the map showed bone. Prestige rubbed raw in a fortnight of inventory. Sovereignty folded, sealed, and sent away. None alone emptied the city. Together they taught an irreversible grammar. What endured was not a speech but attendance. Doors opened in the morning. Lists grew teeth. Bridges were counted, then repaired enough to matter. Priests learned short prayers that fit between errands. Judges wore down benches with ordinary justice. Mothers timed their scolding to the market bell. Survival became a profession, and professions do not like applause. Pick up the helmet, feel its weight argue with your wrist. Tip the Modius and hear nothing. Sometimes silence is the ledger. Touch the anchor's scarred shank and taste salt that never forgets. Run a finger along the command tablet. The grooves are shallow and stubborn. Clap the silver chest shut. Lids remember hands better than faces. Close the emblem box once more. Here, duty compress into wood and hinge. Let the solidus ride your knuckles and drop into your palm. That small thud is history learning to spend itself again. Count well, someone said when the seals cooled. We keep walking. Another answered when the gate side opened. Neither voice asked for triumph. Both knew the city's true instrument is patience. If you listen now, you can still hear the room after the farewell. Not grief. Not relief, only the useful quiet of work returning to its desk. Somewhere, a ledger opens. Somewhere, a loaf splits cleanly and steam escapes like a modest blessing. Somewhere, a road decides to be a road for one more season. We have stood with 6 bad days and let their shape settle. The objects will stay where they are, each doing its small, exact job. The worst has already happened, the rest, as always, is done by hands. When another hinge speaks, we will be there to measure the sound and tell you what it changed and what it left behind.